Chapter 121. Awakening. The darkness that once was trying to devour was being pushed back by the light. The darkness tried to push back, but suddenly, the pure light became fire, and brimstone was finally created. Cultivators gather life energy to break through and reach the higher levels of body cultivation. But the problem is, while life energy flows within a cultivator, he still has a body of death. I see. So this is what Strafe didn't tell me. Death in life and life in death. But a real saint's body, one that can perform bodily severing, needs to have no death in life. Dyne was enlightened. With this understanding, Dyne began to control the excess death energy that brimstone was converting. Dyne began to circulate it around Dyne's body and was slowly improving his pseudo-saint body. Dyne's efforts in building up his body in Legaia had allowed him to convert a minuscule amount. But now, the changes happening could now be quantified in numbers. Of the entire death energy that made up every cell in Dyne's body, 0.01% became life energy. And while this would have caused a grave imbalance and harmed a person's body, the method that Dyne did this miraculously maintained a balance. Dyne broke through Martial Advent level 6 and reached level 7. The brimstone began to eat the energy, and the darkness was slowly purged and made into light. The more the brimstone ate, the more light appeared. Strafe finally sighed in relief. Slime God, your recklessness paid off. TSK, I wish I had your decisiveness. I am too soft. I care too much of Dyne's well-being. Strafe sighed. While he was called a cheapskate by Dyne, the truth was, Strafe was too soft. The slime god saw this and showed Strafe the extremity of what he should be doing. Dyne was a monster and deserved such treatment. The method he showed Strafe was far too reckless and crazy, and yet it paid off. The darkness that the slime god sent was only designed to attack and not retreat. It had some form of sentience, but now that Dyne had managed to awaken the brimstone, the darkness did not retreat or fight back but allowed itself to become food for the devouring brimstone. Great pain that gives great rewards. He's reaching it. Soul Gathering level 1. His skill in soul power is now like a Areseru. And on top of that, he has finally started in changing the death essence of his body. Strafe smiled as he saw the elemental spirit seed grow. A thick pool of dark ooze was being sent out of Dyne's body. The fire that was rushing all around his body was burning it. Dyne's skin was also undergoing a rebirth. The black ooze that was burned fell like ashes to the ground. The Areseru egg was also glowing. Soon, the shards of the egg were crumbling into dust. Rena had already released a powerful bright light to hide Dyne from plain sight. She knew full well what the Areseru egg was. Dyne had already stated that it was his soul artifact and decided to use this magic to hide Dyne's appearance under the pretense of healing him. Rena didn't stop but released as much as she can to hide the appearance of these items. Rena, Lucas asked, please close the door, Father. And the windows too, she shouted, making Lucas and Trina jolt and act immediately. Tell the villagers that this is Dyne's secret cultivation method, and those who peek will be killed, Rena added. Lucas and Trina did the same thing. Lucas was even more adamant as he howled like a madman to the villagers and shouted at them. While other villagers weren't at the entrance when Dyne made a scene, seeing that even Boaz didn't make a move, the uninformed ones hesitated and wondered just how strong this Dyne was. Grimm had also moved and released a holy light which was now aiding Dyne. When Dyne was attacked, the soul link between the two was cut, and Grimm didn't know what to do. Now that Dyne had recovered and his soul had awakened, Grimm immediately acted according to Dyne's orders. The Areseru egg crumbled, and a small purple object, the size of a small stone, broke free from the chrysalis. The purple stone suddenly moved and attached itself to Dyne's right arm. Just like Sangi, the Areseru Jito had connected itself on Dyne's wrist. The Areseru Jito has awakened. Jito did not hesitate but immediately began to absorb the powerful dark energy the brimstone was consuming. Joro and Urin stood on the middle part of Dyne's arm. Joro extended its head towards the heart and kept gathering the brimstone energy. At the same time, Urin stuck his head towards the wrist of Dyne's arm where Jito was. The energy around Dyne continued to circulate the energy. His clothes began to burn up, and Joro suddenly took a deep breath that absorbed the fire. Dyne had reached a state of euphoria as he felt a nourishing sensation. His soul was growing larger and larger. Jito? Dyne called out as he meditated. What happened to you? Who attacked you? Jito immediately asked. Well, hello to you too. I wasn't attacked. Another being at the same strength and power as Stray Fortigue attacked me. And boy, that slime is a sadist. What? Jito was confused. That's what it is. He wanted to help me grow stronger, and so he sent this dark thing. So I'm assuming that you broke out of your shell because of his dark power. His powers were far beyond mine. Is this the world that you spoke of? Can we talk later? I'm sort of right in the middle of something. Dyne laughed. Fine. You've reached level 1 already. Damn you. Don't think you've beaten me yet. Jito rudely scoffed and went silent. Dyne could feel that his connection with Jito was hindered. What's his problem? Dyne frowned. Dyne cast all questions to the side and continued cultivating. While the heat and fire around his body had long died out, he was still in the process of rebuilding his soul. Back at the house, Rena wasn't casting her magic anymore. Her parents had convinced the villagers to move away, and the doors were shut. But glancing back at Dyne's naked body, they couldn't help but marvel. The brimstone area had spread and covered most of his chest region. What's that purple bracelet on Master Dyne's arm? Lucas asked. Why is his scythe moving? Trina asked. Those are powerful soul weapons. But according to little brother, the purple bracelet is far stronger than the scythe. So soul weapon? That's why I made you close the door, father. We cannot leak anything out. That small serpent in Dyne's body is also strong. The Kong apes are afraid of it. It's also very strong. Lucas and Trina looked at each other with a worried expressions. Rena, this little brother of yours, he is something that is very far beyond us. He is, Rena nodded, and right now he needs our help. Father, he saved my life. I know what you two are thinking. Helping this little brother of mine will draw more troubles. No, you misunderstand. I want you to go with him. Forget about us and this village and go. Forget about the promises you've made. Dyne can help you go elsewhere and be free from all of this. I won't leave you. And I don't think little brother would want me to. Rena, this village is doomed. You have to escape. You know that we are not your parents. Your real parents, maybe someone whose identity won't lose to Dyne. Little brother promised that he could save this village. Rena answered again. This village is doomed. But with the gold that he has, even if he gave you just a quarter of it, you'd be set for life. You could even live in a sanctuary. But here, the war that is approaching will drive this village to desolation. Not if I can help it. Dyne opened his eyes. Little brother. Master Dyne. I'm fine, Dyne answered weakly, and then his face grew red. Can you guys spare a pair of pants or something? Dyne laughed with an embarrassed expression. Younger brother, what happened? Dyne looked at his hand and realized that the book he held was already burnt. Sorry, I burned your book. I'll have to make up with your friend when we see each other. Dyne laughed with an embarrassed expression. Little brother, don't scare me like that. You nearly died. Yeah, I really did. Dyne had a sour expression on his face. Are all gods maniacs? One is a cheapskate and the other is a sadist. Going by this trend, I should meet a perverted goddess who could be a Shotokan or something. Dyne calculated his fate. What? Rena asked. Never mind. Is that everything? Dyne noticed a pile of food, herbs, weapons, and pills by the side. Master Dyne, I have a death. I heard what you were talking about. The answer is no. I won't take Rena. I've already promised to save her and this village. And I can do it. Master Dyne, I know that you are strong. But against a mid-level city, it's not enough. They have warriors and soldiers that make Boaz look like some weak child. They have martial formation stage masters there. That is the equal of the Kong ape primes. Relax, cultivators fight against the heavens. What hope do you have to ascend if you are already afraid of the martial formation cultivators? We just take things one step at a time and fight them, Dyne explained. Lucas and Trina were shocked at his words. Besides, I command a village, and I have a feeling that they will soon have the strength to defeat a mid-level village. Dyne smirked as he looked at Jito. Humph, you're dreaming. While I have awakened, I don't have enough energy to cast those spells. I am not like those other Ariseru. I am a Ariseru of death. And right now, I am unstable. Jito snubbed. Dyne raised his eyebrow at hearing Jito's words. Unstable? Dyne asked. That voice? Who was that voice? Rena asked in confusion. You heard that? Dyne was stunned. What, Rena? What's going on? Trina asked worriedly. Don't worry, ma'am. It looks like Rena has the potential to be a soul cultivator. Rena, that's my soul weapon you're hearing. Dyne laughed as he pointed to Jito. The soul weapon? It can talk? Rena was startled. For now, let me rest a bit. I'm quite tired. I think we should spend one more night here before moving out. Dyne explained. Including it seems I will have to explain a lot and discuss our plans in the forest. Dyne smiled. Chapter 122. The Ariseru's Existential Crisis. The night arrived, and Dyne had finally managed to regain most of his strength. Rena had cooked a delicious meal for the family to eat. With the amount of meat and food that Lucas purchased, the family could have a decent meal. It was a meal that even the strongest cultivators in town would envy. Dyne shared all that the family had seen at the village entrance and made vague explanations as to what happened and how he suddenly grew stronger. I ate a strange fruit that my master gave before he sent me here. It was what allowed me to travel the distance and even looked like the meteors that you saw, Dyne explained. When the evening came, Dyne fulfilled his promise and told Lucas that he could push Lucas's strength by about 3 or 4 levels. Lucas was stunned. He was one of the stronger cultivators in town, but comparing himself to Boaz and the other young blood talents, Lucas accepted his fate that his talent isn't anything worth it. That's wrong. It's not about talent. It's about compatibility, Dyne explained. Compatibility? I could only reach this level in Martial Novice because I am incompatible. That's right. Hold still. I'll explain when I'm done. The earlier I do this, the more time I get to rest. I still need to recover as my soul still needs to recover from that crazy attack. Dyne stood up and motioned for Lucas to stand up. What do I do? Lucas asked. Bear the pain. Dyne smiled. He then quickly thrust his hand towards Lucas' chest. A strange orange light appeared on Dyne's hand. Jito was silent, but he cursed out. That ability was something only made possible to Ariserus, who has received power from the Genesis tree. Soul gathering was a very vast stage for soul cultivators. It was so vast that 10 levels stood between it and the next level. Ariserus were powerful beings that Strafe modeled from the great sprite beings in the cultivation world. After the Great War, Strafe sealed the Ariserus, who was weakened from the war, into Genesis trees. And only by awakening more Genesis trees can the Ariserus recover a portion of their strength. They were originally beings that would equal a peak soul-gathering cultivator. Yet despite this immense advantage, Dyne, a human who hadn't even awakened a single Genesis tree, had already access to this power. In the game, this was called hyper arts. Brimstone energy was being formed and harnessed from nothing. Dyne could previously create Dragon Kingslash by borrowing energy from Grim and creating a release of brimstone. But now he could wield it expertly. The brimstone coursed through the body of Lucas. The energy dug through and pierced the body of Lucas and flowed through the bloodstreams. Any ordinary human would have died from this, but Lucas was a martial novice realm person. Still, the pain was immense. "Ah!" Lucas cried as his knees lost their strength. Dyne supported him with his other hand. Trina, relax. Just do as I say. Trina, get a bucket of water ready. Rena, get ready to heal him when I tell you. Uncle Lucas, you must persevere. The brimstone energy moved around the body of Lucas with great precision. Dyne's soul was seeping into Lucas's body and navigated the energy to ensure that it would only purge the death energy and minimize the damage to the organs. The impurities were being purged, but Lucas was shivering in pain. Rena, heal him now. Trina, the water, Dyne ordered. Rena used her magic, which caused the damaged parts of Lucas's body to recover, and Trina began to pour the water over Lucas. Dyne kept moving the energy and would occasionally order Rena to heal Lucas. Soon, Dyne stumbled on the ground, and his expression was pale. Rena continued to heal Lucas, who kept trembling. Trina kept pouring water at Lucas, and soon, When Lucas was no longer trembling, she finally relaxed as she went over to observe her husband. The moment she touched him, he could feel it. "Dear, you're at the martial novice level 8, she shouted in surprise. Lucas, however, was too tired to reply. He couldn't help but smile upon hearing this, but immediately fainted. Even Trina could not help but feel tempted to ask Dyne if she could go through that. Lucas has become the strongest cultivator in the village. However, she was just at the first level of the martial novice stage. And in a world that valued strength, Trina longed to reach that level. Don't even think about it. At least, not now. Lucas is a fire element cultivator. Hence, his body was naturally able to withstand it. But you, who is of ice, too dangerous. Dyne shook his head. Rena and Trina couldn't understand what Dyne meant. Let's talk tomorrow. Wake me up when Lucas awakens. Dyne fell at the corner and also fell into a deep sleep. But as Dyne was dreaming, a bright purple light appeared in his dream world. Right? Aracerus can do this. Dyne laughed as he recalled Meta talking to Vaughn the first time Vaughn would rest in the safe room at Drake Castle. You monster, your control over that power of yours was so precise. How? Jito asked immediately. You should really learn to respect me. Haven't I shown you the visions of Legaia? Meta, Ozma, and Terra were very warm in their treatment with Vaughn, Gala, and Noah, Dyne laughed. Who are you? Jito asked immediately. The hope of Legaia. But rather than tell you, why don't I show you? Dyne smiled. Show me? How? The Imaginarium Bond, Soul Steel, and the fact that two gods have searched my memories. Experience teaches you things, Let me show you. My world. Dyne smiled as the dream world faded and transformed into a strange vision that Jito saw. Jito was confused at first, but the world he saw was totally different from Legaia. Dyne showed him brief portions of his life on Earth and his games. Dyne started with the first PS1 game he was able to play. It first showed Dyne's first interaction of the games, and this confused Jito all the more. Soon the hours passed, and Dyne finally showed that game to Jito. Legend of Legaia appeared. The storyline, the intro, and everything else about the game was shown as if a real PlayStation was booted up. What is this? It can't be. Jito was stunned. You are a game. Well, technically, your world is based on a game. Your god, Teague, crafted Legaia according to my memories. Dyne explained. No, it can't be. It just can't. How did I show you your fate then? I used the Imaginarium Bond back when I was in Legaia. If you don't believe me, check the mysterious object on my other hand. Jito was silent. Ever since he awoke, he could feel great power in the other bracelet that Dyne held on his other hand. This is a lot to absorb. You better get your mindset. Your world is based on the memories that I have. It does not mean that your life is fake or without value. It's real. Only now you know the purpose as to why you were created. Your selfishness and insanity created me. Is my life just this cheap? Am I just some game character? That is my purpose? Do you know how it feels like to know that you are just something created? Bruh. I'm also a created being. The god who made Legaia. The Imaginarium Bond? They are also tools that were created by another. Well, it's not as if I'm not totally without sympathy. You found out that your purpose is quite underwhelming, I guess. But most in my original world never found out what their purpose is. HRM? It looks like our time is up. You think about it. Everything you've been through was real. At least they weren't fake. You are real, Jito. I could imagine why most refuse to believe or acknowledge that they were created or are just pawns in a larger scheme. But you have a choice whether to follow the design or move against it. I'll show you more of my memories next time. For now, I got to work. And just like that, Dyne left the dream world and was being lightly tapped by the beautiful Rena. Lucas had already woken up and immediately went outside to test his strength. The villagers were so shocked at what they saw, and many even rushed to ready whatever gifts they could give to the miracle-making Dyne. But as the crowd gathered outside, it only took a single sentence for the crowd to fall into silence. You have treated Rena poorly. Why should I help you? What do you have that can help me? Do you have more gold than me? All that Lucas and Trina purchased is all that we need. You don't have anything of value that can draw my attention, Dyne declared. Many who was about to offer their gifts didn't have the guts to move forward. We'll be back. It's not difficult for me to help this village. But for now, more pressing things are at hand. If anyone dares to follow me or hinder me now, I will kill you all immediately. Then, a bright orange force exploded out of Dyne and shocked everyone. He is a wizard. The villagers were shocked. They had long heard of powerful cultivators who could perform magic. Unfortunately, their village was too poor and desolate to have any of this. Boaz retreated. He knew that he stood no chance. The villagers could only curse and lament as they watched Dyne, Rena, Lucas, and Trina walk out of the village and move towards the forest. Chapter 123, Dimensional Storage Item. Leaving the village was an exhilarating experience for Lucas, yet he still couldn't believe it. He left as the most powerful cultivator in the village. The shocked gazes, fear, and respect were something he had never seen the villagers had. Lucas couldn't contain it. As they left the village and were an earshot distance from it, Lucas talked to Trina about his immense feelings. I wish I showed off a bit. Let young Master Dyne do it for you, dear. Even if your cultivation soared, they could still beat you. Master Dyne is a whole realm lower and still scared them. Trina chuckled as she watched Dyne and Rena happily conversing at the front. Soon, they reached the forest, and Dyne called everyone when he was sure no one could see them. Uncle Lucas, please put all your items there. The same for you, Aunt Trina. Please. Young Master Dyne, just call me Lucas. Kinda weird if I do that, since I call your daughter Big Sister. Dyne shook his head. Trina also placed the large backpack she carried. All of them had huge bags that they were carrying. Dyne carried the tent materials. Rena carried potions, herbs, some books and weapons. Lucas and Trina carried various items, food, and water. All right, let's see if it works. Dyne smiled and revealed the monster hive. Jito, how do I use this monster hive? Strafe said that this could store items. Dyne asked. Still down? Wait, aren't I connected to you? That means I should be able to channel your powers anyway. Dyne smiled. Humph, you can try. Jito sneered. So you can talk, whatever. If you don't help, I'll see what I can take. Dyne closed his eyes and felt the monster hive and concentrated his senses to also channel the dark energy of Jito. Dyne tried to sense the energy of time around Jito. Several seconds passed, and Dyne's expression soured. Strafe glanced at Dyne and sighed. So he doesn't defy common sense. Well, it's understandable. He took a Areseru that is the opposite of his element. It would be weird if he could immediately summon it without facing any problems. Dyne's expression remained conflicted, and soon, he looked irritated. Ugh, I can't do it. Dyne cursed as he shot his hand out, and a strange pulse erupted. Strafe looked with great shock. Slow, that was slow. It was very weak, but that was definitely slow. What the fragment? Strafe cursed. He couldn't understand why Dyne looked angry. Didn't he just cast it? More surprised than Strafe was Jito. He did not give Dyne even the slightest bit of his energy. Of course, Jito also didn't withhold Dyne any energy. It took Jito decades to be able to understand Yami's energy. And yet this kid was able to draw out the time energy from him after a few seconds? Monsters! Jito cursed. Little brother? Rena wondered. It's too difficult. It would take me days to figure out how to send it in the monster hive. Days? It took me months to access Yami's powers which she bestowed to me, and your confidence in using that energy to send it to that strange artifact. Jito felt like crying as he thought of how unfair life was. How was this human capable of such feats? The poison spirit affecting Strafe felt like suffering from a stroke. He was a wind element cultivator. He was a genius at it, and it only took him hours to access time. But the difference is, time was in his range of elements while Dyne was basically on the other side. Strafe sighed in relief as he sensed the poison spirit weakening. It's a good thing I'm of the light as I don't get easily jealous. By this rate, Dyne could kill the poison spirit through envy alone. Could it be that the slime god was jealous? Hence he went a little bit overboard when he helped Dyne. Strafe postulated that possibility. Hey Jito, I have a deal with you. Let's make a trade. I will let you study brimstone and help you understand it through exposure, and I'll help you wield it. You help me do the same with your element. If you play your cards right, you'll be even more skilled at using light than Horn. Dyne bribed. Jito was still cursing in his thoughts when he heard Dyne. I'll be better than Horn? I mean, I won't let you kill Horn for killing Yami. But let's be honest, Yami was in the wrong. Because Teague willed it to be so. Yeah, he did. But Yami made her choice. Teague only set the stage and made the circumstance. But Yami followed her desires. You didn't aid her during the war because you disagreed with her. Which means you also made yours. Besides, you've seen parts of the game. That past was something that isn't part of the game. Strafe arranged the world to end up like the game, but he could have chosen other paths. Yami made her choice, and so did you. Jito wanted to answer back, but he couldn't find the words to do so. Dyne was right. He had seen the summary of the game and knew that Yami's past wasn't among it. Besides, I feel that you need light energy to bring back Yami. I am Brimstone. Yami wanted to ally with Rogue because it was only through Rogue's path that she could become stronger. But now I'm here. I can change her. I am confident with my skills in using the light. Wasn't my soul restored earlier? Jito fell into contemplation once more. The moment he attached himself with Dyne, his destiny was fixed. And Dyne did come back from the dead. Fine, I'll teach you how to use my power. Jito sighed as he finally allowed Dyne to wield the time/space powers. I suggest putting the monster hive in me. I can also do something to the monster hive, but only if they are similar to the Serus. You mean like how Meta and the gang summon Serus? No. The other Serus absorb the soul and can release it through their soul energy. They borrow mind or MP from their host to create a temporary body for the Seru. As for me, I can store an entire Seru. You've seen how Songi summoned and rode on the Gilliam as he pleased. That was because the Gilliam S was stored in my soul, and I could release it without spending energy or mana. The difference is because I can store an entire Seru, I can only keep a number of Seru depending on my strength. Right now, I can only control a weak Seru. Wow, you can actually store it in you? Yes, I can't store items and the like, and only soul creatures because I change the properties of the soul and allow it to exist in me just like how the other Serus do. But, as a time/space Seru, I can create the space where these Serus can stay. Dyne closed his eyes, and with a thought, Grim disappeared. Jito was trembling. He didn't even teach Dyne how to store the Seru, and Dyne immediately threw it into Jito's soul space. Master Dyne, your scythe disappeared. Dyne held out his hands like a magician, and suddenly Grim appeared. Wingardium Leviosa, Dyne chanted. Dimensional storage item. Lucas was shocked. Oh, you know about that. Too bad. I can't do magic tricks here. Master Dyne, don't show that to the villagers. They dash. Mother, little brother already knows. That's why he asked us to put our bags down here, Rena explained. Yeah, give me a sec. Dyne then turned his attention towards Jito, who was still confused about how Dyne managed to get Grim out of his soul space. How did he? I only gave him my energy. How did he know? And this Jamard? How did it not affect my energy? This Jamard is really under his control. Jito, you said you could put the monster hive inside this soul space? Will it still work? Can I store items in it? Yes. Before, I couldn't keep it in my soul space. But for some strange reason, it received powerful energy that gave a strange soul in the monster hive. It has transformed into an object that is close to becoming a Seru. It has a soul? Dyne perked up when he heard it. He immediately threw the monster hive to the ground. Joro, Urine, get out of the hive, Dyne called out. The twin-headed serpent appeared. The serpents had grown slightly larger than it was before. It appeared out of nowhere and had a confused expression. What? Trina was shocked. The dimensional storage item that can hide living creatures? Lucas was shocked, but even before they could react, their shock increased all the more. Dyne rushed towards the monster hive and began to pee on it. Take that, you sadistic jerk. You want pain? I'll give you pain. Dyne shouted hatefully. Everyone's jaw was opened. Jito and Strafe didn't have jaws, but they still managed to drop their jaws in their shock anyway. Joro and Urine were in tears when they saw this. Father? Why? The two-headed serpent wept. After releasing the entire load onto the monster hive, Dyne finally called out to Jito. All right, Jito, absorb this and put it in your soul. Put that in my soul? How about I put that in your head? Jito cursed. Relax. Gee, so sensitive. It's not like my pee can harm your soul space. Won't Grim defecate in your soul space anyway? Dyne shook his head and channeled energy around the monster hive. The small round object began to float as Dyne channeled brimstone to cleanse the monster hive from the pee. Cerus don't defecate. HM? Cerus don't defecate? Then why are you full of it? Mother fragmenting firmament, Jito shouted. Dyne waved his hand, and the monster hive vanished as it was sent into Jito. How are you doing that? Jito couldn't take it anymore. Doing what? How are you able to locate my soul space? How are you able to move inside my soul? Can't you do the same? I haven't tried, Jito spoke softly. Oh, is Weedle Jito having a ward time finding Bwig Bwother Dyne's soul? Dyne teased. Jito was on the verge of going mad. Strafe watched it and shook his head. That's what you get when you share your soul and body with Dyne. Let this be karma. You had arrogant eyes even when Master imprisoned you. I hope in this life you won't follow the evil ways of your past. Strafe muttered. Chapter 124. Alchemy, Archery, and Apes. Dyne didn't bother to explain all the details, but immediately started to test how to send items to the monster hive. Dyne tried it with a long staff that Lucas bought from the weaponsmiths. The staff disappeared, and Dyne was happy that he could access it. Jito was ranting and shouting hateful words, which Dyne ignored. After confirming it, all the items in the bag were easily absorbed. Lucas and Trina were amazed at what they saw. The group proceeded deeper into the forest. As they continued to move deeper, Dyne continued to ask Lucas what the known monsters lived in this forest. The forest is vast. The Kong apes is the dominant force here and has driven the other monsters into hiding. The goblins are said to stay in the caves east of here. Since the Kong apes are plant eaters, most of the forest's wild games have slowly increased in numbers. The goblins are driven to the brink of extinction, so there's an imbalance in the forest, huh? The lack of carnivores is disrupting the ecosystem here. If this forest will have a dominant herbivore ecosystem, this forest is going to go extinct centuries from now. Dyne muttered as he gazed off in the distance. What? Nothing. I was just talking to myself. All right, for now. I need to capture a Kong ape. Capture? But Kong apes travel in packs. Father, about what I said when we got here. The truth is, Dyne killed a pack of Kong apes with a fire Kong ape and an ice Kong ape. Lucas and Trina wanted to say something, but they couldn't. That sounds like something Master Dyne would do. Anyway, we have to capture them. Let's look for an ape pack. This forest is huge. We need to search and move north. The problem is if we are close to several packs, we might get caught in a dangerous situation. Although you are strong, Master Dyne, and even if I have moved up several levels, a pack can surround us and may kill us, Lucas explained, right? There are 4 of us, so I can't use the Chicken King. The Chicken King? It's another powerful artifact in Dyne's possession. I guess we'll have to go deeper in the forest slowly. I guess this is also good since I need to look for several herbs. Dyne thought. You really intend to study alchemy? Rena asked. I have already finished studying. I need an application, Dyne explained. Even Rena was confused as Dyne said this. Oh, look, fung weeds. Great. If I recall correctly, these weeds are nourished from a nearby healing source, which means, there we are, the medicinal wound mending herb. But this shouldn't be enough. There has to be an overgrown or mother wound mending herb nearby. Can you guys help me look for it? This is great. The more raw materials we get, the more experiments I can try. Coupled with some blood clotting, herb, and an energy fruit, I should be able to imitate a healing leaf. That's a good place to start with compounding and alchemy. Dyne laughed. It seems Dyne's talents in alchemy are impressive, Lucas praised. But you, I thought. Rena, however, was startled. A wound-mending herb. Here it is, just as you said, Master Dyne. Trina, who was familiar with what it looked like, found the nearby healing herb covered by the fung weed. Amazing, Lucas praised. But you said you didn't know anything about herbs. Little brother, Don't tease me like that, Rena finally shouted. The group began to collect the herbs, and Dyne even made them collect the fungweed for some odd reason which the group complied to do. The group continued to move deeper into the forest, and Dyne would make them collect odd herbs, leaves, and fruits. Rena got all the angrier as Dyne identified rare herbs that weren't even mentioned in the alchemy book of Calamitous Slime. She even got angrier when Dyne tried to explain what had happened. So basically, through the book, I learned the stuff that Calamitous Slime learned. Fine. Keep on lying. That's really what happened. Here's your herb. Rena threw the herb to Dyne's face. Dyne finally sighed and decided not to make things worse. As the group moved deeper into the forest, Dyne warned them that they were drawing close to a Kong ape pack. Kong apes are nearby? Lucas asked. That's right. I am using a soul technique that allows me to sense nearby life forces. I think only Rena has a chance to learn this, though, Dyne explained. Rena? She's what we call soul-sensitive. That's how she heard the voice of my artifact. Dyne pointed at Jito. I haven't heard it since. That's because it stopped talking out loud. I knew soul weapons are sentient, but I didn't think it would be that smart. Lucas marveled. Dyne sighed. Every time he brought up something, Lucas and Trina would bombard him with questions. Uncle, Auntie, listen, these things are my secret. If we keep talking, it may take forever for you guys to keep up. So, for now, let's just fight those Kong apes. I promise to bring you someplace where you can learn all about the things that I know, Dyne offered. So sorry, Master Dyne. Lucas nodded and had an embarrassed expression. How do you propose to attack the Kong apes? I attack them with a bow and draw them towards me. Uncle, Auntie, hide over there, and when they get past me, you ambush them from behind. Rena, you stay behind me and follow my orders. You can also help in shooting them. Dyne brought out the bow, and arrows were kept in the monster hive. But Master Dyne, my attacks won't penetrate them even if I attack them or ambush them. Besides, staying there would allow the Kong apes to easily find us as they have great scents. Those 2 bushes are eucalyptus saint bushes. The strong scent will hide your presence. Just add more bushes by getting some leaves on the ground, and they should run bypass you. As for attacking them, just use the spear to stab them on their balls. The last time I made a killing, there were only a few female Kong apes. So most of this pack ought to be males. Trina reddened at Dyne's words. Dyne urged them to take their respective positions, and the group moved immediately. Lucas and Trina hid near some bushes at the side while Dyne and Rena stood on a ground without any obstacles, trees, or plants to hide them from. Dyne was closing his eyes as he kept on sensing the presence of the Kong apes. Suddenly, Dyne held his bow up and began to pull back the string as if an arrow. But little brother, what are you doing? I have soul magic. My elemental spirit seed got stronger. Going by Jito's words, it seems like I have the same power of a level 2 Araseru. Dyne explained. Jito, work with me here. I will condense light energy and shape it in an arrow. You are still practicing Yami's powers, right? Well, this is good training for you. Wrap the dark energy around the light. Make it the container that will hold the light element in. Dyne explained. Wrap it. Jito cursed as if he heard the most ridiculous thing ever. You didn't know? Light is the element of the intangible, and dark is the beginning of the tangible. Dark is an element that begins to shape things. Life and death also follow this principle. Life is the soul. Death is the body. Death contains life as the body contains the soul. So do it. Don't worry. If you feel like you can't do it, leak the energy out and I can wield it. Jito was raging. Dyne was assuming that he was better than Jito using dark element. Hurry, the enemy is coming, Dyne explained. He focused and brought out the light from within him. Dyne had separated the energy of brimstone. As he took the light from the earth, he managed to draw it out. Lucas, Rena, and Trina held their breath as they saw an arrow forming out of thin air. This cost 7 AP, so I could do only about 14 shots. Should be enough, Dyne mused. Jito, do it, Dyne then commanded. Jito released the energy and tried to envelop the light. Jito was having a hard time as the light was repelling the darkness. Stronger, Jito. I already weakened the light. Just how weak are you? Dyne frowned. Jito was going mad. I'll do it myself. Dyne sighed and immediately controlled the energy. Then, a strange dark force covered the arrow. That's how you do it. Please take note, Jito. I can't carry you throughout this adventure. You need to get stronger so you won't be a burden, Dyne expressed. Jito began to cry. At that moment, Dyne released the arrow. The arrow flew with incredible speed and shot towards the Kong ape that was now visible. Bang! A loud explosion was heard as the arrow struck the Kong ape's head and blasted a hole in it. Dual elemental wielding is really the way to go. The darkness element moved unhindered and unobstructed by wind and resistance. And when the dark element broke, the light exploded. Dyne applauded. Too bad, it's too wasteful. Because Jito's too weak in his control, that cost 15 AP. My gosh, Dyne sighed. I can hear your thoughts. Jito roared. Dyne shook his head in disappointment. I should have gone with Mule. Dyne sighed as he took an arrow from his quiver. Light energy gathered around it, and Dyne released the arrow. The arrow struck another ape, and a small blast occurred. Although it was weaker compared to the first arrow, it still weakened the ape. Nice! Only 2 AP used. Let's do this. Dyne laughed and began to attack wave after wave. 8 apes rushed towards Dyne. 1 was already killed, and Dyne managed to kill another. The apes were closing in with incredible speed. Big sis, they are too focused on me. Shoot them with your magic missiles. Try to aim for their head, Dyne explained. Rena immediately shot several bolts of divine energy. But Rena's aim was slightly off, and the attack was arcing in a direction that would miss. Dyne controlled the last arrow he released, and threw the remaining light energy on the arrow. Dyne made its arc in a different direction. The ape tried to evade this but was struck by Rena's attack. Bang! The ape stumbled as it lost its balance. Jito, I hope by this time next week you'd be this good at controlling that dark energy. You're the only Areseru in the entire history of Legaia that's a burden to his host. In Jito's depression, he managed to produce water and wept. Hey, not bad. Water, that's next to dark, right? Train more. Dyne praised and caused Jito to weep all the more. Chapter 125. Secret Base. Disregarding the weeping Jito, who miraculously produced tears, Dyne kept firing at an impressive rate and wounded the apes who were rushing. With Rena now shooting attacks, the apes were getting furious and furious. Dyne's bows had a strange method of moving that their attempts to evade all failed. Dyne was trained in various weapons, and the bow was among them. But now, he could direct the arrow's movements, making him an even deadlier archer. Now! Dyne shouted as the apes passed through the location where Trina and Lucas hid. The couple emerged and ambushed the apes that Dyne had shot. The apes were limping as the attack struck their legs, and the sudden attack of the couple brought them down. Trina and Lucas did as Dyne instructed. Their ambush was aimed at that part of the Kong apes. Being the only vulnerable part, the Kong apes naturally hit it by running on 4 legs, and that position allowed the couple to hit it easily. The apes fell into shock as the sudden pain permeated to the brain. After hitting one, the couple would chase another ape who was still running. Dyne's arrows would cause the running apes to stop or limp, allowing the couple to catch up and perform the sneak attack. As the Kong apes were so focused on the enemy ahead of them, they didn't notice the nut-cracking group that began to attack the Kong apes. Sis, focus on killing the downed apes, Dyne ordered. Rena then shot down the apes that were wailing in pain. The concentrated energy that Rena released killed the apes that lost focus in keeping their defenses up. Soon, only 1 ape was left, and this ape didn't notice that his other companions were dead. Dyne shot several arrows which now had dark energy. These arrows pierced through the legs and made it very difficult for the ape to move forward. The black energy hardened the stick, making it hard and painful for the ape to take a step forward. The ape was once a great fighter until he took an arrow to the knee. The ape stumbled down and howled angrily, waiting for the other apes to rush forward. But then, after a few seconds of silence, the ape turned around to see the dead apes. Dyne was concentrating and focusing energy on 1 arrow. The ape was frightened as it saw this and began to limp and escape. Don't attack it, Dyne called out. Lucas and Trina stopped in their rush and allowed the frail and limping ape to escape. Dyne used the dark energy of Jito and fused it with a small portion of his soul. Death that contains life. Dyne smiled and admired his creation. He continued to focus and condense it on the arrow tip he was holding. Well, what are you doing? Jito asked. Soul mark. That way I can always sense where that ape is. Instead of looking for the base, it's better to help ape lead us into the right location. The slime god did it to that item and was able to communicate with it. He could track it if it weren't for the great distance. All I need to do is mark his soul. Weren't you able to do this too? In Legaia, Songi seemed always to know where Vaughn's team was. He marked Gala, didn't he? On that first battle in East Vos Forest. Dyne asked. I do have that power. So you're using the game to predict my powers? Yes. Strafe is a perfectionist. For that Songi to pop up at the right moment, especially with what happened in Soul Tower and how he kidnapped Gaza, I'm sure that Strafe made the necessary preparations. Your life was meant to become everything and more of what Jito is in-game. Hence he added the Ariseru Yami and made you time and space to do all the in-game Jito could do. But of course, how did Songi know the exact timing to appear? He even knew that Gala was in Rim Elm after Court's defeat. The answer was that Songi would use you to mark Gala. Sweat began to pour out of his face as he exerted great effort to remove his soul. But how did you learn this? Seemed pretty easy to do. Seriously, Jito, I'm glad you managed to condense water. But please work on your dark. Dyne reprimanded. Jito wanted to argue, but he could see Dyne doing it. Strafe was already numb at Dyne's abilities. Of course, he can do soul mark, Strafe sighed. He's better than you. How long did it take for you to be capable of making a soul mark? Strafe challenged the soul poison inflicting him. The soul poison quivered and trembled, and Strafe laughed. The ape hadn't run far as it was limping when Dyne released his arrow. FFFTTTT. The arrow flew with great speed and stabbed the ape on its shoulder. Roar! The ape roared in pain and kept retreating. The group watched as the Kong ape retreated. Master Dyne, Lucas asked. Relax. I used my secret arts to leave a mark on that Kong ape. It's all part of the plan. The plan? What's the plan? Little brother, Rena asked. That Kong ape is heavily wounded. Where will it retreat to? Dyne asked. Back to its den. You said you marked it with secret art? Then that means you want to find its den? Yes, I plan to look for it. I need to know its size, direction, how many Kong apes are there. And once I gather all the intel I need and make the necessary preparations, I plan to sneak in on their den. Big Sis knows that I have 2 items to help me enter the den and retreat. Whatever is inside that den is something that can strengthen Jito. Dyne pointed. I see. With your dimensional storage item, you can steal that item. The meteor. Lucas was amazed. I don't think I can steal that item. Aside from its size, it's too powerful. I only plan to use it to make Jito stronger. Then what are we going to do? Lucas asked. I need to set up a base in the forest. It has to be a place unseen by human eyes and somewhere where the Kong ape rarely explores. This is very important. If I succeed, we should have a shot at saving your village. So I need you guys to help me create that secret base where I can secretly train and, at the same time, make you 3 stronger. Soon, my clansmen will be here. Your clansmen? Lucas was shocked. Even Rena's expression changed. I meant it when I said that I could save your village. So try to do as much as you can. Some 10 or so men would probably arrive soon. Dyne smiled. But Master Dyne, I don't think we have the strength to move in the forest alone or stay here for a day. Even with my strength, it's tantamount to suicide. That's why I executed my plan when we are still in the fringe regions of the Kong apes. I plan to follow that ape alone while you guys remain here and look for a great spot. As for how I will find you and how you can move in this forest, I will leave Joro and Urine to you. Dyne willed it, and the monster hive appeared on his hands, and Joro and Urine jumped out of it. The strange 2-headed serpent drew curious looks from Trina and Lucas. This was the first time they observed the beast up close. Also, I don't know how long I'll be gone. I should be back in a day, but I plan to do some more scouting. Just in case I disappear a few days, I think it's best to maximize our time. Not only should you be making that base, but you should focus on cultivation at night. Dyne explained. Master Dyne, is that what these Kong apes are for? Lucas looked at the Kong apes they killed. No, whatever you guys do, don't absorb the lifeblood of these monsters. That path of cultivation is flawed. The more you absorb it, the more you hinder your future. Dyne explained solemnly. There is such a thing? Lucas was stunned. I can't explain now, but trust me, this is how you should cultivate. Big sis, you have to find a way to make your light burn. The potency and purity of your light are strong, but it is possible to make it light. Juro can help you. He is a fire serpent that has been feeding off from my power. So most of its fire is nourished from brimstone. Try to meditate on that power and see if you can shape your magic to turn to fire, Dyne explained, and then Dyne turned to Lucas. You are a fire elemental cultivator. Your body must train in that path or absorb life energy of the fire element. Luckily, Juro can help you with that. Unlike humans, creatures like Juro need to eat and devour other powerful beasts to evolve. But more importantly, Juro can release and convert the energy into raw fire energy. It will hurt, but you should slowly cultivate and absorb the energy. It is similar to the process that I did last night. You have to use that energy to tamper your body. Expose yourself to that energy and try to cultivate by absorbing that energy. Absorbing that energy? Lucas and Trina had some strange expressions as they heard this. Oh, it seems your village is uninformed. Your cultivation method is flawed. That's why you should stop absorbing the energy from a monster's lifeblood, but focus on absorbing the energy that Juro will release. You'll see the difference. I'll explain everything when I get back. Dyne laughed. I trust Master Dyne. Lucas nodded. Auntie, you do the same, but with Urine's energy. It will be painful, but you have to allow the frost to seep deeper into your bones and organs and try to absorb the energy. It should help you raise your cultivation. I understand. Trina also made a determined bow. To train in this method, Juro and Urine need to eat. I placed a bit of gold on this card. Use it to feed Juro and Urine. But aside from gold, Juro and Urine have to hunt and eat monsters. Try to hunt further from the location of wherever you establish that base. Use the eucalyptus bush earlier to hide your scents so that the monsters can't trace you back to the base. Juro, Urine, dig out the organs that you need to eat. Then, with rich earth energy, try to become a stone serpent. Okay? I need that power, Dyne explained. Juro and Urine nodded. Good. I have to chase that ape. Don't worry about me. Cultivate according to my instruction and try to create a secret base. I hope to be back as soon as I can, but if I'm not back for a day or two, don't panic. I'm quite strong. Dyne smiled. We will be waiting, little brother Dyne. Rena smiled and gave Dyne a tight hug. Being young is awesome, Dyne thought in his heart. Thanks, big sis. I'll miss you, Dyne smiled. All right, I'll get going now. See you later, big sis, auntie, uncle. Dyne gleefully retreated and began to run. Pervert. I've never seen such disgraceful human. Jito insulted. Says the Ariseru that magically forced himself to be one with his love. Dyne shook his head. I have much to say to you, but pressing things first. Are you after that powerful dark energy? The more we moved deeper in the forest, the more I can sense it. Yes, it's deep underground. There must be a cave of some sort that leads to it. So I need the apes to help me find the entrance. Dyne explained. You hope to get me to the level 1 stage of soul gathering? If possible, why not? Chapter 126. Another familiar scene. Dyne moved quietly, activating the effects of the golden compass. And while the golden compass couldn't hide the sounds that the users would make when moving, Dyne's training allowed him to move silently and quickly easily. Although the ape had already moved quite a distance, the mark that Dyne left allowed him to sense where the ape was. Dyne was careful to keep a vast distance between him and the ape. He couldn't see or hear the ape but was only guided by the soul mark he left. This would have been easier if my Ariseru was stronger, Dyne sighed. What did you say? You heard it. If you were more useful, I could leave the mark there and stay with Rena making the base. But now I have to resort to this. If he moves a certain distance, I lose track of him. Jito was complaining and crying at the same time. Strafe looked with pity at Jito. Poor Jito. I'm not even attached to Dyne, and he still shocks me to death. If not for my light alignment and my tendency to resist the emotions of jealousy, I would have died in envy. As he kept moving, Dyne picked up fruits, herbs, and flowers along the way. Some he kept to the monster hive, some he rubbed all over his body. Soon, Not a remnant of his scent remained. With this, Dyne began to move closer and closer to the moving ape. The ape's loud howl soon draws the attention of many other apes. Soon the enraged apes rushed towards the direction where the ape pointed while several others began to carry the ape, who now couldn't walk. Wow, the apes are pretty smart. A little too smart, Strafe gave a hint. Too smart? Oh, is cheap Strafe giving me hints? A bit. But since I'm not using my powers to pierce through the fate of these creatures, I'm also curious as to how organized they are. I did think about that. These apes are organized. But why didn't they attack Merkley? I've always been taught about that. If they are monsters that acquired a source of power, why are they building an army? It's as if they are trying to minimize their losses. I guess we'll both find out when we get there. Charim. I forget that it's fun doing these things. Not knowing what the future holds, Strafe smiled. My rule in gaming is to always play the first game without reading any guides, FAQs, or walkthroughs. That way, I experience the full extent of the game, the frustration, the puzzles, and so on. Knowing the game takes the fun out of it. I play the game until I reach the end part of the game or complete it. That way, when I replay it, I get excited in trying to acquire every other secret I failed to acquire in my first playthrough. Dyne happily recounted. Is everything a game to you? That's not what I mean. I guess I was just trying to tell you how to enjoy games better. In this case, life. Not knowing is part of the fun. I've seen your memories. You practically replayed Final Fantasy VIII 3 times because of everything you missed. Hey, that game had a lot of missable objects. I only discovered how to acquire the other Guardian forces on my third playthrough. Get stronger. You may just acquire the summons, GFs, and eidolons in the Final Fantasy series. Strafe shook his head as he ended the conversation. Dyne moved happily at the thought of having those creatures. Night had fallen, and Dyne kept following the apes, who were carrying the wounded ape towards the deeper regions of the forest. Dyne had used another magic using his brimstone. By channeling the light into his eyes, he could see clearly in the dark. Dyne occasionally paused and used spirit to recover the depleted AP and ran and chased the ape. Mountains, hills, and cliffs stood in the middle of the forest, and strange wild creatures roamed the night. The apes kept howling and shouting to warn these predators. The night creatures avoided the apes, and Dyne used the path made to avoid the creature. As hours passed, Dyne concluded that the ape was rushing back to its base with the dark magic. Interesting. I've placed a dark mark on it to search for the dark source. I thought it would take days for the ape to look for it instinctively. But this ape is smart enough to rush back home as it knows that conventional means of healing that wound works. Is someone controlling the apes? Dyne wondered. Someone controlling the ape? Jito asked. Yes. I'm betting it's probably another mid-level city or another that is stronger. If this world has faced several falling meteors, then the various powers ought to be after these meteors. The mid-level city is using the desolate level town to conquer this place. But what if another mid-level city or a sanctuary-level kingdom is controlling the monsters to attack the mid-level city? Trithvert? Jito completed Dyne's thought. Exactly. It could be a sanctuary that wants to minimize its losses, but the most probable level is a mid-level city. It fears heavy losses and is using the Kong apes to weaken the mid-level city. It looks like the town of Merkley that is caught in between the crossfire would take some effort to save. Regardless, I need that dark energy to make you stronger. Only by accessing the Imaginarium Bond and sending me in and out, along with the hunters and Byron monks, can we save the town. You're serious in saving the town? Jito asked. It's not just that. Ever since that slime god sent his magic, I feel that there have been changes in the Imaginarium Bond. Legaia is in danger. Dyne frowned. In danger? Is it going beyond the ones in your memory? Yes, that slime god is quite evil. He rewarded me with great stuff but upped the difficulty of the game. Dyne sighed and continued to move hastily. His mind wandered and tried to deduce just what the slime god did. It was already past midnight, and the apes kept moving. The apes' loud howls made whatever remaining predators avoid the Kong apes, and Dyne kept following the group. He had observed the apes for several hours, yet they didn't reach the base. Someone is definitely controlling them. Their main base is so far from town and sent platoons to scout the forest to ensure no human could reach here. So just what are they hiding? Dyne wondered. The group eventually reached a large crater on the ground. The crash site. Dyne realized and followed the group. But the apes ignored the crash site as if there was nothing of interest there. Instead, several Kong apes stood on top of the crash site, guarding it in various locations. Dyne took one look at it and concluded that these apes' position was akin to humans making a perimeter to protect something. Dyne hesitated for a bit. The wounded ape was not carried into the crash site but kept moving north. Jito, can you sense the dark energy? Dyne asked. I can sense a weak source, but it's as if they are just remnants, right? So then that means the apes moved whatever crashed here into the mountains. Dyne concluded. Dyne began to move closer and closer. The various herbs that hid his scent and the golden compass worked perfectly, allowing Dyne to lip through the Kong ape patrols that moved around the area. A large cave that appeared like a crack in the mountain soon appeared. The dark energy leaking out from it was so thick that even Jito could sense it. It's in there, Jito exclaimed. But Dyne was looking at the many fallen soldiers around the mountain. The apes had gathered the bodies of many soldiers, and a fence was built around the pile. What happened here? Jito observed the warriors. It looks like these soldiers were ambushed. There are no signs of battle outside the cave, so it means those soldiers went inside. Right now, we can see some Kong apes guarding the entrance, so it doesn't make sense why there are no clashes outside the mountain. These apes are smart. It didn't attack and allowed the group to be led inside and ambushed it then, Dyne concluded. But how could the apes know when the humans attacked? Won't they need to prepare and hide all of the apes patrolling and guarding this entrance? Jito asked. There is a traitor. Whoever led the humans inside had a traitor among them. Those humans, I can sense the potent energy in their bodies. A few of them are still alive. And some of them are stronger than Lucas. Way stronger. There are martial formation cultivators among the bunch. That's something only a mid-level city has. Dyne corrected. It's a good thing I have a few healing leaves left and some of those healing herbs and berries. If I condense more light energy in it, it should increase the potency of healing. Dyne muttered softly. Dyne then stealthily moved around the area. With the golden compass, his secret senses, he managed to sneak up to a group of alligator-like creatures that was waiting nearby, hoping to score a meal. Dyne summoned Grim out of Jito and hacked on the hiding creature. A shrill cry of a reptile echoed at the attack. Dyne then used the Chicken King and vanished. The apes near the entrance heard it and rushed towards the area where they heard the sound. Dyne threw a rock coated in darkness and struck an ape. The ape roared and attacked the alligators. The two groups began to fight, and more apes rushed to attack the alligators that were now trying to escape. Dyne bypassed the guards and finally reached the barricade where all the knights were thrown into. The Kong apes are herbivores. Why keep these people? Dyne wondered as he moved to the group of battered men. Who is there? A weak voice asked. Dyne searched for the source of the voice. He then approached one of the dying soldiers that had the strength to talk. Are you all right? Dyne asked as he moved in front of the man. The dying man was shocked to see a person. There is no time. Please listen to me, the Archbishop Lazarus. He led us down here to find the lost prince. The man began. Dyne was shocked after hearing those words. He was so shocked that he couldn't move. Could it be? Dyne gazed to the heavens as he realized what had happened. Tears began to stream down his face. The bastard led us into a trap. Now everyone is dead, killed by a demon. He called. The butcher, the dying man continued. Strafe was so shocked that his figurative jaw was wide open. This was just too much of a coincidence. The sovereign, what did he do? Strafe muttered in amazement. Avenge us. Find this butcher and slay him, so that our souls may finally rest. The man mustered the remaining strength to say those words before falling silent. Jito was confused at the scene. That sounded like that game you showed me. Diablo, was it? Jito asked. Chapter 127. The four protagonists of that game. Dyne watched at the man who was in his last moments and trembled with great excitement. Your death will be avenged. Dyne offered a quick prayer. Now, to save your life. Dyne immediately shoved a combination of berries down the mouth of the man. Dyne infused it with a thick layer of life energy, which increased the fruit's potency. The man was shocked as Dyne shoved a berry down his throat. But upon entry to his mouth, the medicinal properties of the berries began to work. The wound began to heal, and the blood he had lost began to recover and heal him. Strafe saw it and could not help but feel nostalgic. The first time he met Dyne, he offered him medicine which helped in recovering his blood. And now he was doing it to another man. Dyne kept feeding the man, and the man kept chewing. There are 3 more who are still alive. I'll try to save them. Rest here and pretend to be dead. Grim, help me out here, Dyne ordered. As the apes were still busy with the battle, Grim's appearance didn't draw any attention. Grim followed Dyne's mental orders and began to pile up the body in a way that hid the surviving humans. Dyne rotated in feeding them the various herbs and even the more potent medicine he acquired from the group. Dyne had left a small portion of items to the group, but carried most herbs, pills, and potions with him in the monster hive. But even then, Dyne was impressed with the healing items in Legaia, which were extremely powerful. In fact, Dyne's combination of herbs was designed to imitate the healing leaf. While Dyne was helping the group recover, Strafe continued to talk with Dyne. It looks like the fate that is set before you is to play more games. I never would imagine such a coincidence. The Basilius Basilion sure is amazing, Strafe praised. I know, right? Diablo's scenario popped up. Going by this, it seems we can already guess what's down there. We can. Strafe was curious. Yes, it should be similar to Diablo. The Lost Prince was sent inside to contain the power of the meteor's core. I figured that Rena's childhood friend would follow the same fate in Star Ocean 2's first boss, right? In the game, a green stone was the cause of making Rena's childhood friend act crazy. You mean to say that a similar stone is down there? Yes. Because of that green stone, Alex, Rena's friend, became a monster. Something similar should be happening here. It seems that this dungeon has become a very important element and component in the game. I mean, in this place. It should be linked with Merkley and even Trithfert. How sure are you about this? Strafe asked. It should be related to the preparations and the plans of my god. If he can make Diablo appear here, you can bet that it's going to be a rewarding game experience. Recall the many quests in Diablo. Many of them should make an appearance here. And in the game, some quests will result in rewards that I can get in the city. Soon the people that Dyne saved were no longer in a critical state. They continued to lie down, and Dyne had to crouch down and care for them. Apart from the first knight that Dyne rescued, Dyne was able to save a dark woman in robes who appeared to be a mage of some sort. The third person rescued is a burly, bald warrior who did not have heavy armor like the knight but wore fur and leather armor. The last person that Dyne rescued was a woman who wore light armor. She had no sword sheaths or shields, and Dyne concluded she was an archer. It looks like my god's quite detailed, and I thought the devil is into the details. I remember that Diablo had an add-on game in the PC release that featured a new character. So all in all, I have a knight, an archer, a mage, and a monk. These are the 4 protagonists of Diablo. Dyne looked at the group he had just saved. How is this possible? Jito couldn't help but wonder. It's all because of the god in my world. He must have arranged destiny to get me here, and his timing is quite impressive. If I arrived any later, these 4 would be dead. That god, it makes Teague look weak. Jito marveled. Strafe thinks that 1,000 of him couldn't match this god who they call Basilius Basilion. It's as if the fates of gods like Teague are but toys to him. But why is the sorcerer a girl? Jito wondered. I remember that Diablo 2 used a sorceress instead of a sorcerer. Maybe he did that? But Diablo 2, I wish I played that. Dyne lamented and cursed his lack of access to computers. The only time he managed to briefly play Diablo 2 was when he infiltrated the Kremlin and found a computer that had the game. Sadly, for the sake of clarifying that Russia was not colluding with a certain world terrorist, Dyne had to find the Russian traitor and escape before he got spotted. He only played long enough to clear the den of evil before he moved to save the world from nuclear holocaust. Thank you for saving us, the knight muttered as he recovered. Can you guys walk? Dyne asked immediately. The group nodded as they looked at each other. They were surprised how the medicine managed to mend most of their wounds. The wounds haven't fully healed, but moving and fighting shouldn't be a problem. Our priority isn't to fight, but to escape. Dyne shook his head. First of all, I hope that I can trust you. Dyne gave them a strange look. Young friend, we are bound to honor. Even if we have to die to save you and get you out of here, we will do so. Only please relay what happened here to the kingdom of Sork. Kingdom? So you're from a sanctuary? No. Our kingdom's strength as a sanctuary has waned since the last decade. We hold the power of a mid-level city. As expected. May I know your names? I am Jaden, the knight answered. Ishrith, the female sorcerer answered. Amorian, but just call me Raven, young hero, the archer answered. Chad, the monk answered. Chad? Dyne repeated. The monk nodded. Dyne gave him a suspicious look. Why Chad? Dyne mumbled. I'm sorry, the monk asked. Never mind. Dyne ignored and began to mix more herbs that were magically appearing on his hands. The four warriors were amazed. Dimensional storage, Ishrith muttered. But while the group was marveling, Dyne was talking to Strafe to discuss an important and relevant question that he couldn't get out of his mind. Jaden is close to Aiden, the canonical name of the knight in Diablo, who becomes Diablo or the Dark Wanderer in Diablo 2. Ishrith is pretty close to Jazrith, the sorcerer in Diablo, who I read, became an evil summoner in Diablo 2. And Amorian is an anagram of Morina, the rogue archer in Diablo who becomes Bloodraven in Diablo 2. Dyne recalled the many pages he online about Diablo 2. But Chad, Dyne wondered, the Sovereign is just having fun with you. Forget it and move on. Strafe was exasperated at Dyne's eccentric worries. I know, it's just, never mind. Dyne shook his head. Alright gang, we'll be moving you out of here. I can't leave you here now. I understand. We will fight to the death if we have to. No. We will be running like little girls rushing for their favorite K-pop star. What? Grim, I'm counting on you. Show them the might of a level 2 Jamard. Dyne smiled as he held Grim, who became a scythe once more. Soul weapon, Ishrith marveled. Dyne took Grim and threw it with all his might. His throw contained spirit and Grim flew towards the thick trees in the forest. The apes could not see the flying scythe who flew further to reach a greater distance. All right, 2 at a time. 2 of you follow me. Sir Jaden, help me. A few moments from now, Grim will attack and distract the apes. We will attack that Kong ape over there. I want you to grab his head and smash it into the ground with all your might. Later, it will be Chad's turn to do that. Lady Ishrith, you follow us. I have an artifact that can shroud us with a cloak and another to allow us to flee from an enemy. Just do as I say, and you will get out of here unharmed. Am I clear? The knight and the sorceress had a peculiar expression on their face, but they nodded anyway. Great. Get ready. I am communicating with my soul weapon, who should be attacking now. Roar. A cry of a Kong ape shouted again as Grim viciously stabbed it. Dyne hadn't allowed Grim to fight with the Kong apes before since he was trying to impress Rena, but now Grim fought a Kong ape all by itself. The Kong apes heard the cry and began to move towards the source of the sound. Only one Kong ape was left who guarded the fence. Dyne urged the group and ran. The golden compass shrouded them, and while the group was shocked at its effect, they kept running. Jaden readied his might. He jumped up and grabbed the Kong ape by the head and smashed it into the ground. Bang! Dyne followed up by delivering a powerful stomp. Then, borrowing from the monster hive's earth energy and using his own brimstone power, Dyne sent the head of the Kong ape deeper and hardened the earth below. Dyne immediately ran. Jaden and Ishrith followed, and then a powerful force affected them, causing them to run with great speed. The trio managed to run deep into the forest unnoticed. Grim followed Dyne's orders and, after killing one ape, would assume his scythe form and remain stabbed to the dead Kong ape. The rest who arrived would scream in anger and search for the attacker. Grim would then follow another Kong ape, kill it, and revert back to being a scythe. While Grim was doing this, Dyne had led the group into an area where there were thick shrubs of eucalyptus saint bushes. Hide here and don't make a sound. I'll be going back to get the others. Dyne smiled and rushed back towards the cave entrance. Dyne disappeared, and soon, a howling sound was heard as Dyne attacked one of the Kong apes and absorbed Grim back to Jito's soul space. With the added speed, Dyne managed to quickly go back to the cave entrance and make another stomp at the Kong ape, trying to get his head off the ground. After meeting with Chad and Amorian, Dyne ran back, stomping the poor Kong ape to activate the Chicken King again. Chapter 128. The Plot of Lazarus. Dyne had returned and met with the two warriors. Alright, for now, let's move away from this place. There are too many Kong apes patrolling the area here. Let's move to a safer place. Do you guys have any suggestions as to where we should go? Our priority is recovery. Although your wounds are healed, your stamina is drained. Dyne spoke. Since our scents are kept hidden by this bush, we can make for the top of the trees. The Kong apes are not good climbers, and it should be a safe place to sleep. Amorian answered, spoken like a true rogue. Good, let's do that. I saw some really tall trees on the way here. We have to pick one far from this cave and far enough from that large crater. We'll talk later. Now is the time to move. Keep silent so as not to draw attention from the enemies. I can sense that you guys are quite powerful, so don't use any skills that you would usually do. That Archbishop Lazarus might find you, Dyne warned. The four nodded in agreement. All right, follow me. Try to follow in my footsteps and how I walk. Also, follow these commands. Dyne then explained the hand signals and commands to the team. Soon, apes were patrolling from one place to the other. Dyne was about to go by his usual stealth mode but realized something. Wait, Jito, you hold the powers of time and space, right? Can you use your powers to enlarge my field of view or change it? Dyne asked. Yes, why? Jito wondered. Can you do this? Dyne began to explain the details of his view. Soon Dyne and Jito managed to complete the odd request of Dyne, and Dyne was now looking in third-person view. He began to move into the forest and would often keep themselves at the level of the bushes. Since their team had various herbs that hid their scent, Dyne would sometimes lead the group to dangerously close proximity from the patrolling soldiers. Dyne then began to use Jito's view and would often switch to a third-party person view. For example, he would make use of hiding in bushes, while his perspective would allow him to observe the movements of the Kong apes through a corner view. Dyne was happy. He was leading the protagonist of Diablo in the world of Star Ocean while playing another game. Metal Gear Solid, the game that inspired me to take on covert missions. Dyne sighed as he recalled his wonderful moments playing that game. Hey Jito, can we do the choke thing in the game? Dyne asked hopefully. The choke thing? No, that's a Kong ape. You don't have the martial strength to do it. Even the knight can't put that Kong ape in a sleeper hold. Jito answered immediately. When Strafe heard what Dyne wanted to do, he hesitated for a moment. But then Strafe sighed and decided to tell Dyne. You can try petrification. You are Brimstone and you have a monster hive based on a stone serpent. So it could be possible, Strafe suggested. Dyne's expression brightened. Of course, Dyne realized it. These creatures are also earth element. I can use the power within them and harness it to petrify their throats. Dyne concluded. Guys, here's the plan. Dyne began to call the four and explain what they would do. As the Kong apes patrolled the area, their initial movement was very slow. And so, Dyne made his plan to perform the one thing that Solid Snake could do. A Kong ape moved through the dark and continued to observe the area around them. The sudden attacks had made the Kong apes more cautious and sent more to guard the area. But as this Kong ape moved, Dyne and his team moved and pounced on it. Chad and Jaden rushed to grab one arm of the Kong ape and pulled him back. Ishrith tackled the foot of the Kong ape when the warrior pair pulled the Kong ape's hand and caused it to stumble around. American ran and used Grim to pull the mouth of the Kong ape and kept it close. Dyne rushed and placed the Kong ape on a chokehold. The magic he released was minute, but it began to take effect. The throat of the Kong ape was starting to be petrified. Dyne was taking advantage of the Kong ape's natural element, and as it was pinned down and was soon bound by the group, Dyne could focus on harnessing the energy. Jito, put some dark energy on his mouth so he can't breathe, Dyne ordered, and Jito immediately followed. The dark energy at the Kong ape's nostrils and mouth made the Kong ape harder to breathe. The powerful effects of Dyne's Paragon Elemental Soul Seed came into play as it mastered the element of the ape. The Kong ape struggled, but the sudden pounce of the four who managed to hold the Kong ape long enough until his throat was petrified was now losing its strength. The Kong ape died a few minutes later as it ran out of breath. The kill was silent and effective. With the ape down, the group kept moving. This time, instead of circling through the area to find an open path, the group was able to sneak in and move through the site faster. Jaden and Chad carried the Kong ape and would hide it whenever they would find a bush with a strong scent. Soon, nearly an hour had passed, and the group finally reached the outer perimeter. Dyne stunned them by leading them to move under, over, and even straight towards a Kong ape to kill them. All in all, they managed to kill 4 Kong apes in their exit. The 4 warriors grew more and more amazed at Dyne's skills and means. Dyne also kept collecting new herbs along the way. Soon, they reached the area where Dyne knew where they could rest. He led the group, climbed the trees to the top, and finally had the opportunity to rest among the large branches with his 4 new allies. Young hero, you were amazing. Of all of them, the sorceress was the most impressed. The magic that Dyne made was something that even she could not understand. All right, we have no time for that. I still have to get back there for some personal mission. I just need you guys to wait here. But first, tell me exactly what's going on. Dyne asked. The 4 glanced at each other and frowned. Get back there? Young hero, it's Dash. It's not dangerous for me. I managed to get here. Haven't you noticed? This place is swarming with Kong apes. How do you think I managed to get this far? I have my ways. You were all ambushed. As you might have noticed, the truth is that Archbishop Lazarus has control over the monsters in this forest. I am from the nearby desolate level town of Merkley, and these Kong apes have been acting oddly. So I went here. Dyne went to the point. The 4 warriors wanted to refute, but couldn't find the words to speak. They were martial formation experts, yet this advent was able to save them. I don't have time left. What is the Archbishop planning? Dyne asked hastily. He knew he had wasted a lot of time in trying to bring these 4 to safety. We don't know, Jaden answered. We were here under the orders of Archbishop Lazarus. King Cyril went on a mission to attack this place first after they confirmed the appearance of the falling rock. Ishrith added. How did you get here? Only the nearby mid-level town of Trithfort is present nearby. How did you manage to send a squad without being detected? And from the looks of your cultivation, you should be from a sanctuary and not a mid-level town as you claim to be. Our kingdom was a sanctuary in power, but we have begun to decline, and we are now in a state of conflict as 2 major dynasties are vying for the throne, Ishrith explained. King Cyril is our master and true king of Martzert. He charged our prince on a secret mission to infiltrate and steal the rock with Archbishop Lazarus's aid. But the first escapade was foiled by a sorcerer named Char the Evil. He is a fugitive who was caught conspiring against the true King Cyril and was the cause why this noble who fancies himself a king rose to power, Jaden explained. His eyes grew dark as he explained this. Dyne was silent but had a strange, bemused expression on his face. Cyril? Read it backwards and it's Leo Rick. Martzert backwards is Tristram. Man, this place is awesome. Young hero, what are you talking about? Chad asked. Nothing. So Jaden, are you a prince? Are you related to the prince that was kidnapped? Dyne asked. Jaden was stunned at Dyne's words. Ishrith was also surprised. Noticing the reaction, both Chad and Amorian were also shocked. Wait, you're the missing prince? Amorian asked. How did you know? Just a guess. It seemed fitting that you were. Dyne laughed. When he couldn't play his beloved games, Dyne's hobbies were reading walkthroughs and getting himself immersed in the lore of the game. He had done this several times, even on the most critical of missions. He knew that Aiden was the elder brother of the lost prince that Lazarus kidnapped. Anyway, how did you get wiped out? You are all martial formation soldiers. The rest should be around the martial novice stage. Still, it shouldn't be enough for mere Kong apes to kill you. Just how strong is the butcher? Dyne asked. He was too strong. Most of our strong warriors stayed behind to buy us time to escape from the butcher. He had a powerful black blade that could slash through even our hardest defenses. Knowing that we would be defeated, our allies sacrificed themselves so that we could escape. But the Kong apes were guarding the entrance. And for some reason, you couldn't channel magic or energy from your force foundation. Dyne guessed. That's right. Was that why you asked me to slay the butcher despite being a young boy? Dyne asked. The first time I saw you, I could only see a pillar of light, Jaden answered. You guys have been inflicted by dark magic. The blade that Butcher used must have been a blade coated with death energy. Luckily, I was the person who saved you. I am the element that turns to light, Dyne explained. Young hero, what do you wish to accomplish back there? Why return? The death energy in that cave is slowly increasing. There must be a ritual of some sort going on there. That's why the Archbishop led you inside. It needs the deaths of various powerful soldiers as sacrifices. Demon summoning, Chad exclaimed. I serve in the Light Temple. I have read of the evil practices that dark sorcerers are, known as druids, necromancers, and warlocks, do. The pillars we saw near the butcher. That's what they were for. They planned to summon a demon. Is that why they moved some of our fallen men to another site? Amorian asked. Yes, it's making a dark circle. A huge one at that. It's gathering the dead energy in the air. But this is strange. They need a part of an actual demon to do that, just as the legend says. They have. What do you think those falling rocks were bringing? Dyne asked. It can't be. You mean? Relax, I'm just here on time. I just happen to have a soul weapon that can devour death energy. Are you ready, Jito? It seems that reviving Yami is not so far off. Dyne laughed. Chapter 129. Deadly Promise. Dyne was able to dash back to the cave. As he was moving alone, he could use the Golden Compass and the Chicken King. With Grim shooting fireballs when the apes weren't looking, Dyne created chaos and began to draw the attention of the Kong apes. Dyne would lead some of the Kong apes towards some of the hidden predators that waited nearby. Soon, the Kong apes were fighting different monsters that had been hiding near the cave. How did you know that I need death energy and not life energy? Jito asked. HRM? Why are you asking this? In your memories, you've always known that Aracerus get stronger through Genesis trees and become weaker in the mist. Yet you knew I needed death energy, Jito explained. Ah, well, it's simple, really. I've done a bit of reading on the wiki pages of Legaia and know of the existence of the light novel of Legend of Legaia. Although I haven't read the light novel, I know that Court found Jito and corrupted him with the mist. This makes you the only Araceru that is also a Simceru who draws powers from the mist. But of course, Teague or Strafe wouldn't necessarily follow that path. Rather, I became more and more sure that he wouldn't follow that path as I cultivated. You definitely won't become an evil Araceru because Court got his hands on you. That doesn't fit the path of cultivation. Not to mention, the Legaia that Strafe made is far more complicated compared to the one in the game, Dyne explained. Indeed, the situation in the world of Legaia is not as simple as it was in the game. The Monster Kings are present, and many were even drawn to me. Not to mention there was that young Koru that you saw. This proves that even among the Simcerus, they are often fighting for their power, Jito explained. I noticed. You were trying to awaken yourself forcibly back when I met you, causing PCO, Koru, the Stone Serpent, and those wild monsters to lust after your power. The easiest way that I deduced you needed death energy was the fact that you were drawing the mist to yourself. So I begin to ponder on this. But thanks to Calamitous Slime's alchemy tutorial, I learned about it. Learned about it? Death in life and life in death. The slime god, the person who equaled Teague and nearly killed me, was a darkness cultivator. So I wondered, how did he get strong? And then I thought about you. Why were you gathering the mist? And lastly, why was the West Vos Forest's Genesis tree unaffected from the mist? Rim Elm had a natural wind that blew the mist. This would make it difficult for the moving mist to reach Rim Elm. In the game, the wind stopped blowing, so the mist arrived. As for Mount Rikuroa, it was at the peak of the mountain. This would have also been a place the mist couldn't reach with ease. I thought the Genesis tree in East Vos Forest would die because it was closer, but why didn't the West Vos Forest die if the mist can move at command? I'm guessing that it's because you were the Araceru in the West Vos Forest. So you've noticed it, right? There should be death in life and life in death. So in Legaia you have a lot of Aracerus and all use light to grow stronger. Where then is the death in that? Then I deduced that in that balance was Yami, a dark Araceru. Of course now it's you, Dyne explained. Correct. Seeing the memory you have of the game explains how I became a Areseru and a Simseru. It seems like you already found out. I am the only Areseru now that can grow stronger through death. Yami was a Areseru that was born from the laws of death itself. Makes sense. Summoning your magic in the game creates an instant death on the enemies. I think that's why the fate in Legaia was so adamant in getting you back, because the game dictates I get you last. It's because you are, objectively speaking, the most powerful Areseru in the game. Dyne smiled. Good, you know that. But man, am I disappointed. If darkness and time are this easy, I should have just gone with Terra or Mule. In time I'd master time/space and then darkness in no time. You have proven a bit useless, to be honest. Jito began to hurl curses at Dyne, who ignored Jito and focused on moving towards the cave. Dyne was sure to give another stomp at the poor Kong ape, whose head was still stuck on the ground. Dyne entered the large cave and began to move deeper and deeper. The death energy grew prevalent in the air as Dyne moved in. There was a long winding path going downwards, and Dyne used the golden compass carefully to avoid being seen by the Kong apes. The place was full of dead monsters, humans, and the like. A thick wave of death energy was gathered in certain areas. The sanctity of this place has been fouled. Dyne said to follow the lines in the game. Jito and Strafe rolled their figurative eyes at the very nerdy actions of Dyne. Dyne could see that some of the dead humans weren't as well equipped as the cultivators that accompanied Jaden. They must be from Merkley. It seems that the magic surrounding this ritual is to make this place full of death energy. Dyne noted. There seems to be something in here that allows the death energy to fester. Like the mist, this place will soon raise undead. But this kind of raw energy is nourishment to me. Jito laughed with an insidious tone. Can you absorb it? Dyne asked Jito with a suspicious tone. Of course I can. Jito cursed. Just checking. But don't absorb too much that an area will suddenly lose all death energy. If you do, they might detect that something is wrong. I trust you can do that much. Jito began to gather the energy while muttering various curses at Dyne. As Dyne moved deeper, he could see a Kong ape in the path patrolling and would occasionally check the bodies to make sure that they were dead. Dyne frowned. He had to kill this creature without raising alarms, and choking that monster is impossible to grant his current strength, as he couldn't one-shot an ape or use his martial strength to kill it. Dyne thought for a bit and brought out Grim. Hey Jito, with the thick death energy in this place, is it possible for you to do the same thing that butcher made? Only do it on Grim. You want to make a death blade? With Grim, you'd have a miniature version of Deadly Promise. Jito recounted the name of the skill that the Jito in Legend of Legaia could do. Yeah. Is it possible? My current strength isn't enough. But if I borrow the death energy in this room and use it to cover Grim, it should be enough. But the energy that I will consume will drain the death energy locked on this place. It's alright. At least we can still move. I need to move without getting detected. I don't want to get to alert mode or evasion mode. Jito sighed and rolled his figurative eyes as Dyne talked using Metal Gear Solid terms again. Let's do this then. Dyne gripped Grim. Wait, I forget that Grim isn't just a fire Seru but a light Seru. This will make it more difficult. Don't worry about it. Dyne held Grim, and the light energy was drawn towards Dyne's elemental soul seed. Jito felt his figurative face twitch at the sight of Dyne harnessing the energy of Grim, making Grim a fire Seru again. He didn't understand how Dyne could do that, but as he was slowly getting used to Dyne's disgusting ability, Jito continued and began to harness the dark energy, making Grim pitch black. Move now. I can't maintain this. Oh. Jito realized that Dyne did something to compress the energy within Grim. Don't worry, Jack. I got your back. I can help you wield the dark energy since I'm like half a Areseru. Dyne chuckled. Am I the Areseru? Or is he the Areseru? Jito secretly cursed. Dyne then ran and used the golden compass. In a matter of seconds, he reached the Kong ape and hacked the beast with his scythe. Slice. Grim slashed through and moved past the neck of the Kong ape as if it struck air. There was no resistance in that slash. Through the harnessed dark energy, Grim became an extremely sharp scythe that easily sliced through the Kong ape. The decapitated head of the Kong ape fell. That was fun. Dyne laughed as he and Jito released the dark energy around Grim. Grim was also sent back into Jito's soul space. With this, I think we can match that butcher who must be doing something similar with his weapon. Dyne analyzed. I'm curious to see what it is. It must be an interesting weapon that transcends the common sense in Legaia. It must be. In Star Ocean, the swords and weapons that the team use has various elemental form and other special powers, unlike the ones we use in Legaia. I can't wait to bring the drops of the enemies here into Legaia. Dyne continued to move towards the inside of the cave, being careful to move as if he was playing Metal Gear Solid. He continued to harness the energy on the many points in the cave. Although Dyne could sense where the core of the formation was, Dyne didn't move towards it immediately but circled the entire region. He managed to kill 3 more Kong apes and even stored the dead bodies inside Monster Hive. Soon, Dyne even brought in several fallen creatures that had a powerful life force. Dyne noticed a room that had a light. A strange jewel was found inside that lit up the room. Various books on several bookcases were present, and various armors were placed nearby in a stack. This is? Jito wondered. This must be the room of that person, Char the Evil. Now I wonder, which of these books can I absorb? Dyne smiled with an evil and hungry expression. Chapter 130. Summoning the Demon. Char the Evil? That sorcerer that Jaden mentioned? Jito asked. Yes. Jaden said that their first attempt to attack this place was foiled by Char the Evil. This guy suspiciously sounds just like Zar the mad sorcerer that you meet in Diablo. And by the looks of it, this is his chambers, just like it was in the game. It looks like this place was where they kept all the weapons, armors, and gears of all slain warriors. Oh, some of these items must belong to Jaden and his company. Dyne moved closer and immediately took all items and placed them inside the monster hive. Strafe mused in amazement at how precise the Sovereign of Earth was. Going by the trend, you ought to acquire at least 2 books in this room. Strafe spoke to Dyne. Let's hope. Dyne laughed as he moved towards the bookcases and immediately stored all books and scrolls inside the monster hive. All right, let's hope I can grab 1 book. I recall that Zar the Mad would give the player 1 book to send the player away, and you can obtain another in his pile. This means that I would find at least 1 book that I can eat another book that Char carries. Dyne deduced. Eat? What do you mean? Was it the same thing that happened to you back then? Similar, but different. We'll talk about it later. I might as well show you the visions with the slime god the next time I sleep. For now, let's continue to weaken the array of death energies. Dyne left the room and continued to move around the cave. Dyne continued to move around the cave, evading the group of Kong apes that were marching around. It was then that Dyne began to hear human voices. Several armed men continued to patrol the area. They were carrying torches as they moved in ranks. Dyne hid nearby on the rocks and made Jito harness the darkness to cover himself. With his ability as a covert spy, Dyne was able to easily blend in the walls at the side so that when the men marched past him, they didn't notice him. Dyne continued to move towards the various points where there was high death energy and absorbed more. Hours passed, and Dyne managed to absorb several locations and dwindle the death energy while evading Kong apes and soldiers. Dyne was even able to use Grim as a means to hang on the stalactites of the cave by binding himself to Grim and making Grim bite on the rocks with its beak while being shrouded by dark energy. Jito was amazed by Dyne's means, and even Strafe applauded Dyne's unique ways of moving through, which even included pretending to be one of the dead bodies. We need 3 more of these spots, but it's strange. I can't sense it. How do you know there should be 3 more? I've been making a mental map in my head of the locations of these death points, and from it I managed to make a form of a magic circle. This last point is the extreme death magic point of the one in the entrance. So that's why it's so weak, Jito mused. Yes, from the map, there are 3 more we missed near the center. But those places heavily guarded. Dyne frowned. But you have done enough. The weakened points will be unstable. If the monk is correct and they intend to summon a demon, then the power of this summoning will be vastly weakened. Yes, but I have a bit of an obsessive-compulsive desire to clear all. Besides, I have to be at that central point when they summon the demon because it will be when I would jump in and absorb the death energy. It should be enough to empower you as if a Genesis tree has been awakened, You plan for me to absorb the death energy of summoning a demon. That's crazy. How would you summon a demon? Dyne asked. I don't know. That's not what I mean. I meant if I were to summon a demon from wherever planes they were and cross vast distances. How would I do it? I don't know. Jito shook his head. Well, first of all, it depends on what kind of summoning this is. Are we summoning an actual demon from that other plane? Are we summoning a demon by creating the demon's body here or crafting the soul? I'm not sure. Come on, Jito. Think. Diablo. What did the game Diablo have? A soul stone. The soul stone contained the soul of the demon Diablo. But that doesn't make sense. Why make this circle if the soul is already here? I know about this part thanks to my experience with the slime god. The slime god marked one of his many clones here, calamitous slime, and destined that clone to imbue a portion of its soul to an object. It was that book. And you remember what happened to me. I fell into a trance and met the slime god on a different plane. You met in a different plane? Where was it? Oklahoma, Dyne mocked sarcastically. What? I don't know. It was a different plane than the slime god probably crafted. My guess is, with 2 points of his soul, he caused it to meet together by bringing my soul and meet halfway with his in that separate plane. What exactly are you trying to say? This ritual is going to do something similar. The soul in that stone is incomplete. It should be a very small fragment. But this magic ritual will allow the entire soul of the demon to cross the great distance and possess the host. I see. The stone becomes a beacon to send the full soul in. Even Strafe was amazed at Dyne's deduction. How did you figure this all out? Jito was amazed. Vegetables. Eat your vegetables. A public service announcement by Dyne Valiant. Be more serious. Alright, geez, but you won't understand it. I have something called the Eye of Destiny. I can see things and somewhat predict the future. I could sense great darkness as the future of this place. I didn't know what it was back then. That's why I was trying to get here as fast as I can. If I were to put an analogy, it's like I'm starting the race at the finish line, and I'm backtracking back to the beginning to figure things out. Dyne explained. Then, if this is the case, what do you intend to do now? Well, I weakened the death energy here, which means the soul that will be transferred will have a lot of obstacles or so on. With what we did, the soul will either be weakened or will be incomplete. And what can Ariserus do to weakened and incomplete souls? Dyne smiled. You want me to absorb it? Bingo! But that's a demon's soul. At the very least, it would be like another Ariseru. And that's a very conservative estimate. It's as if you're asking me to absorb Rogue. Exactly. You're insane. Well, I guess it's too much for a level 1 Ariseru to absorb a powerful soul. You're right. Dyne fell silent. Don't even think about making any attempts to absorb that. I would die. It could possess me. Alright, how about this? I will be doing my own versions of Deadly Promise. I think I can do that. If dark is a force that can cut anything physical, then perhaps brimstone is something that can cut through the ethereal. Dyne smiled. You mean you will cut the soul into 2 parts? That's right. Then we absorb only half of it. Wouldn't that be easy? Even if you can slice up that soul and manage to forcibly divide it, there is no way I will agree to it. Nothing you say can make me attempt to contain such a powerful being. Jito added. If you do absorb a soul like Rogue, wouldn't it be possible to revive Yami? The soul size should be at least half. I think I can bear half of the soul of a demon. You can help me in containing if things get a little too difficult for me. Jito changed his stance like a pendulum swinging so fast that it teleported to the other end. Dyne chuckled and nodded. I guess this is the best way to do it. If I absorb all of the soul, then I wouldn't be able to play Diablo. So I guess I should let the other half possess the prince. Dyne mused. Alright, then let's do what we have to do now. Let's look for those last death energy points and weaken them, Jito urged. Dyne shook his head and chuckled as he saw Jito giving his all. Dyne began to head towards the area where he deduced the last point would be. Dyne soon found the last remaining death points but found that it was guarded. There was a sorcerer clothed in dark robes kneeling down and chanting. A strange symbol was drawn on the floor as it continued to chant. There were several knights who were tossing the dead soldiers into the ground. Black smoke-like energy kept rising from the ground as the death energy as the sorcerer was chanting. Looks like they are still in the process of completing this one. No wonder I couldn't sense the last three. Dyne smiled. Then it looks like our arrival here is quite timely, Jito observed. Yes, it looked like they needed more bodies and began to kill monsters. But since most monsters are avoiding this place, they switched tactics and made Archbishop Lazarus bring more here and have the butcher kill them. I get the feeling that it's that guy on the far corner. Dyne pointed at the large man with blood splattered everywhere. He was nearly 2 meters tall and wielded a large dark blade. You plan to fight that? Jito asked. No. I'm just here to get the death energy and strengthen you. After this, I'll bolt like a bunny and get out of here. To complete this place, I'd need to bring Jaden, Ishrith, Amorian, and Chad. Only then can I conquer this place. You just want to play Diablo. I want to play the hell out of Diablo. Dyne agreed. Chapter 131. Necromancer of the Light. Dyne observed the ritual and watched as the sorcerer made his chants. The death energy from the dead bodies was being drawn out. Dyne observed it and wondered and couldn't help but turn to Jito. What is that? Dyne asked. Oh? Is the almighty Dyne unable to discern the darkness? Of course not. I'm Brimstone. Being able to wield the darkness is my limit. Can you wield brimstone? Dyne sneered. Jito was physically shaking. It's our power. Negative emotions fuel the darkness. That is the resentment, fear, anger, and terror that all the slain humans and monsters experienced right before their death. Jito answered. That's it. What's it? Can't you give me a detailed scientific explanation of why this happens? Because it sounds to me that light is joy, bravery, adoration, and peace. And I've been wielding light, but I haven't been able to draw out that energy. I don't know how to answer your question. Jito frowned. Meh. Let me ask Teague. Teague. Hey, Strafe. You heard my question, right? And now that Jito is here, can't you talk to him as well? It's not that I didn't want to, but it expends energy. So if you want, you have to somehow connect me to him, Strafe explained. All right, let me try something. Dyne began to concentrate. All right, give it a go. Hello? Can you hear me? Strafe asked with uncertainty. Who's there? It's me, Teague. Hello? Jito. Lord Teague, Jito exclaimed. I'll leave you two to make the needed introductions while I concentrate on what's going on in front of me. Jito and Strafe began to talk, but mainly, Strafe was merely confirming what Dyne told him. On the other hand, Dyne was concentrating on the chants and the energy that was circulating, which was now coating the place pitch black. Even the torches of the nearby soldiers could not be seen. What exactly is that, Strafe? Dyne interrupted. We'll talk later, Jito. Dyne, let me explain it to you this way. In Legaia, you know that the soul of the slain travels back to the Nora Valley. But for a few days, the soul remains in the place it was. That is because the soul separated from mind and body is a very unstable entity. Unless someone cultivates in soul cultivation, what happens is that all souls are driven by instinct to move towards the place where they will journey into the afterlife. In Legaia, it's Nora Valley, but what about here? The place where light and darkness meets. I am referring to the core of a planet. I shaped the world of Legaia to be without a core. You will learn why when you become stronger. But here, the portal to the afterlife is at the core of this planet. But we can talk about the afterlife and its laws when you become a saint or complete at least one severing. Alright, so going back to the darkness. Put it simply, what Jito said is the easiest way to explain it. Both extremes of emotions, joy and resentment, fear and bravery, and the rest can become soul energy. If the mist causes these emotions when exposed to people, then the same thing happens when a person harbors great emotions. This is basically how ghosts, zombies, and their ilk are created. Remember the ghost and skeletons in Legaia? It's like that. I see, but is Jito affected by it? Dyne finally asked the question that he wanted to really know. Jito was insulted and was about to answer, but Strafe responded first. Yes and no. Right now, he is strong enough to contain it. The worrying part is because you both intend to keep a portion of its soul in you. If it was just Jito would be corrupted like the same Jito in the game which the mist empowered. But since there's you, a brimstone and light cultivator, it's possible to minimize the effects on Jito. Alright, as long as it's safe. I was worried that Jito would get all corrupted and lose all sense of thought like the one in the game. What, wasn't I dead in the game? That Jito couldn't even talk with the other Ariseru. That was a clear indication that he was dead. Jito argued. Yeah. But in Strafe's or Teague's Legaya, it ought to be different. You become a Ariseru and a Simseru, but you were alive. You probably would have tempted Sangi to absorb the energy in the Mother Genesis tree to revive Yami. Yep, that was his fate, Strafe confirmed. Jito trembled. Relax, Jito. I'm here now. This means that you won't live by that fate. In fact, if you stick with me, you could become as strong as Strafe. Dyne patted Jito. Looks like the ritual is about to be complete. Dyne glanced at the ritual. The sorcerer stood as the darkness began to fade slowly. Let us make haste. The archbishop is impatient now. The sorcerer spoke. As you command, Warlock Char. The butcher nodded and grunted, to which the various soldiers began to move. So that's Char. Dyne glanced at the sorcerer. As the group was leaving, a strange tremor occurred all over the cave. What was that? One of the soldiers near the butcher asked. We are about to complete the dark circle. The channel is being made. Char laughed with an almost insane tone. One of the fallen corpses began to rise. A zombie, the soldier exclaimed. Relax. As long as you're near me, they won't attack. Unfortunately, this place will soon be crawling with a lot of monsters, so make sure to stick by. Char gave another evil laugh. A few minutes later, Dyne was sure that the group had left. Welp, it looks like this is how I get to play Diablo. I'm not sure if I did the right thing in making Jito absorb all those energies. Dyne sighed. Your priority is getting back to Legaya, right? Jito cursed. I know, it's just, with the way things are, it's going to be easy. Easy? How? Strafe mused. Even if that's half a demon soul, they could send more people here and kill them. So it will increase the death energy of this place, and the ritual can be performed again. How? I would have already killed and have the soul. Won't that make the ritual useless? When you begin to reduce the death energy in those areas, the amount of soul that the main demon can send will dwindle. So he can only transfer a small portion of his soul through this demonic art. Don't underestimate the soul of a demon, Dyne. It is strong. Jito is wise to fear it. Alright, I guess I'm being a bit greedy here, Dyne sighed, but still, if this is the level of undead, then it can't stop me. What? Observe. Dyne shook his head and moved towards the spot with several zombies groaning. The zombies saw Dyne and their eyes grew red, and they pounced at him with incredible speed. But just before the zombies could reach Dyne, they fell into a strange trance. While these zombies were already dead, the visions they saw affected their lingering souls. The power of the Imaginarium Bond affected the area and made these zombies see visions of Elpida. See, with the eye of destiny, I can sense their despair. I just have to imagine the exact opposite of what they are seeing. Jito, try to see if you can channel the dark energy in their bodies. Dyne ordered. What? That's impossible. I can't control the dark energy that is not my own. It's what? I can do it. Jito was able to sense the powers of this dark energy. That's because of the slime god's darkness. He gave you this pure darkness, dark energy without any malice of any sort. With the Imaginarium Bond, I managed to calm down their souls. All that's left is to link them to my own soul using your dark powers. Oddly, it doesn't feel heavy at all. What do you mean link them to your soul? Jito and Strafe asked together. It's similar to what Grimm did to me. I just have to make a half link. See? I can control them. Dyne explained and motioned. The zombies moved at Dyne's command. Too bad I can only do it in places with thick dark energy. Or if Jito gets stronger, maybe level 2, level 3, Dyne guessed. What? Strafe was amazed. You too? Huh? And I thought only I was shocked by this monster's talents. Brat, you don't even know the half of it. Strafe felt his heart bleeding. The poison spirit convulsed and felt such great pain in his sheer disappointment and jealousy at what Dyne could do that Strafe's lifespan actually increased by 3 days. See? Cool, right? Without the Imaginarium Bond, I should be able to do it. I just have to purge their bitterness with my light. But that is costly and it would attract attention. At least the Imaginarium Bond is able to escape the detection in this place. Dyne smiled. He knew a god-tiered artifact would have such capabilities. Dyne, do you know how amazing this is? No cultivator can do this. Perhaps you're the only one. To do what you did, a person has to be brimstone and a terrifying soul cultivator at that. Ever since cultivators challenged the heavens, no one, and I mean no one, has found a way to raise zombies and the undead like you do. You are the first necromancer of the light. Really? Dyne was stunned. Yes. How ironic. I just did this so I can do that. Dyne scratched his head. Do what? Alright, look at my memories. I can control zombies. What will be the first thing that I would do? Dyne asked. Strafe pondered and then realized it. You can't mean you controlled zombies because of that? Strafe wanted to curse. What are you talking about, Lord Teague? Jito asked, but his question was immediately answered. The 4 zombies stood in line with Dyne at the center. Then, suddenly, the zombies moved in sync with Dyne as it raised its 2 hands to the right and zombily swayed itself to the left. The movements were fluid and well-coordinated, and the troupe immediately moved to the next dance step. The zombies kept moving while Dyne created heat on the dance floor with superb, speedy, and eloquent dance moves. 'Cause this is Thriller. Thriller Night. Chapter 132, A Ferret. Jito and Strafe were so shocked, but Dyne kept doing his routine. Finally, Dyne was content and dispersed the souls in the zombies by making Jito absorb them. Why are you making me absorb it? Jito asked. In case I may need to summon undead skeletons. If I transfer their souls to a body or a skeleton, they should be able to rise. Hey, can you nurture dead spirits in you? Dyne asked curiously. I am a Ariseru, not a crypt keeper, Jito argued. Jito, agree with him, this is better. You don't understand the power of what Dyne could do. Necromancers, warlocks, and druids use dark magics to control armies. Right now, Dyne has the means of creating undead soldiers but doesn't have a way to store them. You just fill in that slot. If Dyne can do it, you should help him. Your soul space can contain several hundreds of weak souls, Strafe ordered. Yes, Lord Teague, Jito submitted. Oh? Why is this Teague suddenly so helpful? It's because I have an interesting idea. You must have felt that there is a strange change in the Imaginarium Bond. Yeah. The slime god sent something in it that is changing the nature and balance of all 3 worlds. In that situation, it's even possible to shape newer worlds. If you keep on gathering and sending creatures into the Imaginarium Bond, I can create a reverse world based on Brigandine through that entity the slime god sent. I'm listening. Dyne was intrigued. I plan to use that world to help you walk on the path of the devils. Path of the devils? Yes. You are Brimstone and Jito is technically time and space. But seeing as how you can wield its power easily, I wouldn't say easily. It's very hard for me to control darkness or time/space power. Just stop. Don't speak. Just stop, okay? Strafe felt his heart getting rip. Very hard? Very hard. Your mother. Strafe was cursing inwardly. Even Jito trembled in anger. Are you intentionally feigning weakness to insult me? Jito also cursed inwardly. Anyway, with your talents and how you are somehow able to control Jito's powers for whatever mysterious reasons, I can create a dark world opposite of Brigandine's. If you can send me the right items, creatures, and even souls, I can create that world. That world. You were assigned to infiltrate, capture, and interrogate a certain general in one of the enemy countries. You used one of his hideouts and interrogated them there. You delayed the mission for 3 weeks because his house had an old computer. But since that house didn't have an internet connection, you began to play a certain game on that computer. If I'm not mistaken, your fanaticism in that game is equal to any PS1 nostalgic games you miss. You can't mean you can create it? What game? Jito was curious. Dyne hadn't shown him all of his memories but only a small portion of them. And the memories of such a mission that Strafe described weren't something Jito had seen. Heroes 3, Might and Magic. Dyne lost all strength and he stumbled on his knees. Heroes 3? Really? You literally stumbled? Jito was annoyed at the eccentric gaming desires of Dyne. Yes, but it may take a very, very long time to do it. Truth be told, I haven't finished creating the worlds of Brigandine and Breath of Fire. I was planning to use the awakened Genesis trees to help reform it, as the souls will be sent to those worlds. Thanks to that entity that the slime god sent, it is possible to make alternate realities based on the current worlds that exist. So it won't be difficult for me to do it too, Strafe explained. Alright, what do you need? Just play whatever games you come across. I'll tell you if I need anything. You got it, boss. Jito, absorb the dark energy here, and let's hurry up and make Strafe stronger. Dyne nodded and went ahead with his focus and determination skyrocketing to the heavens. Strafe and Jito were shaking their figurative heads and even facepalmed. Dyne was just too nerdy. Dyne began to follow the group and noticed more creatures in the path. Zombies. Heroes 3 has zombies. Do you need zombies, Strafe? Jito, send it in the Imaginarium Bond. Calm down, you nerd, Strafe cursed. Jito is not yet strong enough. Lord Teague is right. Don't get ahead of yourself. Jito also cursed. It took a few more minutes of Strafe explaining that Jito has to get stronger and even needs an awakened Genesis tree to make it possible to send them into the Imaginarium Bond. Dyne reluctantly killed the zombies and made Jito absorb the death energy. HRM? This is one powerful zombie. And its soul, it's quite strong. His level ought to be a martial formation. Dyne was amazed. This must be one of the stronger knights that went here. And by the looks of it, he had great potential for soul cultivation. Too bad this place has no soul cultivation heritages. To think that, in this place, he managed to use his soul power somehow to strengthen his physical body. So he could do spirit? He was close to it. But by looking at his body, it would have been possible for him to win over an enemy of equal cultivation. Then that settles it. I'm going to make him one of my main summon zombie, or skeleton. Whichever seems convenient. I'll just have to figure out how to make them stronger. Dyne killed the zombie, absorbed the soul, and brought it into Jito's soul space. Dyne continued moving towards the inside of the cave and soon reached the location where Char and his minions were. The ritual continued, and Dyne took note of everything that the Char said. As the ritual was completed, another tremor could be felt. This time, some loud howls and growls could be heard all over the cave, and the sounds of screams and anguish were heard echoing from a distance. The souls are screaming? The dark energy in this place is getting stronger, and so, the souls would feel terror, fear, hatred, jealousy, all those emotions, Jito explained. So meaning it's bound to attack anything alive? Jito, coat me up with darkness, Dyne ordered. Jito harnessed the power, and it covered Dyne. With the golden compass and the darkness, the undead couldn't sense Dyne. As Char finished, it moved and hastened to the last location. Dyne followed the group. Wait, I haven't finished absorbing the dark energy here yet. Don't absorb it yet. After they cast that spell on that location, I think that they will all gather at the very center of this magic circle. And to get there, they would have to pass here. If we absorb the energy now, they might detect the weakness. So we absorb this place last. Alright, Jito nodded. Secretly, Jito was amazed at how Dyne could think way ahead into the future. All those other locations have only been absorbed because Dyne knew Char the evil wouldn't pass there again. Dyne followed the group. Along the way, the corpses they were carrying were starting to become alive as the thick energy awakened it all. The minions of Char couldn't kill it because it would disperse the souls, so they pinned it down instead. The zombies didn't bite them since they were also coated in dark energy. Soon, they reached the location, and Char began his chants. Dyne listened from the very beginning of the ritual and observed what the warlock was doing. Hey Strafe, how does this spell work exactly? I mean, just by chanting those words, you can turn an area into a place that gathers dark energy. It's actually a chant that is based on the words gods or devils use. You see, when creation began, gods and devils only had words to make things from nothing. The same concept occurred in your world when sovereign Basilius Basilion created that universe when he spoke the word to creation. Humans copied the words these gods and devils used and made spells out of them. Rina's healing spells, magic, and so on are based on these concepts. Does Leg-Aya follows these laws? Yes. This means you can cast magic using the chants on all game worlds in the Imaginarium Bond. But simply saying the chant is useless. You need a conduit to mimic the power that these gods or devils had. So basically, mind? I need to have magic to do it. Or, soul. The Arecerus can also do that. Jito can perform this. Strafe smiled. Jito was startled at Strafe's explanations. Leg-Aya was only fated to have the knowledge they have. So obviously, no one knows this. But now, things are different. Because of the slime god's interference, your enemies will soon learn this. Fair enough. So I need to make Vaughn, Rimelm, and Byron stronger. Wait, now I have Rina, Lucas, Trina, Jaden, Amorian, Ishrith, and Chad. Too many characters. It's Suikoden and Chrono Cross all over again. Curse you. My obsessive-compulsive desire to keep all their levels equal. Dyne wept. You can't be seriously thinking of training everyone so that they have equal cultivation? Strafe wondered. Of course I have to. That's why I'm crying. It's so frustrating. Lord Teague, if I may ask. Yes, Jito? What the hell? Why Dyne? I didn't have a choice. Strafe also wept. But right before they could continue weeping, another tremor could be heard as a powerful sense of dread erupted from the back. For the first time since Dyne entered this world, he felt fear. Dyne was startled and had a furious look on his face. It can't be. The creature they're summoning to this plane is powerful. It's an Ifrit. Strafe was shocked. A what? An Ifrit. It's a powerful demon that is as strong as saints. Dyne's expression grew grim. So keeping it in Jito isn't possible. Dyne began to think of ways to weaken the creature. Well, the good news is that this Ifrit should be young. Ifrits could be considered as lords of the demon world. And this one right here could be a prince. So this is their plan to create more deaths. If it's young, then it should be weak, right? Yes. But Dyne, I believe that Basilius Basilion arranged this. In other words, you have to capture a portion of its soul now and kill and conquer it later. The reward for completing this game of Diablo is Diablo himself. What do you mean? Ifrits are powerful demons that can grant wishes. It's what people of your world refer to selling your soul to the devil. But the form of this demon is very familiar. If you see it, you'd know what it is. Ifrit? Wait, you mean it's an Ifrit? I remember that in Heroes 3, the Ifrit looked like fire genies. Same in Brigandine. Jinn, and then the fire-type upgrade is Ifriti. Are you saying that it's similar to that? What game has another creature that sounds just like a ferret? Ifrit? An Ifriti and looks like a demon? Wait, you can't mean? Ifrit of the Final Fantasy series. My first summon. Dyne almost leaped in joy. Chapter 133. The plot revealed. Ifrit was a horned, ogre-like creature that prominently appears on many Final Fantasy titles. It usually was one of the first few summons that the players get access to. But now, the appearance of an Ifrit-like demon masquerading in the scenario of the game Diablo delighted Dyne. Dyne's love and passionate romance for the game exploded as he realized that the sovereign Basilius Basilion had intertwined things that Dyne could play everything that he had touched or played. Dyne burst into a doxology and began to recite Ephesians 3 verses 20 to 21 and praised Adonai. It was a good thing that the tremors and howls of the undead echoed loudly that Dyne's words were drowned. Jito and Strafe were silent but had weird thoughts about Dyne's eccentric acts. The Soul Stone, could it be? A summon materia? Dyne asked hopefully. What? Of course not. It's... Oh, my Basilius. You're right. Strafe realized it. I'm right? Even Dyne was stunned at Strafe's conclusion. This is the same concept of how the other Arecerus summon the Seru. Jito can store the physical body of the Seru itself. But for the others, they generally contain the soul and use the Areseru wearer's mana to summon the Seru. If you can store the Ifrit's soul, you can summon it and create a physical body at the expense of your MP. This means they basically function like the materia system in Final Fantasy VII. This means it's possible for me to collect all of them? Can I finally have espers, summons, eidolons? I can finally get a GF. Dyne lusted after the 4 summoning mechanisms in the Final Fantasy series. He began to daydream of commanding the espers of Final Fantasy Tactics, the summon monsters stored within the materia of Final Fantasy VII, the eidolons that Garnet and Eiko controlled in Final Fantasy IX, and his favorite Guardian Force GF system in Final Fantasy VIII. It looks like this cultivation world is designed to give me the opportunity to seek and search for a GF. Final Fantasy VIII had the most interesting means of obtaining the summons. Tactics allowed players to gain summons through the items that the summoner equipped. Final Fantasy VII required the characters to be equipped with the corresponding summon materia to summon them. Final Fantasy IX used precious stones that the summoners Eiko and Garnet should equip and master. Final Fantasy VIII required the players to either fight, find, or draw these summons. As such, Dyne missed several Guardians Force which required some searching or grinding. In addition, Dyne had to replay the game 3 or 4 times to get all of them, as he was unaware that some Guardians must be drawn from an enemy. And so, in Dyne's mind, the desire and completionist thirst for acquiring all possible summons was activated. I swear I'll get all GFs. But you never had a GF. How dare you boast of getting them all? Strafe delivered a scorching burn that struck Dyne's soul. Strafe, have mercy. Dyne pleaded as he almost coughed up blood. Dyne then hid as Char and his minions rushed towards the last point. This inspires me to follow in the footsteps of the Sovereign. Dyne, when you are strong enough, I'll tell you about the magnificent creatures of myths in this world. I believe it's possible for you to find them, Strafe declared. One step at a time, guys. I'm already at the limits of my urge to urinate from the excitement. Damn it, I can't hold it in. Strafe and Jito were disgusted at Dyne's next actions. They looked poorly on this strange boy who couldn't contain his bladder from sheer excitement. Please be more serious. Don't forget that this current monster outmatches you. That ferret is too strong for you. I will tame it, Dyne vowed. Put on your pants first. That almost got me, Jito complained. Dyne began to absorb the death energy in that area. Jito, how much energy do you need to create a warp portal towards Jaden and company? It's not just about the energy. I need space to bend in my current strength. Then that's perfect. When the ritual completes, won't they create a portal which connects elsewhere? Dyne asked. Dyne is correct. Space will be very distorted. It should be extremely easy for you to create a portal in that situation, Strafe added. I see. Then I should have enough energy. If the actual ritual summons a great amount of dark energy, I can use that to send it in. Alright, so is this ferret a demon of space and time? Or is it of fire? Dyne asked Strafe. Dark fire. In cultivation, it is possible to corrupt or purify all elements if one has mastered it to the extreme. But demons are not cultivators. They did not cultivate to have dark fire but naturally has it on birth. Then how does it perform such great magic of transporting souls? Dyne wondered. It could be with the help of reapers. They are the dark creatures that collect souls or are beings of great omen. Just like the ferret, these are monsters at the saint level and toys the fates of men. Only those who are strong manage to escape the dark fate that they give to mortals. I see. So basically, Ifrit is being helped by Final Fantasy VIII's Diablos. Fitting turn of events. Diablos helping Diablo. You're right. Strafe realized it. I won't set my eyes on Diablos yet, but this cultivation world really is an interesting place. It's as if this world is a game galore for me. Dyne chuckled. And here I thought I'd get bored. It seems that I'll be playing my way all to the end of this game. Dyne laughed. Dyne rushed towards the last place where he knew the final spell was located. But first, he settled the unfinished business of absorbing the dark energy on the previous location where Char cast a spell. Dyne did so and slowly tailed the Char and his groups, who were now rushing. Some of the maddened monsters even tried to attack them but were quickly dispatched by the butcher. The group soon traveled deeper down the cave, and Dyne finally arrived in an area that had bright light. Dyne snuck in and found himself in a large chamber that resembled old churches in Dyne's world. But strangely, on the ceiling of this place was the sky. The stars could be seen, and 3 moons lit the sky. But stranger still was the fact that this sky was not the sky Dyne saw outside. On the very center of this illuminated room was a large stone bed. Lying on it was a young man. Several hooded figures were surrounding this man. Most of the hooded figures were doing the familiar chant that Dyne heard Char do. The dark energy in the entire room kept gathering and gathering, and the sky above began to grow clearer and clearer. "Is the preparations complete?" One of the wizards stopped chanting and asked Char. He had a very respectable look compared to the other hooded wizards. His face was clean, and his beard was white. He did not contain the hints of darkness and madness that the other wizards had. "Yes, Master Lazarus. The circle is complete. Then join us in the chant. Let us complete the darkness here to fuel the portal." Dyne watched and was amazed at the scene before him. The skies were unusually dark, but now, the night brightened the sky. A dark magic has shrouded this place, Dyne noted. Back outside, he could not see the moon and only saw bits of the stars. But now, he could see 3 moons gathering. "Those moons feel so dark." Dyne couldn't help but comment. "Those moon does not belong to this solar system. I get it now." Strafe was shocked at what he saw. "So that's how they did it. If they sent their forces, those siding with the light will notice and see how these dark gods and demons have breached the contract of not intentionally causing more death or life. So instead of sending their soldiers or armies that will immediately alter the balance of fate and conserve resources, they open a portal close to the planet so that they can send in their young demons to possess whoever gains access to the stones that were sent here." "You mean those moons are the planets where these demons live in?" "Yes. That isn't a real sky you are seeing. It's a portal. As the slime god explained, our enemies try their best to increase the entire universe's death energy. And that isn't easy to do, so they are finding cost-efficient ways to do that without garnering attention. After all, the light will foil their plans. So this strategy is to corrupt a world by sending young demons like these Afarits. The demons will not only cause great death but will also be a competition. Let me guess. It's to train these young demons. That is the way in the cultivation world. Only the strong will live. This planet becomes their training ground and their test. Demons will fight against others, and the winner will probably rule all over the demons here right before this planet collides with another. The collision will kill all mortal inhabitants of this planet and, at the same time, be a final test for the demons. The demons that conquer this planet will face those who conquered the next. So this is the cultivation world. How harsh and brutal. Chapter 134. Long Distance Call. Dyne was amazed at how harsh and uncompassionate this world is. Everyone is treated as a soldier. Although he was a soldier himself, he knew that he was fighting so that his countrymen, family, and friends would have a future. But here, he saw beings at the level of saints, gods, and demons treating their descendants as mere soldiers for war. It was as if familial ties were secondary, but the legacy of eternity was their priority. Is this also the same for those in the faction of the light? The dark is not the only one who does this. The light values strength as well. The cultivation world gives no compassion to the weak. You cannot be a citizen of this cultivation world and have no contribution. In your world, you've had plenty of that. And if left to your gaming tendencies, you would have become that as well. Whether it is the light or the darkness, weakness is scorned upon. Things change when you view things from the perspective of eternity. When one can live forever, their desires and values change. While morality exists and is safeguarded by the light, the dark is there to attack you if you are weak. So what does the light do? It favors strength. Only when the light is secured in the guidance of strong men can eternity truly prosper. So even the death of your master is seen as an example of weakness? Me and the slime god were the ones who opposed master's arrangements. She gave too much value to the weak, and because of that, many of her allies abandoned her. I made the game world to direct your passion into something useful. It isn't because I am generous. I want you to be a powerful soldier of the light. Dyne fell into a sense of deep pondering. In short, if I want to play as much as I can, I have to be so strong. All right. Jito and Strafe were silent as they heard Dyne's conclusion and finally decided to ignore it. Anyway, the demons are hoping that this training ground will birth powerful demons that can challenge the light. This is also why I am cheap and why the slime god was sadistic. I guess I'm starting to understand why you guys are so uptight. But about the portal, isn't that expensive? Wouldn't the light notice? I mean, these guys are creating a portal from who knows where the right to the edge of eternity. No, this plan of the devil's is quite impressive. There are many factors that ensure this act would be left unseen. I know that one of the problems is that this place is too far for your alliance to watch. Yes. Also, remember, the slime god confirmed that there are traitors in the light, and they should be making it difficult for the alliance to find these portals. But apart from these already troubling limitations, there are two main reasons why. One is, this portal is for a soul. So you mean that the portal being opened is weak? Yes, this is because of the soul stone. If I were to make an analogy, creating a portal like what they did would be similar to using a primitive telephone line without these beacons. You need telephone lines to connect a telephone to another. If they were doing this, we would notice that they would have to construct a long transfer array similar to that telephone line. But with this soul stone acting as a beacon, it's like calling using a cell phone. There are no physical lines that connect the two but this wireless and invisible power. So it's harder for us in the light to see it. Another issue is the materials used to ensure that the device is being sent privately. I am talking about the meteor itself. The meteor? Yes, the material of the meteor is a time and space artifact. It's rare that it only exists within eternity's middle to core regions. It amplifies the power of the soul in the soul stone, making it easier for the other part of the soul to sense it. Remember when the slime god had a hard time maintaining his connection because even the minute, slow movements of the planet were enough to make him lose his connection with you. And the slime god is among the strongest time and space cultivators in all of eternity. If not for your miracle, his call would have ended immediately. But how can these wizards gain such means to activate such rare magic? Didn't you say that this planet is a very weak one? How on earth can these wizards cast a spell to activate the artifact and allow a connection between two realms? They don't need to. All they need to do is to increase the dark energy here. The meteor's body is made of a magic material known as the wizard's organ. The ore absorbs whatever magic was used on it and can carry it for a long. I believe that these weren't just meteors, but ships. The soul stone would have some control over its movements and would influence the meteor to aim for whatever planets it would find in the edge of eternity. Then that means this evil plot has been happening for some time now. Yes, they timed it precisely. They would kill my master, the Weaver, who had the power to detect all these. And when they did, it would be just in time for these meteors which they sent Basilius knows when and would make its timely landing on these planets. So, how exactly can the wizards cast the spell? It's just like how Lazarus was corrupted in Diablo. The soul stone can corrupt and impart power to the wielder. The wizard or hearer might have been drained of power the moment it entered the atmosphere. After all, the power that these meteors must have should be so small to avoid being detected or noticed. Once it entered the atmosphere and was found by Lazarus, the soul stone manipulated him and imparted the spells to gather darkness to complete the summoning. So the soul stone resolves the issue on this end by teaching the people to find it how to reactivate and harness the power stored in the wizard or… Exactly. This world is too far and weak that it shouldn't know the chance of creation or the chance of corruption. So the soul stone thought them. The dark energy harnesses enough energy to power the wizards and so, the long-distance call is made. So in short, this wizard or is the cell phone, the soul stone is the SIM card. And all that's left is for these wizards to dial the number. Exactly. Perfect. Dyne had an evil smile on his face. Perfect. Oh, I don't mean the whole evil plan thing. I meant the wizards it sounds quite interesting. I can make either a materia that my team will soon use, as it can store magic, or it can be a pseudo-elemental spirit seed for my Cerus. Dyne smiled greedily. A pseudo-elemental spirit seed? Strafe found the claim to be ludicrous. How do you intend to do that? That's crazy. Give locality to the soul. You said my elemental spirit seed was formed because my soul finally found locality. So I plan to force it. This can also be a training method for Cerus like Grimm actually to form one. They can copy it and meditate on it to create it, That's impossible. You can't give locality to the soul. But I just did. When? Well, I don't know exactly when. 4 chapters ago? Jito, you're the time Ariseru. When was it? Don't drag me into this. When I controlled a zombie. I linked my soul with me but made them retain locality in their bodies, remember? That's why they weren't dark zombies. And it even made you call me a necromancer of the light. The key is brimstone. Haven't you noticed? You said it yourself. Time and space create the dimensions while brimstone breaches them. This was also why my brimstone heart immediately formed. An elemental spirit seed made of brimstone will naturally breach the dimensions and create locality in my heart. My soul, which wasn't in the 3 dimensions, suddenly appeared in the 3 dimensions. Geez, Strafe. For the Weaver's disciple, you sure are slow. Strafe wanted to answer, but then he realized what had just happened earlier. He then began to recall the past. "Mo monster!" Strafe shouted as he felt that the world was so unfair. "Jito, when I slash the soul and you absorb it, try to acquire as much of the stones as you can. I am going to try to break it." Dyne continued as Strafe couldn't say anything. "Alright, looks like it's starting. I can feel space tremble. Good. Can you make a portal to send me off towards Jaden's group?" "Yes, in this weakened space I can," Jito assured. "Good, let's do it. Coat me in the dark until I say so. Grab the half-soul who would be squealing in pain from getting halved. My attack will hit the wizard Oregon. Try to get as much as you can and teleport me out of here. Remember, you have to be fast. We have to concentrate on containing the soul. I know that Aiden of Diablo failed to contain the soul of Diablo. Since we are just getting half, it should be enough. But I expect some hardship in this." Dyne's expression grew serious as he watched. The ritual continued as more and more darkness began to appear. "It's starting. The portal's opening. Jito, can you feel it? It's approaching. The soul. Get ready." As the 3 moons above began so clear that it looked real, a bright red flash descended and broke through the vision. But as the soul entered the cave, a strange screech was felt. "You fools!" An angry howl emerged as the red soul began to shout in pain. Dyne immediately acted. Chapter 135. Fun with the Efferet. Because of Dyne's actions, the transferring mechanisms that allowed the souls to cross over were vastly weakened. As the soul of the Efferet journeyed towards the dimensional space, the weakened points of the magic circle began to break and were drained, creating an unstable transfer array. As such, the soul of the Efferet had to face a lot of distorted space and was greatly wounded as the transfer happened. The journey itself was very dangerous and life-threatening that it burst into a fit upon reaching the place. The different wizards and the archbishop himself were so scared at the angry howls that they retreated. Even the mighty butcher was quivering in fear from the pressure of the Efferet. That momentary anger that invoked much fear caused everyone to pause and tremble. All except Dyne. Dyne immediately moved. The pressure of this demon was not so terrifying. If it was the horrors of darkness, Dyne had already fought the powers of the slime god himself. What was a mere Efferet compared to it? The pained Efferet was also unprepared for Dyne's charge. Dyne dashed with a large scythe which coated in brimstone. "Deadly promise!" Dyne shouted as he sent Grim slashing down. The intense brimstone condensed perfectly on Grim, and Grim even let out a powerful explosion of light. The soul of the Efferet was sliced, and another intense howl echoed out. Jito immediately acted as it released a powerful attack that drew in the soul of the Efferet, which was still in the process of recovering. Dyne's strike continued downwards, but he wasn't yet done. After hacking and slipping past the Efferet's soul, Dyne landed on the side of the stone table. Dyne mustered all his might once more and slashed at the base of the stone table. The brimstone gathered to a single point and struck the stone table. Dragon King Slice was executed, and the brimstone energy exploded and caused the stone table to scatter into pieces, and the prince was thrown out of the table. The stones were sent flying, and Dyne used Jito's power to send as many as he could into the monster hive. Jito himself was greedily absorbing all of the dark and time/space energy from the open portal. Unlike before, Jito was using all of its might to gather as much dark energy as possible. "Now!" Dyne shouted, and a portal was created immediately. Dyne jumped in the portal and found himself falling from great heights. With his quick reflex, Dyne grabbed on the branches and stopped himself from falling. Jaden, Amorian, Ishrith, and Chad were stunned to see the sudden appearance of Dyne. "We have to go. Travel fast and go north. Here is the item that allowed me to run. 3 people can use it. Jaden, you and Ishrith carry me and run north as you can. Leave a trail behind for Chan and Amorian to follow. Don't ask any questions. Just do it now. The Chicken King allows you to run with great speed if you are running away from an enemy. Attack one and then run. Don't think about fighting. I'll activate its effects. Once the effects end, fight another and run again. Let's go." Dyne immediately ordered. The 4 of them were startled at the orders of Dyne. But suddenly, Dyne closed his eyes and began to gather the energy. After seeing Dyne harness the energy, they immediately acted and continued to make plans for the escape. They were powerful warriors to begin with and were not without experience. Jaden and Ishrith followed Dyne's orders and were the first to move. This arrangement allowed Dyne to be carried swiftly. Ishrith was the one who would have a hard time fleeing because, unlike the rogue or the monk, she could not run swiftly. And so, the effects of the Chicken King, which Dyne kept activating, empowered the group to move when it came to contact with the first Kong ape. Ishrith attacked the beast with a simple spell, and when it struck, the pair fled with Dyne being carried. Jaden used his abilities to leave marks that he knew Amorian could track and follow. When the Chicken King's effects ended, the pair continued to flee. Soon a random monster appeared, and Jaden did the same trick. Meanwhile, the commotion of Jaden's rush had drawn the attention of the monsters and allowed Amorian and Chad to move swiftly and without danger. As a rogue, Amorian was able to trace the tracks easily and found the tracks of Jaden. As all of this was happening, Dyne was busy with his attempts to establish a deal with the Efferet inside of Jito's soul space. When Jito sent the Efferet's soul and created the portal, it focused its ability on trying to contain the raging soul. Dyne sent the powers of brimstone and even sent his very soul into Jito. Inside Jito's soul space was a large force field similar to the ones he had used back then. The Efferet's fire was blazing inside the force field and was trying to break out. "You're here." Jito was stunned, and his strange figure emerged. As they were gathering more and more dark energy, Jito slowly reformed his physical body. He was currently a meter tall. He had bat-like wings and had a large strange skull as a body. On top of the skull was a small serpent-like head. Dyne noticed that this Jito was much smaller than his final appearance when he was summoned in-game. "Let's start this." Dyne approached the large pyramid force field that contained the Efferet. "How dare you imprison me?" the Efferet shouted. His figure could now be seen. The Efferet's soul also had a physical figure. It stood over 7 meters tall and had a face that resembled a lion. It had 2 large horns and a dark reddish mist that made up its legs as a genie would have. It raged and howled and kept shooting attacks, but the force field wouldn't break. Dark energy was inside the force field and would attack the Efferet, but it was as if it wasn't doing anything. "Grim," Dyne called, and Grim appeared on Dyne's hand. Brimstone began to enshroud Grim. The expression of the Efferet changed. "You! What are you doing?" "We are going to have some fun." "Jito, constrain him with your dark energy and undo the shield." Dyne smiled as he looked at the Efferet. "Are you sure?" Jito asked. "As long as you are able to keep him tangled for 1 second, we're good. I can keep it up for several seconds." "Fine." Jito then raised its arms as the dark energy began to wrap around the rampaging Efferet. The Efferet kept cursing, but soon, the darkness was limiting its soul from moving. Dyne approached the Efferet and held on to Grim. Jito removed the force field, and Dyne immediately stabbed Grim right on the chest of the Efferet. "Roar!" The Efferet screamed in pain, but the searing sensation weakened it, and the darkness began to cover it and caused the Efferet to be unable to make any moves or even attack. The darkness had wrapped around its mouth and hands and prevented it from doing anything. "Serve me, demon, or suffer for all eternity." Dyne laughed like a deranged man who loved to torture, and Dyne's actions proved that this was also the case. He began to move Grim and scorch the Efferet's soul slowly. Several minutes passed, and the howls of the Efferet continued to resound all over the soul space of Jito. Soon, Jito didn't need to tie it up, and Dyne urged Jito to harness the dark energy and see if it could help him reach the next level. Jito tried, but the torturous acts of Dyne made him shiver. In that soul space there was Dyne, Jito, the Ifrit, and the various souls that Dyne had captured. But while there were souls that would be considered a wraith, a literal demon, and a grim reaper in that soul space, the most horrifying of them all was definitely Dyne. Just kill me. I will never serve you. When my main soul gets stronger, I will definitely hunt you down. Whatever, you can't track your soul right now, can you? Otherwise, the Kong apes would have long moved towards my current location. It looks like Jito's space is able to hide your presence. And no, I won't kill you. I'll keep torturing you and will revive you until you give in. It may take months and years, but you'll experience an endless cycle of torture. Dyne smiled. Jito vowed never ever to betray this madman. Soon, the Ifrit stopped moving as it was entering a state of near death. Dyne observed it for a bit and frowned. Odd. It might be because of his element, but his conversion of the soul energy into his soul is quite weak. Dyne frowned. Dyne, that is an Ifrit, not a sprite. Sprites like Serus and Ariserus can do that, but not other creatures. The death energy here can slowly heal it, but it will take time. Another option is the mist. All that death energy can be nourishment for the soul of an Ifrit, Strafe explained. Oh shucks. I guess I can't torture it anytime soon. I already released all the mist energy when I used trance. Looks like it'll have to wait. Jito, feed it with darkness energy. Once it recovers a bit, we do that again, Dyne added before he left. Jito was silent for a bit and looked at the pitiful soul of the Ifrit. The reddish gases that made up its feet were gone. It had several stabs and cuts all over its body, and for some strange reason, it would convulse randomly as the searing pain remained, although no damage was done. Yami, when you wake up, you better remember this. Jito shivered and sighed in relief when Dyne left his soul space. Chapter 136. The Secret Heritage. Jaden and Ishrith had escaped to a place where there were no longer any Kong apes. Their escape was full of zigs and zags. Jaden knew that Rogue would be able to track them, but in this escape they lost the trail of the Kong apes. With their scent that still contained the many herbs, it was easy for them to escape it. The pair waited for Amorian and Chad to arrive while observing the napping Dyne. Who is this mighty hero? Ishrith wondered. What happened? How did he exactly appear next to us? Remember that strong tremor that we felt? I could feel that the dark energies in this place rose to the point that I feared the undead would rise. But then, it disappeared. I don't know how, but it happened so fast. And then, Master Dyne emerges out of nowhere. That magic is similar to the descriptions of what the mages of that other continent have, Ishrith explained. It seems we have much to talk about. Jaden nodded. We do. That Archbishop Lazarus seemed to be conspiring with several mages, including Char the Evil. Dyne spoke as he suddenly stood up. Oh, and good job with your escape. You did it marvelously, Dyne praised. Young hero? What happened inside? Where to start? I guess it's best if we wait for Chad and Amorian. But first, is there a way for you to send back word secretly to King Serial? Preferably with people you trust. Dyne added. With the Archbishop's betrayal, we don't know. Most of the King's trusted men are gone. Just as I thought. And you know what this means, right? Do you understand what we have to do? Inform the King? We'll have to storm the secret dash. Jaden stopped as he realized what he was about to say. All right, I let it slide the last time, but you guys need to tell me how you managed to sneak in here. I didn't have the luxury of chit-chat the last time, so when you tried to change the topic that time, I ignored it. Besides, I understand that there are some suspicions on your part, but let me tell you this, Lazarus has already betrayed you. It's practically pointless not to tell me how. Jaden turned to Ishrith, uncertain of what to do. And if you're afraid that I'm part of the Trithvert, you are wrong. I am not from this continent. I got here by accident, and I'm trying to get back. So if you reveal the location of the secret path to me, it won't mean that Trithvert would secretly invade your kingdom. Dyne added, then that is good. I've deduced that you are not of this continent. You are correct, Lord Dyne. You might not have known it, but you might have used a secret passage that we used to get here. Dyne had a strange expression but decided to play along. You mean that the, place in that, cave was a passageway? That light? Dyne threw in a few broad guesses. Correct. It must have been that Lord Dyne. Lord Dyne? Jaden asked. Ishrith was a respected mage. Only a few people deserved that title from Ishritha's perspective. Jaden, this young hero surpasses us by power. He managed to sneak in and foil the plan of the enemy. He stopped a demon. About that, I didn't stop it. I weakened it. We have to go in and stop it, Dyne explained. What? Ishrith was surprised at Dyne's explanation. The demon that was sent here isn't a ferret. I sealed part of its soul here, but its remaining soul is also wounded and in pain. So it may take a long time for it to recover to its full strength. But it's still there. And it's still an ferret. And a ferret? Those demons of legends? Jaden asked. Yup, it's a young one. I managed to disrupt most of their plans, though. They'd have to kill a lot more monsters and humans if they want to recover that ferret. And that's why I need that passage. I see. Then I guess it's alright to tell you of the passage. As long as you vow not to do anything harmful to the true king of Martzert, then I will tell you the secret passage. What is the plan that requires you to go to Martzert? I plan to kidnap King Cyril. Jaden and Ishrith blinked and gazed at Dyne with a confused expression. Let me explain. As you said, the king's most loyal servants are there. I'm thinking that the archbishop is serving the other political group trying to usurp the throne. The problem is, you can simply kill the king as the loyal citizens would rebel and do stuff, and it may cause more problems. So they have to make a good on why the king dies. And I'm guessing death by a demon is the plan. Dyne then remained silent and motioned to the pair by waving his two arms with an expression that waited for the two to gain enlightenment. Those bastards, Jaden cursed. Who's the bastard? Amorian's voice was heard. Amorian. Chad. You really didn't go that far, I see. You just made a lot of zigzags to throw them away. Amorian laughed. Amorian. Chad. Let's kidnap the king, Jaden declared. What? The pair was confused. The pair was quickly brought up to speed as Ishrith explained all that Dyne had already said. As to why, I'm not sure yet. Lord Dyne must explain why. Jaden then turned to Dyne. The first, we need the king alive and safe. Right now, we messed up the plans of Archbishop Lazarus. The ritual failed, and although they have a demon, it's wounded. But this changes the plan. If I were the political enemy, I'd try to force the king and whatever loyal subjects to attack here with their full force and get massacred by the demon. So we kidnap the king before that happens. Why do we have to kidnap him? Can't we just go there and inform him of what the Archbishop of Lazarus did? This will result in a forced battle between the two political parties. In short, an all-out war. Without his most loyal retainers, he will die. But if he comes back as king and hero, as one who has slain the demon, he will gain more followers. His strength will be unquestioned, and he can reveal the plot made against him and rally the people, Dyne explained. The group was silent, but Dyne's arguments and proposed scenario seemed valid. How did you come up with this? Amorian asked. Mostly, I just make it up along the way, but really, I've been trained by this. I used to go on missions that could possibly worsen the relationships between two nations. Not to mention the place I'm from has a lot of groups and alliances that I have to consider. So on missions where I am bound to fail, I look for the best alternative. Dyne explained. What continent do you belong to? Ishrith couldn't help but ask. From the way that Dyne explained it, it was as if that continent was far terrifying compared to the scattered kingdoms. Drake of the Legaean Plain. Anyways, we have to act quickly. If we fail to reach them, then Lazarus will go back to your place first and fool King Cyril. Alright, I'll say it. We are so secretive about this because it's a passageway that connects to various lands towns in the scattered kingdoms. We have only explored about 10% of the passageway, as most of them lead to very dangerous locations with monsters of great might. Oh? How is this secret passageway and used by monsters? It has to do with the secret heritage of this planet. You know about the ancient ruins scattered all over the world. Ancient ruins, you say? Dyne grew interested in this. Yes. What ancient ruins have you found, Lord Dyne? The place deep inside that cave ought to be an ancient ruin. On the ancient ruins that I'm familiar with, it had large robots. Dyne tried his luck. He recalled the stories of Xenogears and Vanguard bandits wherein the world had a lot of buried gigantic robots that would later be used for war. I see. You found the mech legacies of the former inhabitants. Jaden nodded. Wait, what? Dyne was stunned. It's real. What the fragment? Strafe cursed. Lord Teague, Jito asked as he was unsure why the two reacted the way they did. It's another of Dyne's games. This world hides several secrets that are similar to the games that Dyne had played. Vanguard bandits and Xenogears both share that trait. But why is it real? How can eternity desire these things? Strafe was bewildered. Dyne ignored them and continued to ask Jaden as they had to act quickly. Let's not get too ahead with ourselves. What use can these secret and ancient ruins have? It's because some ancient ruins have very inconspicuous places that are teleportation chambers. So that's how we got here. I see. How can we activate the teleportation chamber? Dyne asked. It requires us to pour in magic on it. By chance, our town had acquired heritages on how to activate the incantation of the spell. Of course, depending on the number of people being sent, we would need to expend more. But for the 5 of us, then my magic can suffice, Ishrith explained. Then let's go. We have to go to the teleportation chambers, rescue the king, and return here. If there are any other loyal knights and warriors that you can convince, then they can join us, Dyne explained. Follow me, Amorian suddenly spoke. Luckily, I'm one of the few survivors that can lead us back there without getting lost. Amorian smiled. The group immediately set out to move. Jito, give me sight in the dark. You should be able to do that much. I have to get whatever herbs I find along the way. Understood. Jito immediately agreed without complaining. Dyne wondered why Jito was so obedient all of a sudden. Chapter 137. Level 1 Seru. The group journeyed deep into the forest. It was early in the morning, and the sun was yet to shine that the group moved quietly. Dyne would suddenly begin to talk, asking the group more about their world. Yet despite his loud voice, they still maintained the quick pace. Young hero, wouldn't it be dangerous if you kept talking like that? Chad asked. No, of course not. I have the ability to sense monsters. I can tell if we will soon approach one. Relax. I'll warn you if there is a monster nearby. You can sense monsters? Of everyone present, the rogue was the most curious one. It's an ability that is taught back where I am from. It's related to soul cultivation. Soul cultivation? You are a soul cultivator. Yes. Are there any soul cultivators in your kingdom? There are, but that path is believed to be weak. Ishrith was the one who answered. What do you think this is? Dyne frowned as he harnessed brimstone on his hands. Everyone was shocked at what they were seeing. You mean? You are a martial formation cultivator who became a sorcerer. You are using something to create the fire, correct? Yes, Ishrith answered. It's a pity. Your primary element is actually metal. It must be hard to maintain the fire source inside you, right? You must have found a rather strong fire source. Me, I don't have a fire source. All I have is my soul, Dyne explained. Ishrith was trembling, but she believed Dyne. The magic she saw was so pure and unadulterated that it really must have come from Dyne. We'll talk about that later. Anyway, now back to my question. You guys said that the meteors had several rocks that you were also tasked to recover. Jaden was about to answer when Ishrith interrupted. Yes, a fire rock, an earth rock, and an ice rock. The main compartment of the meteor was taken by Char the Evil, but it looks like Archbishop Lazarus arranged it to look like that. It's clear that the Kong apes took the fire, earth, and ice and now stay in their habitat where they cultivate. That's the reason how the Kong apes evolved. Now about your soul cultivation, Ishrith asked. Ishrith, we don't have time for that. Lord Dyne requires more and more of what we know so he can help us. Save your cultivation question for next time. HRM? Amorian. Aim in that direction with your bow. There's a Kong ape. It looks like it's alone. Just kill it, Dyne instructed. This direction? Amorian wondered as she aimed at the said direction. Wait, a little bit higher. Allow me, Dyne moved closer and adjusted Amorian's aim. This should be all right. Let me just put my soul in here so I can control it. And there we go. Release the bow. Dyne smiled. Amorian could feel that his arrow had a strange power. Amorian, do it, Dyne repeated. Amorian realized that she was drawn in by the powers in the bow and released the arrow. The arrow disappeared in the dark. Roar, thud. A pain scream followed by a heavy fall sounded. That, he really killed a monster. Jaden was amazed. The arrow, it moved. Amorian was even more shocked. Yeah, it's part of soul cultivation. I controlled it from afar to make sure it went through the eye of the Kong ape. With your cultivation, killing it is easy. Anyway, so where exactly is the Kong ape's hideout? There were no fire Kong apes or ice Kong apes in that cave. Ishrith hurried to answer, but Amorian beat her to it. I can lead you there. They are in the northern region where a large pond is. About the arrow control and how you sense life. Amorian, now is not the time. There will be time for young hero Dyne to talk about that. Chad reprimanded. Dyne gazed at Jito, who began to wield powerful energy. The death energy was now absorbed, and since Dyne tortured the Efferet, parts of its soul were absorbed by Jito. And with such powerful energy, he finally grew stronger. Unlike Meta, who Dyne awakened, Jito's power was actually a level lower. The current Meta was similar to the level 1 Meta that hadn't awakened a Genesis tree. But Jito used to be at level 0. But now, with the rich power that he acquired, he finally managed to evolve his elemental spirit seed. He had officially reached level 1. The power rushed out of Jito and gave Dyne a power boost. Dyne contained the energy and could not help but smile. All of a sudden, his cultivation began to grow stronger. The strength that Jito provided coursed through Dyne's body. And while Dyne's physical body was at the 7th level of martial advent, the thick energy he gave off was that of a level 8. Oh, just one level? Dyne frowned. What do you expect? Didn't Vaughn and Meta do the same thing? Awaken more Genesis trees if you want my boost to be stronger. Fine. Can you open a portal to send me in the Imaginarium Bond? No, at least not yet. This is Yami's body, and I still have to assimilate my former time and space powers. I expected that Songi wasn't able to open the portals yet in the early parts of the game. I'll try to see if I can help you. Dyne nodded. Jito didn't complain or argue with Dyne's arrogant boasting. While Jito's pride took a lot of damage, he kept quiet because he knew full well that Dyne was capable of doing that. Lo, Lord Dyne? Chad was shocked at the sudden surge of strength. Dyne was not meditating, absorbing energy, or any of those things. He was simply walking and talking, and suddenly he reached the next level. Oh, relax. It's just soul cultivation. It's giving me quite a power boost. By now, my strength should equal a level 2 martial novice. Maybe even a level 3 since the cultivation of this place is vastly inferior to the method Strafe provided. What? Chad and Jaden shouted in shock. They knew this was impossible. It was said that there were powerful abilities that allowed warriors to release and fight another cultivator of a higher level and best them. But Dyne claimed that he could cross 5 levels of power. Boom! Dyne smashed the rock that was nearby, and his fist penetrated through the thick rock. The four marveled at the sight. They knew that the force they witnessed indeed surpassed the might of a martial advent practitioner. Lord Dyne, if you may, could you test your strike onto this rock? Jaden asked as he approached another large rock. He held the rock on the top and channeled his cultivation onto the rock. This rock has the same defenses of a level 2 marital novice. Nice! How convenient! Dyne smiled and approached the rock. With Jito's passive spirit provisions, I should be able to harness the force easier. Dyne suddenly thought. Let's try this. Dyne muttered as he lightly punched on the rock that Jaden was holding. Boom! The rock shattered as a small explosion occurred. Dyne had sent his brimstone powers into his punch. Alright, this strike should be able to wound an unprepared level 3 or 4 martial novice depending on the quality of their cultivation. Dyne nodded. Now back to my questions. So what's the name of the other group who wants the throne, and how strong are they? The four of them erupted in different explanations and were all losing their breath as they began to expound on what they knew about their enemies. Everyone was quickly narrating things and began to talk loudly at the same time that Dyne realized a group of Kong apes was headed in their direction. Dyne ignored the Kong apes and listened. Dyne learned that King Cyril's dynasty was being challenged by a group that called themselves the Serpentari. It was headed by a common-born man called Sobbig. Despite his humble beginnings, Sobbig had managed to climb the ranks in the kingdom. He was a war hero of many battles. His popularity might draw in a lot of supporters until it reached a point when this group became so powerful that they were a threat to King Cyril. He had an elite group of fighters known as the Snakes. These warriors had a powerful cultivation level that none of King Cyril's men could identify. And since those of the lower cultivation realms can't use any scanning ability to identify their foe's power, they were unsure of their cultivation levels. And after explaining all these, everyone began to burst into a series of questions regarding Dyne's cultivation method. It was as if they were almost demanding Dyne to spill the details of how he was able to do what he just did. Dyne ignored them and simply raised his hands as he suddenly took out the Chicken King. Strafe had a very suspicious feeling as he looked at Dyne. "Jito, help me. Channel your time energy and link with the Chicken King. This device is something that uses wind and time/space magic." Dyne began to harness the energy. Suddenly, a strange golden symbol of a chicken wearing a crown appeared before Dyne. "I thought so." Dyne smiled. Strafe could only shake his head in regret. But Dyne got this power fair and square. Dyne had beaten and outsmarted fate that Strafe had no choice but to allow Dyne to have Jito. "Alright, let's go. Jito, keep marking Ishrith. She is the one who is physically weakest, so help her increase the speed. I'll deal with Chad." Dyne smiled. "You mean, I see. Divide the mark." "That's right. With the two of us working together, we can increase the number of people marked by 2. It decreases the speed. But it's still a power that allows you to run fast." "Exactly." Dyne turned towards the 4 warriors. "Do any of you have spells or abilities that can increase stamina?" "Yes, allow me, Lord Dyne." Chad volunteered and summoned strange magic. The life energy condenses as Chad harnessed the power from the object in his force foundation. "How envious. It looks like having something in my force foundation can allow me to wield it into special powers," Dyne observed. "Yes, in the cultivation world, people put legendary objects in the force foundation and acquire powerful skills. Some put in the heart or organs of some mighty creatures," Strafe explained. Chad suddenly released the compressed life energy and several white energy shot towards each of them. Dyne was familiar with the spell that he received. "Stamina boost. Nice, just what I needed," Dyne praised. It was then that a monster that Dyne had sensed earlier finally approached them. It heard their commotion and was drawn to it. "Amorian, attack once and run away. Since you know where that secret gateway is, lead us to it," Dyne explained. "I was curious what this ability of yours was, Lord Dyne." Amorian smiled as she shot a single arrow. Then, the powers of the Chicken King activated as the group began to run with great speed. Chapter 138. The Secret Passageway to the Kingdom. The group was able to move swiftly now. Their speed was still so fast that the Kong apes lost track of them almost instantly. Dyne would make Amorian veer off the path at times to attack another monster. Some of them weren't even Kong apes but some random monster that was lurking nearby. The path led deeper inside the forest. The path itself had several dangerous spots as various poisonous herbs and flowers could be seen. Dyne took his time and gathered a lot of the herbs. There was even a large path that was full of herbs that Dyne absorbed and placed in the monster's hive. After passing through the various poisonous plants, they soon found themselves inside a deep, thick mist. "Were these things placed by your kingdom?" Dyne asked. "Yes, this is to ensure that very few monsters can come here. The mist here has beguiling magic properties that confuse people. Those who move inside will lose all sense of direction and may even die if they don't know what to do. Only through a special compass can we pass this mist," Amorian explained as she took out a small compass that was attached like a pin to her armor. "I see. I can smell a bit of confounding powder here. They mixed it in water and used water-dispensing magic to create fog," Dyne analyzed. "Amazing. That was spot on. I think I'm going to just take some." Dyne raised Jito and a lot of the mist was absorbed. The group was amazed. But since Dyne had no intention of explaining things, they just kept quiet. With a human mist vacuum, the group didn't even suffer from getting confused from the mist but passed through it easily. Soon, a large part of the mountain blocked their path. But even before Ishrith could say anything, Dyne took a step forward and passed the mountain as if he knew it was an illusion. Master Dyne, you saw through it easily? It's a bit difficult to explain, but basically it's because of my elemental spirit seed and my element. It is the breacher of dimensions. Illusions of this level won't work on me as long as I keep brimstone energy circulating. Dyne summarized. As the group passed through the illusion, they were led into a winding path. The illusion covered a small valley that had a small path. Still, the area was riddled with illusions, and the area was far darker than it was. Humans up ahead, Dyne warned. Amorian immediately used her battle skill to give power to her eyes. So this is martial formation. Amazing. They can create such skill through life force alone. Dyne observed as even he couldn't understand what Amorian was doing. Martial formation stage is a stage of many developments. Magic casters focus on that, while might users increase the expert control of life force. It enhances the body to do superhuman things. Amorian increased the life energy in her eyes, allowing her to see past the darkness and see the humans. She's quite talented, to be honest. It seems Basilius Basilion gave you allies who are monsters in their own right. Really? They're that strong? Dyne frowned. Don't compare them to you, freak. Archers and knights, all at the first level of the martial formation realm. Amorian warned as she could see 3 light-armored men with bows. There were also some heavily armored men. All right, it's a good thing we found all those herbs. I'll deal with them, Dyne offered as he began to take out various herbs. Dyne placed his palm on the ground and slowly manipulated the ground as he used the earthen power of the monster hive. The earth formed into a shape of a cauldron. Dyne tossed several herbs into the cauldron and began to harness the energy using Grim. Following the technique of calamitous slime, Dyne began to meld the herbs together with the fire. But instead of heating the cauldron, Dyne was directly burning the herbs using the fire in his hands. Alchemy. Ishrith was stunned at what Dyne was doing. You're an expert alchemist? Ishrith marveled. Dyne finally condensed the herbs, and it was slowly releasing an invisible mist. Dyne covered it and quickly absorbed the earthen cauldron. Dyne smiled and turned around to see Ishrith looking at him like Dyne with eyes of reverence and almost attraction. Dyne had a strange expression and slowly took a step back at the eyes of the woman. Auntie? Dyne asked. So sorry. That was amazing. I am an alchemist as well. But you're in control those techniques. They are beyond understanding. Is as if Grand Master Calamitous Slime taught you. Amorian took a step in front of Ishrith. I believe you've gazed long enough at Master Dyne, Ishrith. She gave a hard glare on Ishrith. All right, break it up, you two. Master Dyne. What do you intend to do with that strange concoction? The herbs that I used are powerful numbing medicines. Using the herbs from poison we found earlier, a pinch of jiggle grass, this little bad boy will paralyze even martial formation experts. Just watch, don't attack for now. Those soldiers will fight and might even inform the enemy if you guys appear. But what if this happens? Dyne suddenly removed his clothes. Dyne's young but well-built body was revealed. For some strange reason, Ishrith and Amorian were blushing at Dyne's raw and muscular appearance. Despite being 10, Dyne's training and constant exposure to the purest life energy that Strafe's experienced drawing technique had shaped and chiseled Dyne's body into a fine piece of art. What was even more shocking was Dyne's brimstone chest. It looked as if Dyne was wearing a very magnificent piece of armor. Dyne shook his head as he saw the reactions of the two. Pedophiles, he thought to himself. He vowed to be extra careful to these two and call them aunties from now on. Says the 10-year-old who wants an 18-year-old girlfriend. That's a whole level of perversion right there. If you're already this perverted when you're 10, I fear what you'll be when you hit puberty. Strafe mocked. That's why I told you the plan. Remember, on lonely nights that I find myself itching, the code is, I'm ma call Jack. You know what to do. Strafe was disgusted at Dyne, while Jito was curious what they were talking about. Anyway, let me show you my plan. This way, we won't have to fight those warriors. Dyne explained to the 4 warriors and began to put dirt all over his body. His clothes already had blood from the fallen warriors he met when he rescued the 4 and even in the pile of dead bodies in the cave. Hold on to this. Dyne gave the team the golden compass and the Chicken King, but a strange mystery occurred. Even when Dyne was not holding on to it, the golden compass and the Chicken King's effect were still activated. What a cheat, Strafe sighed. He can activate it from a distance. How? Jito asked. His experience with the soul whisk has made him grow stronger in soul manipulation. While his strength is still weak, his mastery and control are like someone in the soul gathering stage of level 3. But besides this, his ability to figure out and take advantage of his soul and the soul of others exceeds even those at the level 10 stage. That's how he was able to summon those skeletons. Strafe sighed. I will go out there and put on some activities to draw their attention. Looking at their position, they know we are already here. My guess is something triggered an alarm that made them detect our entry. But thankfully, it doesn't feel like it was able to tell how many intruders entered this illusion. So I'll take advantage of this and attack them. When I give the signal, you attack as well. I'll shout for Legaya, and you guys start attacking them. Dyne began to limp over towards the dark region where he knew the archers and knights were with his attire in place. All of a sudden, the illusion of darkness disappeared, and Dyne was in a very well-lit region. The walls that were closing in were actually wide, and the sun had already shone down the ground. The archers immediately took aim as they saw Dyne step out of the clearing. Stop, the archer stated. But Dyne kept limping on and was muttering things as if insane. That's a kid. One of the knights frowned as he took a closer look. Is this what triggered the alerts? One of the archers asked. Dead. Mama, Papa, they are all dead. Those large metal men killed them. Those strange metal men killed my family. Dyne kept muttering as if insane. Metal men? One of the knights asked. He said large metal men, right? The archer asked his companion. Go bring that boy to us. Those metal men might be those strange devices we found on that other ruin. The knight, who was the leader of the group, commanded. Another knight rushed towards the limping Dyne and held to him. Dyne allowed himself to fall down. The knight hurriedly caught Dyne and brought him back. Dyne was carried past the barricades that the archers and soldiers had. How did a boy get here? One of the archers asked. Help, my parents. A meteor fell and destroyed the underground city. I don't know where I am. Please, let me go back to the continent of Legaya. I don't want to be here in the continent of the scattered kingdoms. Dyne cried. Continent of Legaya? The soldiers exclaimed as they heard it. The knights who were overseeing it immediately moved, and almost all the knights began to approach Dyne. Everyone was curious. Was this boy really from a continent beyond the scattered continents? Chapter 139, Guards. The soldiers were extremely curious at Dyne's words. When he was brought closer, everyone was amazed at the strange rocky object at Dyne's chest. Can you feel it? His entire body. It's hard. It's as if he is made of stones. What magic is this? Look, the jewel in his chest is creating magic. More and more soldiers approached Dyne, who was carried over and placed on the ground beneath them. Is he truly not from this continent? What if there was a portal nearby? We haven't explored most of the mountains and the caves. That's right. He must have crawled out of a hole or something. The soldiers were now gathering around Dyne. The archers began to use their abilities to look for enemies hidden inside the illusion but could not detect anyone. There seems to be no one else in the illusion. He's alone. One of the archers is finally confirmed. With that, the remaining soldiers emerged out of their hiding place to observe the curious boy. What's this purple thing on his arm? One of the soldiers asked. It has a similar jewel of the one in his chest. What is this? We probably have no way of understanding this. We need to contact Archbishop Lazarus. Another soldier added. For Legaya. Dyne began to shout randomly, but the soldiers continued to hold him down. He's right. We must Arjich. An arrow shot and struck the commander's arm. Several arrows emerged and struck the archers. What? The group was stunned. Archers. The commander retreated and hid behind the knights but found that his legs were not moving. Boom, boom, boom. Fireballs descended and blew up the knights who couldn't raise their shields. Paralysis missed. Dyne laughed as he flipped backward and summoned Grim. Dyne held his scythe high and channeled the earth energy from the monster hive. Ripper blast. Boom! The earth shook and several earth spikes shot out and struck the surrounding soldiers and threw them off formation. Kill everyone except the commander, but don't dismember their bodies, Dyne ordered. Jaden and Chad had already arrived and began to attack the falling soldier. The golden compass gave them the camouflage they needed to hide from the scouting skills of the archers. And with Dyne's signal, the group attacked. The soldiers tried to muster their strength to resist the paralysis, but their vision was all distorted, and they couldn't even land a single blow on Chad and Jaden. Dyne was secretly releasing the smoke of his concoction and the confounding mist before the field of illusion. With paralysis and confusion, the guards were immediately defeated. The commander was crawling away from Dyne, who was walking with Grim held in his hands. Dyne slashed down and stabbed the sickle on the foot of the man. "Ah! Jito, harness a thick death energy for me," Dyne ordered, and Jito followed. Dyne held on the head of the commander, and with Dyne's power, he used the Imaginarium Bond to create a startling vision. Dyne was standing, but behind him was the grotesque figure of Jito. "Please, don't kill me," the commander pleaded as it felt the horrifying death energy. It was so dark and twisted that the ground below him began to get wet. "You have two options: become a sacrifice to the death god, or serve me," Dyne shouted. With his power of brimstone, a terrifying heat began to scorch the face of the man. "I serve, I serve, I serve," the man screamed in panic. "We shall see about that, Jaden." "Tie him up," Dyne ordered, and Jaden complied. The commander was knocked unconscious. "Get whatever weapon you suit. Is there an armory inside?" Dyne asked Chad. Chad still had a look of disbelief. He still couldn't believe that they managed to defeat a group of soldiers so easily. "Lord Dyne," Amorian approached with Dyne's clothes. "Allow me to put this on you." Boom! A firebolt struck the ground beneath Amorian as Ishrith moved to grab the clothes of Dyne. Ishrith created a fire that charred off the dirt, grime, and blood on Dyne's clothes, making them look clean using a strange spell. "Allow me, Lord Dyne." "Oh boy, cultivator cat fight." Dyne waited expectantly as he saw Amorian stand up. "Oh, for the love of Martzert, Ishrith, behave yourself. I order you." And Amorian put down the bow. Jaden howled. "Yes, my prince." Both grumbled lightly as they looked at the ground in shame. Dyne felt saddened that the two didn't fight. "Pervert," Strafe insulted. "Oh, so there's some secret thing going on here?" "Indeed. I never had the chance to tell you. But these three are placed by my father to serve me. I am sorry if I hid it from you. I am an illegitimate child to the king, as you have guessed. But not many know of my existence. I only revealed my lineage to our king later. He tasked me to be a guardian of the kingdom. I am to rally the people in case both my father and my brother would be slain. I get it. I'm not bothered by it. We have to clean up this mess, though. I plan to keep that commander alive if Lazarus and his men go through here while we are gone. That way, they won't know that anything is amiss. But Lord Dyne, it would still be suspicious if only one of them remains here. Don't worry, I got that covered." Dyne smiled as he approached the corpses. It was then he began to do a strange chant. Dark energy suddenly gathered and slowly condensed, creating a strange field. "This is?" Jito was amazed. "That's the chant's Charmade. He memorized it." "You managed to memorize it?" "A little busy here," Dyne answered through the soul while he kept on chanting those things. "You memorized it after hearing it once?" Dyne sighed and used the Imaginarium Bond to show Strafe and Jito. "When they were chanting it, I was writing it and placed it on my mind palace in this very finely detailed calligraphy work." Dyne revealed a long yellowish scroll that listens to the chants. As Dyne said, the calligraphy was very detailed and beautiful to look like. "Mind palace? You don't have a mind palace core." "Wait, you are talking about those memorization tricks that people use in your world." "Yeah, that mind palace. Not the cultivation thing. That's how I was always able to memorize stuff in my world, especially on those missions that I was tasked to memorize those long set of numbers. But with the Imaginarium Bond, It's more convenient and easy for me to memorize. Something as long as this chant would stay in my memory for around 2 months if I don't attempt to commit this to memory. But now, with this power, I think I can remember it indefinitely. My sovereign, you monstrous beast, strafe cursed, this changes everything. No wonder your alchemy skill is so disgusting. You memorized the books that Calamitous Slime read in his memories. Yeah. I am memorizing what Calamitous was memorizing in his memory. Inception. Dyne smiled as he kept on chanting. Soon, the dark energy gathered. But right before the souls of the dead could return, Dyne gathered it and began to purge it with brimstone. The souls died, but their soul's energy remained, and Dyne threw it in Jito's soul space. The other souls began to attack and devour the energy and grow stronger. Dyne waited for a few minutes and continued to do the chant so that the dark energy gathered from the fallen soldiers. Finally, Dyne released the souls he captured onto the dead warriors, and they began to rise. Undead. The zombies began to slowly crawl and rise. The 2 warriors and even the surviving commander that had awoken from his unconscious state were horrified at what they saw. Ishrith and Amorian, however, had a different passionate gaze at Dyne. The undead stood up and approached Dyne. Jaden and Chad were ready to attack when Ishrith stopped them. Wait! Look! They gazed back at the scene and noticed that the zombies were not attacking Dyne but stood on a line. So this is why he told us not to dismember the zombies. Jaden immediately realized. But how? Who exactly is this Dyne? I sensed holy power from his fire. But how can he wield such darkness? Chad was confused. Dyne is not a man, but a god, Ishrith declared as her eyes gazed hungrily like the zombies that Dyne summoned. Don't worry, guys. They are all under my control. The souls here have bonded with me, and I can control them. These few will act as the guards. With them around and the commander, the archbishop won't notice it well. We just need to hide the wounds of these zombies and apply a bit of herb to make them give off the scent of life. Fortunately, we found a few poison herbs that can make them smell normal. Dyne explained. You really can control them? Jaden was stunned. Why don't I show you? Dyne smiled mysteriously. Dyne harnessed the power of the Imaginarium Bond and created a strange field. There were no visions or sights when Dyne used it, but what the group heard shocked them. A magnificent, amazing, and catchy tune was heard. The sound of the long-forgotten disco-funk fusion erupted loudly for all the group to hear. And just as it was before, Dyne burned the dance floor with pure awesomeness and performed the incredible ritual that was marvelous. It was so marvelous. The zombie stiff movements worked perfectly in Dyne's motions as he led his dance troupe to glory. Amorian and Ishrith felt that they could not breathe. "'Cause this is Thriller Night." Dyne began to sing. The audience was captivated by what they saw. Even the bounded commander fell into a trance. "Hee," Dyne shouted. It was too much for Amorian and Ishrith. The pair fainted. Chapter 140. Teleporting to Martzert. Say again. Chad and Jaden were stunned at Dyne's orders. Amorian and Ishrith fainted, but Dyne told them not to do anything. "Don't wake them up. Help me undress them now." Chad and Jaden's expression turned uglier by the second as Dyne approached the two and was slowly loosening their clothes. "Jaden, I think we need to add a few wounds on their bodies. I can use the blood from these men, but we need to make some real wounds. Oh, on second thought, we can make it look like the wounds are in their armor and robes and just cut these parts." Dyne began to work. What are we doing?" Jaden asked again. "What else? Make a disguise for using the secret passage. What do you think happens when we teleport? Won't the people working for Lazarus see it and make whatever reports?" Dyne asked. He's right. Chad realized it. But if the commander of this side appears with them and urges everyone to help us, they'd probably move and help us without question, Dyne explained. "I see. Of course." Jaden slapped his face as he thought Dyne was being perverted. "Since you guys have high recovery rates, try to wound yourself to make it real. The fact that these girls fainted makes it look even more real. We have to hurry." Dyne ordered and made the necessary preparations. After completing his disguise and adding a few finishing touches that made the girls and the guys look more wounded, Dyne walked towards the commander. "Hey, Jito, can you do Hell's music?" Dyne asked. "The attack that Nidos make?" My power is different compared to the way dark energy works in Nido's. But at my level, I think I can create something similar, but it will require physical contact to the target. Jito answered, just harness enough dark energy and let me channel it. Dyne approached the bounded commander. The bounded commander had awoken just in time to see Dyne raise the dead. When he saw Dyne walk closer towards him, made him feel great fear. Dyne approached with a smile and suddenly made a powerful kick. The kick sent the commander flipping upwards and landed with his belly facing the sky. Dyne's fist came crashing down. Smash! Hell's music was a power that Nido's had, which created a strange sound that could kill, confuse, or do nothing when used on an enemy. But Dyne harnessed this energy to do something. It was to send dark energy into the person and try to attack the soul. The fist sunk deep into the commander's stomach, and the dark energy erupted from within. The commander felt fear penetrate deep his heart. You've seen my power. I can bring out the darkness and summon the undead. You've also seen that I am a master of a reaper. Will you make it difficult for me? Or will you follow my plan? I submit, the commander cried. Good. That darkness in you is something that can kill you unless I remove it in 2 days. Dyne smiled. If you betray me or my friends, no one, not even the archbishop himself, can get that out of you. Dyne laughed. The commander could feel strange energy creeping into his body. There was a strange pain that began to pulse out of his body. He saw a vision of the same creature that he saw earlier, but now he gazed at it in horror. The skull body and bat-like wings flew closer and reached down. Suddenly, the commander felt a strange tugging sensation. This is your soul I am holding. Unless you want to be undead like your former subordinates, obey me without question, Dyne ordered. Yes, master. The commander trembled in fear. He believed Dyne had the power to play with his soul. While Dyne wasn't able to actually put a curse on the soldier's soul, the vision he saw raised the undead made the commander believe every word that Dyne stated. And since the vision of Jito appeared, this made it even more believable. And Dyne also created a strange pulling sensation by using his soul-gathering technique to move the commander's soul. With such staggering evidence supporting Dyne's claims, the commander immediately submitted. He was not afraid of death. As a knight, he was trained for such things. But what the commander feared was torture that his soul would suffer from if this Dyne were to steal his soul. He did not want to become an undead. Send us across the other side and follow us. The wounds in your body will make it look like you fought. Tell them that an emergency development has occurred. Dyne began to explain the plan. Chad and Jaden listened by the side and began to understand the plan. Let's go, Dyne ordered. The commander was still limping from his wounds, but he moved swiftly and led the group towards a long winding staircase. Soon the group reached a dark chamber, and a strange stone platform stood at the end. It had a strange blue and white pedestal that had an orb at the center. Master Dyne, the thing is, we need Ishrith to activate the magic, Jaden stated as he pointed on a strange pedestal with the orb. If it's magic, I should be able to do it. Dyne smiled. He had Jito, who was a time and space Ariseru. The group stood around the pedestal with the commander accompanying them. Dyne observed the pedestal. Strafe. Any idea how this works? Just channel brimstone energy from your soul. It will use that energy to travel. You can try Jito's energy too, Strafe answered. Dyne did so and decided to use Jito's magic. At that moment, Dyne stopped, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Which of the 3 places do we go to? Dyne asked. 3 places? Yeah. When I used it, it showed 3 different places. Master Dyne, this teleportation pad only leads to 1. Jaden answered. Nope, it's definitely 3. Dyne pondered and tried to observe the workings of the pedestal with his soul. Soon, Dyne removed Jito's influence and used brimstone. At that moment, Dyne felt that the options of where to teleport decreased to 1. I guess it allows me to have more freedom if I am a time and space cultivator. Jito, let's harness it together, Dyne ordered. Jito complied. Dyne channeled the energy to observe it. I see, there are more destinations, Dyne thought. What do you mean? Chad asked. Depending on your mastery of time and space, you can teleport to different locations. I was able to find 3 with the help of Jito, but when both of us channeled our two elements, it felt like I could make a path to go to others. Brimstone clears the blockages, and Jito can send me in. Interesting. What do we do? Chad asked again. We stick to the mission. We will come back here to explore this place again. Dyne answered and channeled the power to bring them to the place where Dyne could sense it was the nearest. The room flashed, and the group disappeared. On the outskirts of Martzert, a deep mine had a small army guarding it. Several soldiers were stationed as monsters were said to have been found inside the cave itself. This was, of course, a lie. The mine was protected because it held a secret chamber that allowed teleportation. The pedestal flashed at one point, and Dyne and his group appeared. Dyne stumbled down as if pretending to be wounded. The commander immediately did as planned. "Guards, help!" he shouted. The nearby soldiers were already stunned at the sudden teleportation. The commander stepped forth. "We were attacked. A new teleportation chamber was discovered. Quick! Bring this boy and these soldiers and heal them. I have to go back. Do not let anyone teleport to the other side. We found a new teleportation chamber. That boy is not from this continent but from Legaia," the commander shouted. The guards immediately moved. "I was tasked by Archbishop Lazarus to protect the boy. For now, allow no one to move to the other side. If any of King Cyril's men move, tell them that the pedestal is damaged." The commander spoke. "As you command." The soldiers moved and immediately approached to carry the fallen Ishrith and Amorian. The soldiers noticed that the two women had strange smiles on their faces. "Carry them. Hurry. Bring them to the high priest Zerudo. This is the archbishop's orders," the commander stated. As the group moved, other soldiers began to carry the commander as he had terrifying wounds. Suddenly, another group of wizards was approaching. "Sir Landon?" One of the wizards recognized the commander. "What happened? Why are you?" The wizard approached as he noticed the wounds that Dyne inflicted on him. Jaden and Chad were avoiding this man's gaze. They recognized him all too well. He was one of the wizards that served the enemy, Yutters of the Serpentari. The talisman of alert that the archbishop gave us had been destroyed. What happened on the other side? Have they succeeded with the mission? The commander called Landon was quivering. He didn't know what to say. This wasn't in the plans that Dyne had stated. Landon hesitated. Chapter 141. Bishop Crone. Landon was quivering. The mage before him was an esteemed wizard in the kingdom. Jaden and company didn't know what to say. They were doing their best so that the mage wouldn't look their way. They would surely recognize them. Even their disguised appearance of wearing the armors of Landon's men wouldn't be enough. And suddenly, boom! A fierce brimstone energy exploded out on Dyne's chest. "Ah! Save me! The monster is eating me!" Dyne shouted. The guards were stunned at the development, and even the mage was horrified. There was something sinister about the brimstone that caused him to fear. This boy, he's from Legaia. That's it. He's not from this continent. The archbishop is requesting backup because of this. This boy appeared, and there were strange skeleton creatures with wings, and metal men. Landon shouted randomly and recalled what Dyne had used to fool them. "What?" Yutters was shocked at what he heard. "Metal men. Could it be?" He turned to one of the knights nearby. "Mechs, they found a teleportation pad leading to a place called Legaia." The knight called. "Move." The knights immediately ordered Landon out of the way. Yutters, however, observed Dyne and glanced at the strange body. "Save me! Get this monster off me!" Dyne shouted as he began to try to rip off the rocky chest of his. His clothes were already burnt from exploding the brimstone. His chest was seen by all. "Yutters, helping the archbishop takes priority," the knight shouted. Yutters cursed and moved at the back. "Send them to Bishop Crone, and tell him to keep that strange monster alive if possible." Yutters cursed and moved towards the chamber. The knights nodded. Landon was carrying Dyne again. "Hurry. Move as fast as you can," Dyne whispered. Landon did so and his group moved quickly. As the group vanished, Yutters was having difficulty channeling the energy. "It's not working," Yutters exclaimed. "What? How could that be?" "I don't know." "Hurry up. The situation looks grim. Those warriors were wounded, and even Landon is hurt." I'm trying my best, Yutters exclaimed. He kept pouring energy into the pedestal, but it wasn't working. When Dyne traveled, he had left behind a hint of darkness to block the traveling passageway. This ensured that no one would be able to move towards that location. But as a wielder of brimstone, Dyne could easily clear the passage. Yutters kept pouring all he could and was forcibly exhausting the amount of mind powers he had. As he continued to send out his mana, the pedestal finally worked. Ah! But Yutters screamed in pain as the pedestal was drawing in more mana than what Yutters had. Because Dyne blocked the passageway, the pedestal was rerouting the group to the next nearest location. But this required more mana than was necessary. A flash of white appeared, and the group vanished. Dyne and the group were led by the team towards the exit of the mine. Various soldiers were guarding the place. Dyne and the group were given emergency assistance and even sent a message to bring Bishop Crone to meet them halfway. In the scuffle of bringing the group in, Amorian and Ishrith had already woke up, but Chad and Jaden whispered to them to pretend that they were weak and frail. The group was quickly led into a large caravan with a strange horse-like creature seated in the front. The soldier immediately moved in, and Jaden and Chad immediately began to open the various herbs and healing items. They glanced towards the soldiers and asked for privacy as they would soon apply for the medicines on their wounded allies. The soldier nodded and moved towards the front of the caravan to lead the way. The speed was fast and the group was left to their privacy. "Where are we?" Amorian asked immediately when she found the chance. "What happened?" "Last thing I remembered," Ishrith began to blush. "We've crossed the portal. We're headed for Bishop Crone." Jaden immediately answered. "Crone? Huh? To think that the Serpenari has secretly allied with that bishop. It's possible that most in the Church of Light are our enemy. If the Archbishop has fallen to this depravity, it's possible for all of them too. Landon, good job in helping us out." Dyne smiled. He then suddenly harnessed two energies. His right hand wielded dark energy, and his right wielded brimstone. Secretly, Dyne had crumpled up several poisonous herbs. "Don't resist," Dyne ordered as he touched Landon with his two arms. Suddenly, the force of dark and brimstone began to work. Dark energy coursed all over his body and began to absorb bits of the lingering death energy. Brimstone started to purge it and was turning it to light. Dyne's cultivation followed the experience-gathering method of strafe and applied the purging methods that he used with the Jamards and his various torturous means. But with his exceptional, uncanny mastery over the elements, Dyne could see the multiple impurities in Landon's body. Jaden and his team were all nurtured by King Cyril, and thus they have the best items at their disposal. But this assigned commander who guarded the post was of common birth and reached his level through his means and had resolved various improper cultivation methods that would only benefit the short term. As such, Dyne's unprecedented double power allowed him to purge the body of Landon easily. The expression of the pained Landon turned from fear to surprise and finally joy. He was breaking through. Boom! Martial formation level 2. Dyne retracted his arm and smiled. "Serve me well, and you will reach higher heights." Dyne laughed. As a soldier, criminal interrogator, spy torturer, and part-time dance instructor, he knew that the best way to get others to cooperate with his plans was to use various means of motivating and demotivating techniques. The stick and carrot were a simple principle. But Dyne knew that it was even more effective if fear was present for the stick, and respect and admiration were there for the carrot. Landon glanced at Dyne in awe. "Your body was full of traumatic and limiting substances. It seems you were forcing your cultivation up." "Yes, that's exactly the case. I was trying to level up swiftly." "Well, it's a good thing you did it recently. Otherwise, it would have been more difficult for me to cleanse your body and increase the life energy." Dyne smiled. The truth was, aside from the brimstone and darkness, Dyne had also used a certain poison to attack the body and force it to expel the poison. The control poison was wielded perfectly in darkness, and since it was easily burnt and destroyed by brimstone, the poison was immediately destroyed before it could do more harm to the body. Jaden and his team marveled at Dyne's miracles. Amorian and Ishrith had even more stranger gazes. Dyne then began to discuss the plan. The travel took hours, and soon, they could see another caravan rushing on the way. The two caravans stopped as they met. They were in the middle of the deep forest. A tall, bearded man emerged out of the caravan. He wore a green robe with several white lines extending vertically. Bishop Crone. I have received the message from the distant talisman. Where is the young boy with the demonic infestation? The bishop urgently asked as it called to the driver. The driver led them to the back. Several other priests were present and followed the bishop. As he entered, he saw Dyne's sweaty and shivering form. The rocky object at his heart was constantly glowing, and Dyne was convulsing and shaking. What is this? What happened over there? The bishop's eyes grew mad. The soldiers and group began to observe closely as they were amazed by the strange scene before them. This young boy is from another continent. He hails from a place called Legaia, and large creatures of iron ruled. I do not know what happened. A squadron from the archbishop was sent back. They were wounded, and strange monsters shortly attacked us. They were demonic creatures and were looking for something called an ferret. Landon explained. What? The bishop shouted in shock. There was something strange with his shout. It had a very coarse and almost shivering voice. Even the priest was stunned at the voice of the bishop. What did these creatures look like? Where did they come from? What of the mission? Did Lazarus succeed? Confirmed. Attack them now. Dyne suddenly shouted. Suddenly, Dyne delivered a swift slash as Grim appeared out of nowhere and stabbed the bishop in the chest. Dragon King Strike. Boom! The explosion sent the bishop flying back. Jaden and his team, along with Landon, began to attack the soldiers and knock them out. The other priests were unable to move as the paralysis mist power took effect and numbed them. With the group paralyzed, Dyne's team was immediately able to subdue the men. Lord Dyne, why did you kill the bishop? Landon was shocked. You couldn't sense it, but that bishop reeked of dark energy. The fact that it called Lazarus directly by name and held no regard for his title proved that this isn't a minion of Lazarus. It must have that, the same object that changed the goodman Alantax of Star Ocean 2. Dyne glanced at the body of the bishop. Suddenly, terrifying darkness and a powerful force could be felt. The man that was once a bishop stood up, and his form had grown grotesque. Hey, Pokédex, what monster is that? Dyne asked Strafe. Screw you. Come on. Cheap man. The best you can do is tell me what that is. An ogre. But it's close to succeeding its deviling. I knew it would be an ogre, but deviling sounds like this isn't going to be my Alantax experience in Star Ocean 2. As expected, it seems that I have more fun games to play. Dyne chuckled. What is that? Jaden asked as he felt the darkness continue to grow. I can't sense his strength, Ishrith warned. Oh, it looks like we're in for a tough fight. Dyne smiled excitedly. Chapter 142. Dyne's leadership. The hideous form of the tall creature stood up. His entire body had transformed into a gray and almost rocky body. Powerful energy exploded out and caused the entire team to shiver. Even Dyne felt the powerful form of the monster before him. This is bad. Dyne, you have to escape. Jito could gauge the power of the enemy and urged him to flee. No, let him fight. He was at the martial advent stage and could fight and kill a creature that only high-leveled martial novices can. I could sense that battle. Lord Teague, that stone serpent was wounded. Dyne only won through trickery to deplete that enemy. Is he afraid? He looks excited. Strafe laughed. That monster is probably at the 5th level of the martial formation stage. He has a team with him. They are at the 2nd level of the martial formation. That monster has a physical body that could easily kill cultivators of that level. I can sense the vast difference between that monster and Dyne's group. You haven't seen his memories. He is an amazing leader. Let's see who this soldier gamer handles and commands a team of cultivators. We've heard his plans earlier. Let's see if the execution is as good as the plan itself. Strafe brushed it off. Yeah. Relax, Jito. Dyne laughed. Master Dyne, we will distract him. You dash. Listen up, guys. That monster has a great defense and terrifying offense. But there are 6 of us, and if we get this priest to help, we'd have more. Jaden, Chad, and Layden, take the front row. Your objective is to do as much damage as you can from him. But Master Dyne, calm down. He's not that strong. I am stronger, and besides, you guys are with me. remember what we talked about. We made a plan, remember? Let's fight it. Chad, Jaden, Landon, get on formation at the front. Dyne then began to harness the energy in his body as the trio followed instinctively. Who are you? The ogre glanced at Dyne. There was a strange mark on the ogre's chest that was closing. Dyne's full attack was unable to do any severe damage on the ogre. Dig in. Wow! Dyne shouted as he activated his 2 spells. The 3 at the front received a strange power as their body grew stronger from the power, infusing fire energy that follows the same circulation of spirit to increase offense. You then used earth to imitate defense. Monster! Strafe was stunned at what he saw. Jaden and the 3 were shocked at what they felt. Useless! The ogre suddenly roared. Everyone felt a powerful fear linger in their heart, directing dark energy straight to the body and creating fear. So that's how Naito's attack. Darkness sent through sound. Interesting. Dyne smiled and channeled the Imaginarium Bond's power. The love of the souls in the Imaginarium Bond was drawn out. He was using his soul to draw out light energy that exploded and affected everyone on his side. Purify! Dyne shouted as he channeled the white energy. The stiff sensation that everyone felt was suddenly removed. Dyne took out some of the berries and herbs he had gathered and ate them as it slowly recovered the MP he wasted. This is too slow. Luckily, I've been preparing that. Dyne laughed as he moved forward. Are you the hero of light? The ogre laughed as he looked at Dyne. It's interesting that you would be something that even wrestlers couldn't see through. Dyne ignored his taunts and gave his orders. Attack now. Let me lead the way. Dyne charged off suddenly. The team acted a bit too late and moved a second right after Dyne's charge. The ogre laughed and moved forward, but as it took its first step, he noticed it. What? Slow? He saw a strange power that was hindering his movements. Dyne ordered Jito to release as much time and space energy it could. When they attacked the Efferet's soul, Jito had absorbed the dispersing time magic as a bonus. Although it was not enough to help Jito develop his powers, it allowed him to keep rich time energy. And this energy was being released now. The angry ogre roared as it lunged towards Dyne. While the slow magic was affecting him, his cultivation still allowed him to move fast. It was then that Dyne released it. During their time in the caravan, Dyne had been busy mixing herbs and poisons he would seal and store in the monster hive. And during that time, he concocted a mist inspired by the Star Ocean 2 series. Paralysis mist was from the many herbs he used. Dyne also received a lot of confounding powder. These were the things Landon surrendered after taking over the barricade that he had manned for the secret passageway. And all of these 2 types were mixed and made to create the confounding mist and paralysis mist. Dyne burned so much of the paralysis herb, stored the smoke in the monster hive, and compressed it by creating a small chamber where all the smoke couldn't escape. And now Dyne had let it all out. A thick dark smog erupted out and surprised the ogre, causing it to miss his attack. Thanks to the slow magic, Dyne was able to tell just where the attack would land. Grim appeared, and he harnessed all the AP he could and contained it within Grim's point. Dyne swung Grim like a hammer, and the point which contained all the brimstone energy exploded. Boom! The ogre was once again struck in the chest. Attack the fire! Dyne ordered as he retreated. Several arrows could be heard, but the ogre raised its hands to block it. Ting, ting, ting. Brat, your slow magic is fading. How weak! The ogre laughed but noticed that the mist was so thick that it shrouded everything around him. The entire area was now covered from the 2 kinds of smoke and mist. The group knew they shouldn't inhale it, as Dyne had warned them in the caravan. Suddenly, one attack that struck the ogre's chest was burning among the continuous bow attacks. Jaden brandished his sword and stabbed it with all his might. Stab! The sword managed to stab a bit, and a pained howl was heard. But right before the ogre could attack, a powerful dropkick smashed on his face. When he heard the roar, Chad immediately attacked and used his strongest attack without hesitation. The twin feet struck the ogre at its jaw and caused it to step back. Jaden, Chad, retreat! Amorian's voice was heard, and the 2 immediately followed and leaped back. Arrows began to strike the ogre. While it couldn't penetrate deeply, the arrows would sting and wound the ogre by a bit. The ogre roared angrily at the attacks and didn't notice Landon was already at the back. Landon swung his large axe and smashed at the back of the ogre. Bang! The ogre gave a wide sweeping attack but missed as Landon had already retreated. Stab! Bang! Jaden and Chan rushed back again, delivered another round of attack, and then fled after knocking the ogre down. Amorian's arrows rained down continuously at the ogre. It's working! His speed is slower, Jaden shouted. The ogre roared as it tried to stand up. It then noticed that its movements were slower than usual as a strange numbing sensation could be felt on its arms and shoulders. The mist! The ogre roared angrily. Because of the confounding mist, he had a hard time telling where he was or the enemy. Yet another arrow stabbed him. The ogre stood up and began to attack the direction of where the arrow was. I need to get out of the mist, the ogre thought. It rushed out of the mist and ignored the many arrows that kept striking him. He finally stepped out of the mist and was met with a large fireball. Ishrith had been channeling this fireball since the start. Then, just as Dyne had ordered her to, and knowing that the ogre would attack the pesky archer first, she stood by and attacked at Dyne's signal. The ogre had a horrified expression as it did its best to brace for the attack. Boom! A large explosion occurred, and the force blew away all the mist and fog. The concentrated power of a martial formation mage was showcased in this attack. As the dust settled, the ogre still stood his ground. His entire body was leaking strange dark energy. The ogre began to move as soon as it recovered from the fiery attack and charged for the two women. But when it took the first step, Dyne was already waiting. After making his first move, Dyne moved to the side and began to channel spirit. But as Dyne now had a Ariseru, he was able to channel twice the amount of spirit. And when Ishrith shot her all-out fireball attack, Dyne had already moved in even before the fire of the explosion dispersed. Dyne slashed upwards and timed the attack's impact, just like how he exploded the brimstone at the precise moment. Boom! The gunblade-inspired scythe attack struck the jaw of the ogre and vaulted it backward. The strange paralysis in its body hadn't disappeared, and he was unable to resist the attack. As it was stumbling backward, Landon was already in position. It made an upward cleave just like Dyne did. The only difference is, with Landon's martial formation cultivation, the ogre was sent flying upwards. Alright guys, do as planned. Juggle this monster to death, Dyne ordered. Dyne was the next one to attack as it used Grimm's beak end to stab and create a spirit explosion with brimstone that sent the ogre flying back up again. Chad jumped up and delivered a twin punch to send the flying ogre, hurling even higher. The arrows continued to strike the ogre and disrupt its attempts to regain balance. The ogre defenses were now weak because of the leaking dark energy, and the arrows began to dig deeper and had more force in them. As such, the ogre found itself in a spot where it could not forcibly regain balance as it fell. I swear I'll kill you, the ogre roared. Jaden and Landon attacked together by swinging sword and axe upward and throwing it higher. Dyne jumped up and made another spirit-exploding stab attack to send it higher as it began to fly. As such, the cycle began. First, Jaden and Landon would make a collaborated attack to vault the monster up. Then, Dyne or Chad would jump and attack it to go higher, allowing Jaden and Landon to prepare for another ascending strike. Amorian kept harassing the ogre with her arrow attacks throughout this process. It paused for a bit at times to get another quiver of arrows. Finally, the ogre caught a glimpse of her and found what looked like a small mound of quivers. How? The ogre was shocked as he saw the pile of arrows and quivers. The ogre's stubborn and challenging demeanor grew lesser and lesser as it was soon shouting in pain. Hey, Ishrith, how long till your next big boom attack? Ready whenever you command. Master Dyne, Ishritha's voice answered back. The ogre wept. Chapter 143, Spirit Stone. The rounds of attack quickly diminished the dark energy escaping the ogre, and soon, the energy vanished, and the human figure of the bishop fell. Catch him, Dyne ordered as he leaped and rushed to get something that sparkled green. The group complied and caught the bishop as Dyne caught on to a green stone that immediately disappeared. Well, that went just as planned, and we didn't even have to use these priests. Dyne laughed. The group glanced at the fallen bishop. Hey, you priests, heal your bishop. He's all right now, Dyne called out to the shocked priests. I didn't even get to use that spell again, Ishrith sighed. She always wanted to use that spell, but unless there was war and she would be hiding in a secure fort. And earlier, she managed to use it for the first time and was thrilled to use it. Ishrith, your spell lacked skill. If I had the same power source as you, I could have shot that several times faster. Dyne shook his head. Ishrith felt pain in her liver. Anyone else in the kingdom would have praised that, but Dyne was not even impressed. Amorian, you should learn how to navigate your arrows. You could have aimed for his eyes. You know, that archery was really sloppy. Amorian felt an arrow strike her heart. Jaden and Landon, your job was to launch that ogre up high. Yet, because your sword and axe somehow swung a bit over, you two were negating each other as your strike began to pull the ogre towards each other. If you were able to do it properly, I could have harnessed another brimstone attack, and we would have won at the second cycle of the hits. I beg for your forgiveness. Landon bowed in tears while Jaden received a blow on his pride. Chad was trembling. Good job, Dyne approved. Chad was in tears. But you guys need to train more. Now, for the unconscious soldiers, tie them up. But bring the priests here. The priests were all gathered. Heal the bishop with your spells, Dyne ordered, to which the priest followed. They had seen how these mighty martial formation experts followed the boy and won. They complied, and the priest began to gather around and start chanting a strange chant and immediately summoned the energy onto the bishop. Dyne observed the healing process and wondered. Interesting. They all have a strange power in the Force Foundation. I thought it was supposed to be in their mind. This is yet another inferior method of cultivation. The martial formation experts here are very limited. So wizards and priests often try to use various means to use the energy created in the Force Foundation to be directly converted into healing magic. I see. But the better way is to keep mind, body, and soul separated. There's a form of harmony if that is followed. I'm guessing these cultivators would implant the magic source in their Force Foundation and their mind palace too. That's right. They did it to compensate for the lack of purity and power of the medicines and power sources they could acquire in this place. In the end, they become people similar to that brigandine. I get it. The priest and wizards in brigandine are physically weak. They divide cultivation into being a warrior, wizard, and so on. But true cultivation cultivates each aspect to the extreme. That's the path of being a god. Correct, Strafe acknowledged. My head. The bishop began to stand up. His clothes were tattered, but something in his voice seemed different. Just like in the game, Dyne nodded. In Star Ocean 2, the first boss was also possessed by a strange green stone that allowed him to transform into a strange creature. But upon defeating the creature, Rena was able to heal the person, and they managed to wake up. Dyne had seen the dark energy, and it somehow manifested itself to create a condensed form of energy, creating the ogre. Bishop? The priests were stunned. What? Where am I? Chantel? Gregory? What happened? Bishop? Is this really you? You're back. One of the priests was delighted. Bishop Crone. I am Jaden Cyril Martzert. You know me. How was it that you became a crony of Archbishop Lazarus, who betrayed the throne? Jaden asked. Lord Jaden. The bishop recognized the knight. He wasn't. You've seen what happened, Jaden. The bishop was deceived. He was given this little thing. Dyne revealed a green stone that mysteriously appeared on Dyne's hand. He kept channeling a strange earthly orange fire as he held it, and a pained scream could be heard. Ah! The ogre was shouting. Dark and terrifying energy could be sensed in the stone. That is the spirit stone that the archbishop gave me. He said it contained tremendous power and told me to use it as a base to put in my mind stone. The bishop recognized it. Oh, amazing developments. So that's what happened. Well, Bishop, this thing turned you into an ogre creature. It was powerful, but meh. A little dumb, to be honest. The ogre spirit felt a different kind of pain striking him. Strafe noticed it and began to plot how Dyne could insult the poison spirit affecting him. Bishop, you changed after putting that spirit stone. You always lost your temper, and you began to make strange orders that we can't understand. The other priests nodded immediately and began to recount what had happened. Dyne observed the bishops and could sense through the eyes of destiny that their fate seemed grim. They are good guys, but man, these poor kids, those fates of death and pain. Maybe I should save them, if Legaia has priests. Dyne began to consider the possibilities. The priest recounted the orders, and while they seemed strange, Jaden and Bishop Crone, who were well-versed in politics, had grim expressions. I did all those. It seems like the Serpentari is really baring their fangs. What would be our next auction? Master Dyne, you should know what's next, right? Jaden turned over and saw that Dyne had a very strange expression. Yes, that's it. I will start my own kingdom in Brigandine. I always wanted to wipe that continent out. Yes, I'll have my own priest and bishops. I'll command my own knights and archers, monks, rangers, archers, wizards. I will rule for Sina. Mwahahaha. Dyne laughed a rather depraved kind of laughter. Oh no, the spirit stone is affecting Dyne. Wait, stop, don't attack. I'm still me. It's complicated. But yes, I do have a plan. Our most pressing concern is if any of Lazarus's men would try to teleport back here. They have to see that the fort is still safe. Landon, take these 4 priests and go back. Dyne then took out a small strange metallic rock. This is what you call a wizard's, or make the priest continuously channel the energy inside this, or Dyne then harnessed his brimstone energy in one stone, and it began to have a light orange glow. Man, the post as you were still serving Lazarus. Tell them that you were attacked, so you called for backup, sending these priests from Bishop Chorn. Once you have teleported to the other side, do the same. Make it look like a battle had occurred in your fort in case others will teleport towards you. Do you understand? Yes, Lord Dyne. You can then keep this priest informed of whatever you've overheard from our discussion. Priests, just know that the Archbishop has betrayed us and is serving a demon. I hope that the bishop's earlier state is proof enough. The priests all nodded. Go now. Time is of the essence. Dyne explained. The group immediately left. They boarded the caravan they used to get here and made haste to return to the mines where the secret teleportation pad was. Dyne pointed to the last priest who was not sent. You seem to be Krone's right-hand man. I want all the details of what had happened after Kron took the spirit stone. Then, Krone, we will be headed towards Martzert. We will give you the details of our plan and what we've uncovered during the trip. The bishop nodded. As for the men, board them and take them. Then we can make your claim that these are our prisoners. Chad, Amorian, drive us with Krone's caravan. We'll need these many caravans for our escape. Dyne explained. The group immediately began to move, and they bounded and gagged the guards and rendered them paralyzed through Dyne's medicines. Good ol' jiggle grass. Dyne praised as the group left and confirmed the paralyzed guards. Krone's caravan dashed back to Martzert. There, Jaden began to explain the many things that occurred when they left. The bishop and the remaining priest were shocked at the tale they had heard. They heard of the Affaret, the mysterious Dyne, the plot of the archbishop, the captured prince, Char the evil, the Kong apes. All the details were disclosed, and the bishop's expression grew darker and darker. The priesthood was the one thing that Serpentari could not control. To think. Now they have powerful wizards on their side. Our side weakens. And their side grows stronger. The bishop's eyes grew grim. And this is why we must follow the arrangements of Lord Dyne. First, we have to kidnap the king, Jaden expressed with a serious tone. Dyne, however, was closing his eyes the entire time. So, while Jaden talked all this, Dyne was back in Jito's soul space, having fun with the spirit stone. Chapter 144, Monkey Power. Dyne appeared in the soul space. He knew that the people outside would have a lot to talk about, so Dyne pretended to fall asleep. He was 10. They wouldn't mind. Jito, Dyne called out. Jito appeared as well. All right, now's a good time to do this. I know you were avoiding it because you were having difficulty gauging my stats. Dyne smiled. It is as you say. I was having difficulty figuring out your stats since you also had a brimstone soul seed. Jito answered back. But in reality, the skeleton Jito felt pain in his kidney from Dyne's blunt words. Well, no worries, kid. The problem was that my body brimstone soul is just the element that resists your darkness ability. And since it is strong, it prevents you from checking on it. But check out this spirit stone. Dyne raised it up. What is it? Is this object similar to the soul stone? Jito wondered as he couldn't help but see some familiarity in the stone. It is a rather interesting thing. It has some things that naturally overlap with the soul stone, but it's different. In my game memories, two things surfaced to be related to it. The green stone used in Star Ocean 2 transformed the good friend of Rena into an ogre-like creature, much as this creature did. The second is the spirit stone that the bishop said this is, and that only exists in one other game. Grandia. Am I right, Strafe? It seems you get what that is, but that's incomplete. Otherwise, how would it explain how it made Bishop Crone become a hulking, demonic ogre? Strafe laughed. Oh, I'm not done, Strafe. I did put that into consideration. This is the answer to how you do that in the future Breath of Fire games. Ryu finds crystallized forms of dragons and somehow gains their power, so I thought of it in this way. The Spirit Stone is similar to what it is in Grandia. It contains the will and power of another creature or race. In Grandia, it was the Icarians, but here it could be any other race. The result is Star Ocean 2. It controlled the bishop and became a demonic ogre. I remembered that Valkyrie profile had an ogre and, interestingly, a soul stone for one of the characters that Lennet can recruit. But I doubt this is connected to this spirit stone. Then that's when I realized it. Dyne paused for dramatic effect. Realized what? Legend of Dragoon. The objects that contain the Dragoon spirit. The spirit stone is something like that. In the bishop's case, this spirit stone is made by the spirits of demonic creatures. It allowed them to create a transformation just as how the characters in Legend of Dragoon transform into those beings because it has the essence of a dragon's soul. So the soul stone contains the actual soul, which makes it superior to the spirit stone, but a spirit stone contains the essence of a soul. The will of another creature and can commune with its wielder and affects it. Correct. Impressive as always. Strafe sighed and gave up. Of course, he wanted Dyne to be wrong once in a while, but he managed to figure out his plans once more. But what I want to do is something rather peculiar. This spirit stone can exist here in your soul space. Therefore, it's something that is like a Seru. And if I'm not mistaken, Serus ought to use spirit stones as a base, while Ari Serus use soul stones. Correct again, Strafe sighed. But this is an interesting spirit stone. Can think. So I'm guessing that this is a more advanced spirit stone. But this also gives me hope in transforming Grimm into something far stronger than what it is. And this inspires me to experiment on this spirit stone. Dyne smiled. Jito felt a slight chill on his spine as Dyne said this. There was something nefarious behind Dyne's smile. That ogre took over the bishop and mind-controlled it when the bishop placed it in its mind palace. It was thrown out earlier because it lost all energy and got weak, and the bishop managed to expel it. But sense it. It's earth. This spirit stone is of earth element. It is earth. So, Jito asked, I remembered your unusual state in the forest. For darkness to be present, you had to create an environment of ice and earth. It created some sort of link so that darkness could thrive. What if we do the same thing? The same thing? Yes. We consolidate this spirit stone and convert it. It is earth, a neutral element. So I'm guessing that this little guy may be able to turn to our side with the right persuasion. I can sense the spirit of this being has been turned into evil. But if we use this earth spirit stone as a bridge to help us both understand each other, we may be able to finally have a means of not only gauging each other's power but even using each other's power at will. Well, mostly you using my powers. I can already use yours. But you can't even use a bit of mine. Such a pity. Jito felt like his skull-like ribs just fractured from that comment. But how do you do it? Oh, it's simple, really. I see this little ogre in here similar to a Seru. I just have to bond with it and control it. Forcibly, Dyne laughed, and suddenly a powerful force exploded inside the spirit stone. The cry of the ogre could be heard inside. You mind-controlled a bishop? Want to try me? Dyne laughed. Ah! The ogre kept crying in pain. It was no match to Brimstone. Jito then sensed that a spirit was quivering and glanced at the Aferet's soul. While it was still very weak, it was already conscious. Oh, you're already awake. You may look like the devil and I look like a reaper, but he's the real devil here. Jito pointed at Dyne. Burn for me, you spirit stone. Mwahahaha. Dyne laughed sadistically as the spirit stone trembled. Dyne had been using brimstone to purge but also to reconstruct the spirit stone. Slowly, the green stone was becoming more and more yellowish. After nearly 15 minutes, Dyne won. The spirit stone had submitted to it. Dyne was cruel. It didn't kill it but kept using the power of brimstone to purge the darkness out of it. Slowly, the cruel power of wickedness was being purged out. In the spirit stone's weakened state, Dyne finally manages to initiate a soul bonding technique. The entire soul space of Jito flashed a bright yellow light. Master, the weakened and reluctant voice of the ogre was heard. The Ifrit was shocked at what it saw. They were the race that enslaved these sprites to do their bidding. But now their powers were easily undone. Oh wow, this is fun. And this is easier. Grim has a physical form, so combining is naturally more difficult. But you don't even cost a sing rune power. And now I can truly see what you are. I get it. You and Grim are similar creatures. Grim is a soul creature that focuses on the physical. You are a soul creature of the mind. Dyne guessed. I serve you, master. The ogre continued to answer. What are you? You are no longer an ogre. I sense an ape. An ape? Jito wondered. Yes, this power is different from the Serus. While Serus have physical forms, this one is something that uses mind magic. Just like the ogre before, allows me to assume the form of this ape. It's not an ape. It's a monkey. Another clever trick that the sovereign is giving you, Strafe added. I can turn me into a powerful monkey? Dyne murmured at first and tried to connect the dots. And then he realized it. Monkey King, this is Sayuki. Journey West, Dyne explained. One of his fonder memories was playing tactics-based games on PS1. From the mech world of Front Mission 3 and Vanguard Bandits, he also loved Final Fantasy Tactics, Tactics Ogre, and one of the Eastern-inspired game, Journey West. I have the power of Monkey, Dyne shouted in glee. This was based on the very same story of Journey to the West, which tells the epic of a monk who journeys with Sun Wukong, the Monkey King. Then that means I can have allies that can transform into those were forms, Dyne shouted in glee. Were forms? Jito was confused. You haven't seen it in his dreams yet? In the game, the main character allies with several other monsterkin similar to Sun Wukong. The other characters, except for the monk, can transform into a monster during battle to make powerful attacks. Strafe explained. Amazing! I can now have my group of monsters. Strafe, you got to help me. Dyne pleaded. I'm sure you'll meet them. With how things have been turning out, I'm not even surprised if you end up bringing a Zenith Rev to war with the gods. Strafe recalled the mystery of the hidden mechs of this world and found it strange how everything was arranged for Dyne. Chapter 145. Dyne's Stats. The celebration took a few minutes until Dyne was satisfied. This is amazing. Dyne laughed heartily. Dyne, your stats. Jito reminded. Oh right. Sorry. All right. Now that he has the spirit stone that harnesses the will and mind of another being, and since it's Earth, I can channel my power into it. This ought to allow you to scan my physical body and rate it. Jito, I will bestow you with an important power source. Strafe suddenly interrupted. This was something that I initially prepared for Dyne to receive at the endgame, and you were the one who could give it to him. Originally, Dyne should have had a Ariseru and should have had the ability to view his stats like Vaughn and the rest could. I didn't have the time to argue with him, but he insisted on not having a Ariseru. And as it turns out, he was after you. So now that you are his Ariseru, I will grant you the power to gauge strength not according to the legend of Legaia game, but according to the ways we, the gods, view it. Oh, why not just give it to me? Dyne complained. Because only a being of time and space being can have this system. This follows the eccentric format that Calamitous Slime created. That masochist? He created a stat system that all the gods use. Yes, he created a standard format to gauge the power that gods and men have. I took some of that and based it on creating the stats that Meta told you in Legaia. But this power source will grant Jito the means to see it with a god's eye, Strafe explained. Oh. Sounds interesting. The power suddenly was transferred from the Imaginarium Bond to Strafe. I have received Strafe's gift, Jito worshipped. Along with the ability to see stats, Jito also gained some divine time and space energy. Alright, let's do it. Alright, Monkey King, hold on to my brimstone for a bit. Dyne then channeled his energy and sent it towards the Spirit Stone. As the soul power of Dyne was being channeled and stayed within the Spirit Stone, Jito went to work. Dyne, I am sending the information to you now, Jito called out. Dyne learned of his stats. As he knew it no longer followed Ligayan standards, he was curious about what it would be. HP 52. Vitality 56. Magic capacity 10. Strength 49. Dexterity 36. Force energy 23. Mind force 9. Soul force 49. Plus 4 to 8. Dyne glanced at his stats and wondered. Is this any good? Dyne asked Strafe. Alright, which reference do you want to see? Do you want me to show you what the average stats of humans have? This is considering they get moderate treatment of resources, of course. This means the stats I can use to compare you with are what cultivators that have been bestowed by a rather good training which is not subpar and are treated with the average tiered medicines. Strafe asked. Sure. Can you make a side-by-side comparison? I know I'm still at level 7, but I want to see just how different I am to the highest tier. How about I do this? I'll give Jito the information so that he can easily show it to you. However, this gives you the opportunity to see what the average folks can achieve at Martial Advent level 10. And I'll also have Jito learn Calamitous Slime's trick for estimating the true power with soul force. Alright. Jito then began to sense a strange power coursing through him. And with it, he learned how to present Dyne in a side-by-side comparison. HP 52//50. Vitality 56//40. Magic capacity 10//15. Strength 49//40. Dexterity 36//25. Force energy 23//15. Mind force 9//15. Soul force 49 plus 4 to 8 //10. Oh, so I am stronger than the average level 10 Advent. But I know that this isn't a big deal. Some of my enemies have miraculous stats growths because of whatever object or thing they acquire, correct? But I don't get it. Why are these stats vastly different from the stats of Vaughn in Legaia? Dyne blushed. Simple. Legaia assesses the stats based on a person's power and the added effect of spirit, which is soul cultivation. Legaia applies soul cultivation in its most basic form. This means I designed the stats they have to reveal an estimate that calculates the spirit arts of the monks. That's why there is an added detail on your soul force. The plus is the added soul force that Jito can help you with. Oh, I get it. So in these stats that you showed me, soul force could sort of be added to all of the stats. Exactly. Depending on how you wield your soul, you can add your soul force over to each stat except for dexterity, force energy, magic capacity, and mind force. The mentioned stats has a different calculation of how soul force is added to them. What? Okay, let's make this easy for me to understand. Show me my stats first, but this time, could you add some details to show me what the max is? I can employ my soul force constantly on all my stats. Dyne requested. Strafe felt his soul form lips tremble. No one could do that under martial peak rank. Lord Strafe? What does he mean? Jito secretly asked. Calamitous Slime separated soul force because it could add 1 to 3 stats simultaneously. But this addition would, in most cases, be divided on all stats. For example, the average cultivators on martial formation rank would have a soul force of 10 to 20 points. As soul cultivation was harder to master and control, cultivators usually take a lot of training to learn how to apply this to strength or vitality. Even Vaughn and the monks of Legaia have only partially found a way to channel it. Then what does this mean for Dyne? Unlike other cultivators who could divide the total soul force equally among stats or temporarily boost certain stats together, Dyne could constantly and almost permanently increase all of his stats with the full 49 points, a 49 soul force as his base. Do you understand what that means? This base stat surpasses the average martial formation, which has reached the 10th stage. Just do as Dyne requested. This freak is not lying. He can do that. Jito complied and showed Dyne his base stats and added detail to show his stats with the addition of his soul force. These stats were still displayed compared to the stats an average level 10 martial advent has. HP 52, 105 to 109, / 50. Vitality 56, 109 to 113, / 40. Magic capacity 10, 26 to 28, / 15. Strength 49, 102 to 106, / 40. Dexterity 36, 49 to 51, / 25. Force 23, 40 to 42, / 15. Mind Force 9, 19 to 20, / 15. Soul Force 49, plus 4 to 8, / 10. I take it that those stats of mine in those brackets are the range of what my stats are. And these brackets have range because of the plus 4 to 8 stats in my Soul Force. Correct. That is because of Jito. And that power increases as he levels up. And what's scarier is that your Soul Force will also grow more powerful for every Genesis tree you awaken. Oh, then that means these stats aren't really reliable to look at. Huh? Well, it makes sense. I fought a martial formation expert of the 5th level and still managed to do some damage. Fine. Then, drop the martial advent comparison. From now on, show me the stats of what a level 10 martial novice has. Dyne smiled. I guess that's good motivation. These are but the average stats. You might get cocky. There are warriors and geniuses that beat you in these stats. Well, except Soul Force. But I will give Jito that ability. From now on, he will always display your stats and will be one realm higher than your current realm. Once you reach Martial Novice, I'll have him display Martial Formation Stage, Strafe answered. And after another process of bestowment which was driving Jito crazy as he had to learn and change the measurement process he kept learning, he displayed the stats once more. This time, Jito showed the stats and compared Dyne's stats with what an average level 10 Martial Novice would have. HP 52, 105 to 109, / 125. Vitality 56, 109 to 113, / 115. Magic capacity 10, 26 to 28, / 33. Strength 49, 102 to 106, / 95. Dexterity 36, 49 to 51, / 45. Force 23, 40 to 42, / 40. Mind Force 9, 19 to 20, / 30. Soul Force 49, plus 4 to 8, / 20. Nice. This will really motivate me. It looks like I'm still a bit away from level 10. What happens when we reach the next rank? I mean, is moving from Martial Advent to Marital Novice level 1 just like an ordinary level up? Because I feel like the power of the next level is slightly stronger. When cultivators successfully move from one realm to another, they receive what Calamitous Slime described as advancement increase. It isn't very important for those on the Advent to Novice. But from Novice to Formation, a very noticeable difference is seen. Oh? Then since that's the case, why not just make me see a level 1 martial formation as a comparison to my stats? Alright, I'll bestow the dash. No, for the love of no, stop. Jito rebelled as he began to curse and damn Dyne and Strafe in the name of Teague. But, Teague, Strafe murmured. Earlier, Jito worshipped him. Now Jetto was cursing him and swore on his name. Chapter 146. A Plan to Kidnap the King. Dyne finally opened his eyes. The group was still discussing what to do about the kingdom. But where will we flee? What good is it to hide in the other place? We just risk Lazarus finding us, the bishop explained. We don't know. Master Dyne must have thought of a way. I know he is young, but we couldn't have bested you without him. It's only because of him that we managed to wound you, Jaden argued. How will we even kidnap the king? Even with my position, it's very hard to move into the castle and leave without drawing suspicion. I don't remember who the allies of Lazarus are. If I move in, they might suspect something. How can I get the king out if that is the case? The bishop is correct. If what you say is true, then traitors could be around the king. They might alert and stop us and put the life of the king in jeopardy. The priest who accompanied them rebutted. Exactly. We might cause a war, and while the Lazarus is not here, we've lost a lot of good men. You'd need to have the ability to fly to go to the king without being noticed. Or I could play Metal Gear Solid or Tenchu. Stealth assassins? Dyne laughed. Master Dyne. Sorry, I was a bit tired. But you guys seem to be in quite a dilemma. Dyne laughed. Young hero Dyne. I would like to ask now just what plans you have to kidnap the king. Oh, it's simple. We lie. Lie? Yes. Here is what we know and what the enemy doesn't know in this dilemma that we have. We know that Lazarus thinks Bishop Crone is now his ally. But based on how Jaden was treated in that cave, it is safe to assume that Lazarus doesn't know that Jaden is, in fact, a secret son of the king. When Bishop Crone was possessed, he forgot his memories. And since Jaden and his elites were tossed outside to create the last place where death energy was to be channeled, it proves it all the more. I mean, Jaden is stronger than the prince. If he knew, he would have made the Ifrit possess Jaden. We guessed this. They thought us to be strong warriors but nothing more, Jaden confirmed. So we used that. We used that to our advantage. The real Bishop Crone and the king's closest confidant know who Jaden is. The enemies don't. So here's the plan. Bishop Crone will barge into the castle and will demand to have an audience with the king. You declare that you have found evidence that supports how Jaden and his team are guilty of treason and have sided with demons. Why would I do that? To draw attention. The king and his confidants will notice something strange with this and will be eager to meet you. Why would Jaden betray the king? They would think that something is up. Our enemies will also be in some form of strange dilemma. They saw you leave, and when you come back, you make a report about Jaden. That's true, Bishop Crone nodded. Our problem is that the spies within the castle could be more than we think. What if more of these spirit stones are given? We don't know if there are more who have been deceived by Lazarus and are controlled by those spirit stones. We need to draw them out and identify them. At the same time, we have to make them believe that Crone is still one of theirs. But how? Those are powerful beings. Those spirit stones can probably sense each other. Unless I have the spirit stone, I won't be able to fool them. The spirit stone suddenly appeared on Dyne's hand. Hey Wukong, behave and do as planned. All right, Dyne shook the jewel. I obey, master. The monkey spirit, who Dyne named after the Monkey King, answered. Since Dyne had forcibly connected with him, the two were bonded like humans and Seru. The Monkey King couldn't and wouldn't betray Dyne now. What? The caravan shook in shock. What did you do? How did you tame it? Chad asked. Soul cultivation. You guys really need to learn it. Dyne shrugged. The 4 Diablo characters began to curse and vowed to study soul cultivation. This should make them think you are still one of them. Wukong can allow his energy to fill you if they doubt you. But the reason we do this is to ensure that even when the king is gone, those loyal to the throne remain. Yes, that is exactly my concern. If we kidnapped the king, wouldn't the kingdom fall into chaos? How do you plan to resolve this? Bishop Crone asked. Dyne's ideas were indeed unique and detailed, and that's why you have to create a huge uproar in the castle to draw the attention of those closest to the king and who know the truth about Jaden. At the same time, you need to convince the bad guys that you need to secretly meet with the king and his allies. You tell the baddies you found out of Jaden's true lineage, and that he has special weapons and powers granted by the king that allowed him to survive. Tell them that Jaden survived? Then if he did, the enemies will think he would try to warn the king. Yes, Dyne smiled. The bishop finally caught up to his awesome plan. I get it. Crone will talk to the bad guys that have been planted inside the castle or those who the spirit stone is controlling. He tells them that I managed to escape and will force the enemies to guard the castle. Yes, they will be preoccupied. Crone then tells the bad guys that he has no choice but to go over and tell the king and all his closest confidants about this. The bad guys would probably even help you get into that meeting. But when Bishop Crone finally meets the king, you know what to do, right? Dyne smiled as he looked at Crone. I kidnapped the king. That's right, you what? No. Why would you kidnap the king? I thought our plan was to kidnap that king. Not in that manner. You go there, show the spirit stone and claim what had happened and how Jaden saved you. Tell them that there are spies in this place and tell them of the dark plans of Lazarus. Tell them everything. The closest confidants have to be well guarded. And then you tell them of my plan. They have to help us kidnap the king. How? While all of that is going on, I'll be channeling Solid Snake and Rikamaru to kill some of the baddies we confirmed. You're going to kill? Amorian asked. Master Dyne, these warriors are dash. You don't believe that I can kill them? Dyne frowned. The four were silent. From what they could tell, Dyne was at the 7th level of martial advent. Chad, you seem to be the one with the highest vitality. I'm gonna punch you. Try to block it. Dyne smiled as he channeled a full force of power. Chad did so and Dyne immediately punched. Bang! The sound was loud as if rocks were hitting each other. Chad felt a powerful force attack him, but his high vitality managed to take on that power easily. Chad was shocked. This was an attack that even martial novices can't make. It's formidable, but Master Dyne, there are people inside, traitors who have the same level as we have. Chad respectfully disagreed. Dyne nodded. I know. Grim suddenly appeared in his hands. He was coated in a light dark shade. Care to block this one? Dyne smiled. Chad immediately shook his head. With his fists alone, Dyne nearly broke his defensive vitality and nearly hurt him. And now, Dyne was wielding a soul weapon. Jaden, the bishop, and the priest was gawking in shock. Amorian and Ishrith were red in pleasure. With this, I hope there are no doubts. I will kill and assassinate some bad guys. That will cause a commotion in the castle, and it will give you guys the opportunity to do the kidnapping. Then, under the guise of protecting the king, you secretly lead him out. Have some act as decoys so that the enemy will think he is in the castle. The real king goes with some strong warriors and follows you back to the teleportation chamber. Make them put on some costumes. Crone then convinces the other baddies that there is just too much happening, and you need to report what went on to the archbishop. So you go with the king and go to the teleportation channel. What about the castle? How do we make it look like the king was kidnapped? That's easy. The closest guards of the king will make that declaration. Here, give me a scroll, Dyne suddenly asked. The priest nearby brought one out, and Dyne began to scribble something on it. Everyone had strange expressions as they finally read what Dyne wrote. I went to buy drinks and snacks. I'm totally not kidnapped. The kingdom is under XXXX rule until I get back. Cheers. Crone read the words. When the king is kidnapped, and it's the very people who the king trusts relays the news of his kidnapping, even the enemies will believe it. This letter will make it look like the good guys are trying to cover it up. But with this crazy letter, no one will believe the lies, and it will create chaos in the kingdom. Someone kidnapped the king for no reason. At this point, all the good guys have to gather up and hide in the castle to protect themselves. On the other hand, we go back to the other side, make some preparations, and kill the Efferet. The king is safe, and with this mission, we would know who has betrayed us or are possessed by spirit stones. Chapter 147. Entering the Castle of Martzert. Out of the way, I must report to the king. A crazed and angry bishop yelled as he drove the caravan like a madman. The group had finally entered Martzert. When they did, Dyne was stunned. The city was very large. Dyne began to ask the rest, and he found out that Martzert had a population of over 1 million people. So this what a former sanctuary-leveled fortress looks like. Interesting. What about that kingdom, Sork? When we met, you said I was to relay what happened here to that kingdom, Sork. But when I pressed you guys about how you got to the region near Trithfert, you changed the topic and talked about Martzert. Dyne asked. Master Dyne has quite a memory. I ignored it back then because I know you thought there would be no way for me to deliver it to Martzert, which would be far away, and wanted me to deliver it to Sork first, who could relay it here. That is correct. As expected of Master Dyne, Sork is roughly like this place. But they are the opposite, really. Jaden sighed. While Martzert wanes in power, Sork is rising. One of the mysterious falling rocks happened near it. They would soon have the power of a sanctuary soon. I see. Interesting. Could the Serpentari be from Sork? Dyne wondered. Even when they reached the city, it took nearly an hour for the castle to be finally seen. The castle was large and was built on top of a mountain. At that point, several people met on the street as they were now on the main highway, which led from the city itself towards the castle. Knights, priests, and the like could be seen passing. Some were stunned to see the figure of the mad bishop, who was driving like crazy. This was just according to Dyne's instructions. Though it was night, the torches that the bishop carried made the caravan visible. As for the people nearby, most also had strange torches that could light up as well. Because of this, it was very easy for Dyne to see who the people they meet are. Some of the people wanted to stop and call out to the bishop but were ignored. And soon, parts of the things that Dyne foresaw were happening. That one, I saw him talking to the bishop more often when he was possessed, the priest named Chantel said as he pointed to one of the people that they passed by. Almost immediately, that person began to run back and follow the bishop. Who was he? One of the Arch Knights of Martzert. To think he is a Serpentari turncoat. Jaden cursed. Arch Knights, you say? Dyne had a curious expression. That sounded familiar to the enemy job class in Final Fantasy Tactics. Are they vampires? Dyne asked. Vamp what? You know, fallen creatures that drink the blood of others. No, check again. I think they are. Are Arch Knights a new occupation in the kingdom? Actually, yes. It hasn't been 5 years since it appeared. Only certain knights who have passed certain criteria can employ in that job. Tell the bishop later to investigate all Arch Knights. They will have the ability to suck blood from people, Dyne warned. Along the way, Dyne observed and watched carefully those who would suddenly follow the bishop. Among these, Dyne would ask Chantel if any of them seemed suspicious, and Chantel was able to point out a few. The castle soon came at the view. The caravan had moved so faster than those behind as they could pass through most guarded checkpoints. Jaden and his group had a strange makeup that Dyne placed over them. He had gathered several herbs and allowed them to look like men disfigured in battle. Still, Jaden had to wear a helmet as the king would have recognized them. As they reached near the moat, Dyne made a quick peek to see if anyone else was nearby, and Dyne saw it as the perfect time to leave. Remember the plan, guys. Jaden, only reveal yourself if you are sure no one is evil in that group. Crone used the power of Sun Wukong wisely. I'm off to play a game. Dyne vanished as he activated the golden compass and allowed Jito's darkness to hide him even more. His clothes themselves were dark as he managed to use various herbs and even grime to turn them dark. Grim appeared on his hand. With a might that could match a martial advent at level 10, Dyne threw the hook with great strength. Grim flew with intense speed and somehow began to curl up to make itself smaller. It flew to the skies and used its floating power. Grim managed to redirect itself to go on and suddenly latched itself on the wall. In the darkness of the bridge, right before the caravan reached the main entrance leading to the castle, Dyne jumped over the moat. Wow, that was amazing. I already lost sight of him. The priest couldn't understand what he saw. Even my ability couldn't find him. I can't sense where he went. Amorian sighed. Dyne had used Jito's power to coat himself with dark energy that allowed him to move unseen even by trained force users. Dyne began to silently and quickly climb the rope. Using his trained parkour and calisthenics, which he had acquired from his previous life, Dyne was easily able to climb the tower. His costume and the golden compass allowed him to remain unseen from the guards watching over the place. Whenever Dyne found a footing, he would cause Grim to detach from its latch, and he would then throw it to the higher parts of the castle. And like this, Dyne was able to scale the extremely tall walls of the castle. Soon, Dyne found an entrance through a small window. The room was empty, and Dyne began to change his clothes. Borrowing the clothes of the priest, Dyne was able to disguise himself as one of the young priests in training. And like this, Dyne began to move inside the castle. The castle was very large in that it housed the main church, the houses of various nobles, the main training areas, weapon forges, and many more. Dyne had already had a rough idea of the place through Jaden, who told of the basic layout of the castle. His first target was the most important place of all. He had asked permission from the bishop, and the bishop agreed. But since time was short, Dyne said that he would move ahead and hurry towards the temple grounds, located on the higher parts of the castle where the mountain was built, would peek and face the rising sun in the mornings. Soon, Dyne arrived at the long staircase that led to the Temple of Light. Using a written introduction that Chantel wrote for Dyne, Dyne entered the temple grounds as someone who was one of the new deacons in training. Dyne smiled at the guards and walked over to the many priests. Various bishops were there, and Dyne could sense powerful light energy in many of them. Wow, even these guys would die. Dyne could sense the poor fate that would befall these people. I guess I should really think of a way to save this kingdom, Dyne secretly thought as he gave his warm greetings to the many priests and bishops that welcomed him. Maybe if I can give them a Vera, I guess I should try to go on a hunt in the forest to nab some Veras. If these priests and bishops had Cerus, it would solve the problem. Then, Dyne realized what he could do to help them. I hope the hunters are up for it, Dyne sighed. Strafe secretly smiled. He could clearly see what the hunters were doing in the Imaginarium Bond. If Dyne only knew how capable they were now. As all the pleasantries continued, a loud clamor was heard as several guards moved inside. Bishop Crone has returned, and he is demanding an audience with the king. The Knight Jaden has betrayed us. The guard alerted. All of a sudden, a powerful force erupted. Whoa, now that is a cultivator. Dyne could clearly sense it. What did you say? A shocked voice was heard. The source of the voice belonged to an aged man with a thick beard. He began to run with great haste that was befitting his clothes and attire. It is as I said, Cardinal. The guard answered. His face looked as shocked as ever. So the Cardinal is a good guy. This could be why the Serpentari isn't making their move yet. Strong cultivators like the Cardinal supports Martsert and King Cyril, Dyne noted. Of the bishops present, most had a confused expression, but Dyne found two who had strange expressions. Their faces held no concern but curiosity. Are they spies? Or are they controlled by a spirit stone? Dyne wondered. Many of the bishops were moving to accompany the sudden rush of the cardinal outside. The priests were told to watch the place as the bishops slowly went outside. Dyne took the opportunity of the commotion to slip into the library. Dyne ignored most of the books and teachings and went straight to the spell section. Bishop Crone had already told him of the general outline of the area, and he knew where to go. Immediately, Dyne took away the entire bookshelf and sent it towards the monster hive. Dyne left and went towards the place where all the medicines would be stored. The storeroom was already closed, and the doors were locked. Dyne reached out and channeled his soul on the doorknob, and it moved in to unlock the room. So this is what happens when a spy learns soul cultivation. Strafe laughed. Dyne took all the medicines that the bishop said he would take. He also took some that he needed for his alchemy. Some random items like healing roots, leaves, and animal parts were also taken. Unlike the bookcase, Dyne had only to get the items that he needed for the trip as it might make things hard for the cardinal. Dyne then began to leave the room. Now to meet with Chantel and see if the baddies had already talked to Crone. Dyne began to leave the church grounds inside the castle. Chapter 148. Stealing and Distracting. Dyne walked out of the room. No one doubted him with his priest attire as he began to move to and fro the areas. Several deacons would even give him a respectful greeting. He soon caught sight of the high priest Zerudo, the person that Landon identified. When Layden was an enemy, and if the wizard Yutters didn't appear, Landon's protocol was to inform this person. But when Yutters appeared, he immediately ordered the group to be sent to Bishop Crone. So that's High Priest Zerudo, head high priest of the temple in the castle. Dyne recalled the detail. Zerudo was also moving. Dyne began to rush towards the high priest. High Priest Zerudo, please give this paper to Bishop Crone. He said to compile this and give it to him immediately as it was an emergency. Just tell him that the new priest he reassigned here. Dyne gave it to him. The high priest took the scroll and read it. In the scroll were descriptions of certain men that he didn't understand. The bishop is overstepping his boundaries. I'm in charge of all priests in the temple. I did not invite you. Go back to your room. I'll deal with you later. The high priest rudely took the scroll and left. So he was suspecting Bishop Crone, He feels like a nice guy. I guess I have to think of a way to really give these folks Veracerus from Legaia. Maybe that can change their fate, Dyne wondered. He then took off and went to another room that he had asked from the group. He headed towards the tower where several high-profile wizards of the castle settled. Dyne had several strange objects, which he held to show the guards that the high priest tasked him to give to the wizard Yutters, who made a request earlier that morning. Some of the apprentice who was tasked to be guards stopped Dyne, and Dyne had a confused expression as the wizard told him to deliver the items he requested. But Wizard Yutters left hours ago, the apprentice argued. He requested this to Bishop Crone when he was going back. But Bishop Crone found me wandering around the area and rushed at me, and told me to bring this item to his room. He also gave me the stone and said something about it being the key to enter. Dyne held out a strange stone that was glowing brightly. The apprentice looked at each other. If he's lying, he's dead, the apprentice answered. All right, I guess you're right. The apprentice also nodded and allowed Dyne to pass through. We'll escort you. If you are lying, you'd be dead, the apprentice laughed. Bishop Crone also told me to make sure no one is looking when I put this object in that secret location. Dyne added, if you can get past the doors, we believe you and would shut the doors ourselves. Another apprentice added. During the remaining time they were headed to the castle, Dyne had asked several important questions, including questions about how wizards lock their rooms. After all, their studies are the most critical place for them. As Yutters outranked Ishrith, a battleman, he managed to purchase an even more superior room in the castle, which offered more amenities. Dyne also learned that the wizards and mages used a special lock system for entering the castle. It was used to create a magic key that could open as long as the mage could create the exact shape of the magic keyhole. And like most mages, failure would create a powerful attack that would automatically attack whoever was trying to get into the wizard's quarters. Even if that person survived, the loud sounds would attract attention. Dyne was led towards the place and saw the strange contraption on the door. There was a small hole in the door, and not even knobs were present. The apprentices kept their distance and motioned for Dyne to do whatever it was to open the door. Dyne moved with a blank and almost clueless expression as he walked to the door. The two apprentices looked with anticipation. They wanted to see how the door would attack Dyne. Dyne extended the strange glowing stone and moved it near the keyhole. But while he did that, he channeled the power of time and brimstone together. Dyne used his powers to somehow sense the mechanism that would resonate with the element injected. However, as Dyne was able to find other routes in the teleportation chambers and could easily use his masteries over time and space to get there, the doors looked extremely primitive to Dyne. The doors suddenly opened. Wow, wizards are amazing, Dyne praised. The two apprentices who expected a large fireball to be hurled at Dyne were more surprised than disappointed. This must be some crazy emergency. To think Wizard Yutters would give these keys to him, the apprentice marveled. In truth, Dyne had Ishrith's keys used it. Sorry guys, Bishop's orders. I have to put it there. Dyne closed the doors as he apologized politely. As the doors closed, Dyne greedily looked around. Potions, bookcases, scrolls, staves, and practically anything that looked important were taken. Even the many strange objects on the shelves were sucked into the monster hive. I can't wait to get back and sort through all this stuff. Dyne was so excited that he had to mentally prepare for his exit and hide the ridiculous grin he wore. Dyne then made his way out, and the two apprentices quietly led him back. The moment Dyne left the tower, a familiar priest was there waiting. Dyne, the priest called out. The apprentices recognized the priest to be one of Bishop Crone's constant companions. It was Chantel. Did you do it? Yes. All right, let's go. Chantel led Dyne away. So, how was it? Dyne asked curiously. While he was doing his mission, Bishop Crone, along with the others, did their mission. They created a commotion that showed great urgency, and it drew a lot of important people. Some high-ranking officials were curious and were alerted at this sight, and many began to talk to Bishop Crone. You were right. A lot of them revealed themselves. It was shocking. I can't believe that the king has these many allies. If it weren't for Wukong, we would have been caught. I've listed the people who the Spirit Stone currently controls. We've confirmed two, but several others were very suspicious. So we can't tell if they're on our site or not. Chantel explained. It's all right. I'm a good judge of character, so I'll kill them if they're guilty. Bishop Crone is now meeting with all the allies of the king. Your time is now. All right, as I said, I'll be killing a few more than usual. I need to find the bodies that have the same height and build as these good guys you described to make the assassination look real. Dyne took out another paper with descriptions of the height build, and gender of some of the most trusted allies of King Cyril. The two finally entered an empty room in one part of the castle. "Are you ready, Chantel?" Dyne asked. "Yes." Chantel gritted his teeth as he prepared for pain. Dyne took out Grim and slashed Chantel to create a wound near his leg. Chantel didn't scream at the attack and bore the pain. Dyne then channeled brimstone energy and began to burn Chantel's arm. Chantel was trembling as he endured the great pain. "You're brave. I promise to give you a soul weapon. I'm sure that Forrest has some level 2 Vera." Dyne smiled as he praised the courage of this priest. The priest ignored Dyne's words but was doing his best to endure the pain. Dyne immediately left the room after taking back Grim. He walked casually, and Chantel gave a painful and loud scream nearly a minute later. "Assassin! An assassin! Help! Save me!" Chantel cried. The guards rushed towards where Chantel was as they heard the cries. They saw a bloody and burnt Chantel crawling on the floor. "Save me!" Chantel wept. All the pain he held back was being shouted now. "Call the priests. We need to heal this. Alert everyone. An assassin is in the castle." Dyne had found another room and changed his outfit. He wore the dark outfit he was wearing and coated himself in darkness as he once again used Grim like a grappling hook to move from one rooftop to another. He used his Eye of Destiny and moved to look for people whose fate was full of death and murders. "This one. This looks like it has the same body size as High Priest Zerudo," Dyne noted as he moved towards one of the guards who were standing alone. Dyne used his experience and skill in his past life to creep behind the man and did a swift slash on the nape of the soldier, using Grim to kill the man instantly. Dyne immediately took the slain man's body and moved it inside the monster hive. Things would have been easier if the monster hive could sustain human life. But how do I change it so that it can support human lives and not just soulless objects? Cheap God Strafe should have done that, Dyne complained. Strafe rolled his eyes and ignored the demanding assassin. Dyne moved towards another location to cross the first person off the list. Chapter 149, Stealth Assassin. Dyne was jumping from one point to the other with his trusty grappling hook. With the dark energy of Jito, he was out of sight from most scanning abilities that the Watchers had. "I must not get spotted even once, otherwise, I won't complete this as a Grandmaster," Dyne vowed as he began to even move like an assassin. He took the sword of the guard that he slew and moved around the castle secretly. "What are you talking about?" Jito wondered. "He is playing Tenchu. He wants to complete this mission without being seen. Right now, he should be going over the map to pick up weapons like in the game." Strafe sighed. As expected, Dyne was using his first target as a means to get more weapons, and the direction he was headed was detailed in the list that Dyne received from Chantel. He was hoping for it, but with this confirmed, he was excited to kill this man. The target is the corrupt weapons dealer of the kingdom. "I hope there are shurikens there, and maybe some bows. I wonder if I'll get to a boss fight with this." Dyne hoped as he kept jumping from one rooftop to another and headed towards the armory in the castle that this merchant owned. Occasionally, Dyne would spot a guard with a very dark and terrible future, and he would kill them. Whenever he killed the guard, he would immediately send it to the monster hive. Never mind," Dyne muttered as he decided to ignore a rather cute female archer and moved on instead of killing her. "What? If you two have something to say it. I have no complaints, Master Dyne. For all we know, she is a good person," Jito answered. "They all deserve to die. But my mercy I shall spare them. And perhaps by grace, I can make them one of the good guys." "Thank you, Jesus," Strafe praised. "Are you mocking Sovereign Basileur's Basilion?" Dyne challenged. "And no, I was praising him. Isn't that his teachings in the opening letters of Ephesians? You memorized the scripture?" "I'm rather knowledgeable in the areas of soteriology," Strafe boasted. "Weird. A god who memorized the Bible. And here I am stuck on a mass-murdering psychopath who thinks he's playing Tenchu." Stealth assassins. Dyne finally reached the area where the armory was. Thanks to Jaden, he gave Dyne a brief guide of the entire castle grounds. Ishrith also drew Dyne a detailed map which Dyne followed. Dyne soon saw a window on the top and flung Grim. Grim latched on the wall several meters on top of the window, and Dyne jumped and landed right in front of the window. He carefully opened it and managed to move inside the room. Dyne observed them and realized that these weren't any special weapons but just standard weapons. I wonder where he keeps the good stuff. Oh well, I can't afford to leave this guy without any loss. Since I'm killing him, I might as well take everything. This should outfit the people of Legaia nicely. Dyne smiled. Without hesitation, he took the entire stock of swords, bows, and armors. Dyne moved towards the door but didn't open it. He then began to move quietly and used his soul to sense his surroundings. Dyne then began to focus as he limited the power of his soul to only sense the areas nearby. By allowing his senses to focus on a certain distance, Dyne was able to see things within an area in a more clear view. His vision now details the physical outline of the people nearby because of this. Dyne could now tell if the enemy was looking in his direction. He could see that one of the patrols outside the hallways had just turned his back to move towards the other end. Dyne immediately moved out of the room and managed to open the door without making any sound, and he brandished Grim, which now had a dark coat on its scythe. The soldier was immediately decapitated. Dyne quickly brought the body inside the monster hive and moved on. Dyne then began to his senses and avoided going into rooms with people he could sense had a rather pure life and destiny. But in an empty room, Dyne would open as he would try to open the locks using his soul and create condensed soul energy that acted as a key. He's already learned knowledge of opening locks from his first life helped him ease through all types of locks. Any rooms that had bookshelves would be emptied, and any weapon present would also be taken. Dyne slowly continued until he succeeded in clearing the items in all rooms that he managed to sneak in. Is the merchant not on this floor? Dyne frowned. He then closed his eyes and tried to expand his soul senses. On the floor above him, he could sense 3 figures. Upstairs? 2 guards guard that staircase. Should I just charge in? No, that will lower the points I get after the mission because I got spotted. I guess I'll go up through the roof or something. Dyne sighed and went for the window in the nearby room and scaled the floor to the next level. Strafe and Jito were both sighing at Dyne's eccentric decision. Dyne scaled the wall to the top. If he had not used his various abilities to cloak in the darkness, he would have been spotted. Like this, Dyne easily reached the very top window and went inside. He entered the attic of the particular building that he went into. Jackpot! Dyne smiled as he looked at the array of objects. Weapons, books, potions, a large pile of gold, and several other treasure chests were found inside. Rather than have this go to the Serpentary, might as well take it for me. Dyne smiled as he began to send the items to his monster hive. Oh, a flamberge! Dyne was amazed. He saw a strange red core sword that emitted a small fire element. This is nice. I think I'll use this as a sword now. Dyne smiled as he brought the sword into his monster hive. Dyne slowly went down the staircase leading to the bright room below. He could hear the sounds of a woman shouting. Dyne moved closer. Come on, baby, come on. The perverted laugh of the merchant echoed out. No, the scream of the woman could be heard. Wow, that sounds just like the first mission of Tenchu, Stealth Assassin. Should I go in and follow the script? Dyne laughed. Dyne readied to dive in, wearing a strange dark mask over his face. But right before he could make a dashing entrance, a loud smashing sound echoed out as the doors burst open. What? Who are you? The perverted man shouted. Nabal, I'm here to avenge all the innocent people you've hurt, including my family. An angry shout of a woman echoed out. Dyne heard it and had a strange expression. What? Another assassin came in? Guards? Guards? I've killed all your guards. The woman laughed. Impossible. You've killed all 13 of my guards? 13? It seems your guards are lazy. I only killed 2 who were guarding you. The woman laughed. Dyne blinked. She got in because I killed the rest. What an interesting turn of events. Dyne chuckled. Somebody help. Get him. Get him. The man began to run. Oh, it's following the script of the game again. Does this mean that a samurai warrior will face the female assassin? Dyne wondered. It looks like you chose the wrong party to crash. An arrogant laugh was heard. Yep, just as I thought. Dyne chuckled. He saw the frantic escape of the merchant. Dyne hid at the side of the staircase and stabbed the merchant in his heart when he reached the top floor. The merchant was shocked at Dyne's attack, but instead of shouting in pain, he saw that all his money was gone. My money, my money, he whispered under excruciating pain before dying. Immediately, Dyne absorbed the body of the merchant into the monster hive and carried the severed head of the man. My business is with Nabal. Step aside, Swift Blade, or I will have to kill you, the woman shouted. Dyne recalled that the Swift Blade was a specialized knight class focused on speed and lethal strikes rather than the defense and brute force that knights had. So an assassin is fighting a samurai. This is turning out to be like Final Fantasy tactics. Dyne laughed as he made his way down the stairs. He saw the Swift Blade standing boldly and drew the long sword similar to the katana of Dyne's world. Dyne even saw the assassin. It was none other than the cute female he passed by earlier. Only this time, she didn't have the archer's garb, but revealed a darker attire befitting a ninja. Chapter 150. It's her. Because Dyne was using the dark powers to cloak himself, the assassin and the Swift Blade didn't sense Dyne, who was peeking at the two. An assassin attempts to kill my employer. Of course, it's my business. Nabal is a well-respected merchant of this kingdom. You know, well-respected? He stole everything from me. My father's legacy weapon, which he crafted, was stolen and killed every last member of my family to silence us all. If this is how the kingdom earns its weapons, then I will burn this kingdom to the ground. The woman declared as she began to bring out several small daggers and threw them at the Swift Blade. Ting, ting, ting. The Swift Blade casually blocked all the attacks as he sneered and slowly approached the girl. Oh, so that's why I saw her destiny to walk in darkness. Dyne realized as he watched the fight begin. Her heart is so full of vengeance that she wants to destroy everything. You mistook it for pure wickedness. That was a good thing, Strafe laughed. What mistook? I knew at the very start that it was something like this. That's why I hesitated and didn't kill her. So it had nothing to do with her beauty? She looks like her. You know? Arya Blaze, your high school crush, Strafe laughed. And no, she doesn't. Dyne was turning red. How are we going to help her? That Swift Blade is on the second level of the martial formation. And that girl just reached martial formation but couldn't even be considered to be level 1 yet. Jito gauged the power of the two. Don't sweat it. My stats may not be at their level yet, but I can wound them with the right moves. Dyne smiled. The Swift Blade began to make his move as he dashed and slashed at the assassin. The assassin barely dodged the slicing attacks by rolling to the sides. She took out another set of small knives and hurled it at the Swift Blade. The Swift Blade laughed and slashed away and ran towards the assassin. Dyne finally made his move. Assassin! I'll help you. Die! Dyne threw two things in succession. The first was Grim, who was now in scythe form. Grim boomeranged towards the Swift Blade, who quickly slashed to throw Grim back. The second that Dyne threw was the body of Nabal, which appeared to have rushed at the Swift Blade with great courage. The Swift Blade swiftly sliced and hacked the body of Nabal and continued his rush towards the assassin. The assassin jumped back and had a strange expression on her face. You killed Nabal? She asked as she retreated. What? The Swift Blade suddenly realized it. The person he hacked had a very familiar attire. He took a look and noticed the dead body of Nabal. Ha 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 ha. Dyne slowly revealed himself. A bodyguard killing his boss. This is rich. Assassin. Is this the keepsake of your father? Dyne raised the flamberge that he had just received and channeled the fire energy through it. The sword was burning and glowing in a deep red shade of fire. Dyne stood up with an arrogant expression as he looked at the Swift Blade. The Swift Blade and the assassin was staring at the sword in great shock. The Swift Blade knew the capabilities of the sword. It would release a small fiery burst on impact. But now the sword was burning with great heat. The heat was so intense that the Swift Blade yearned to get the sword for himself. The assassin also knew what this sword could do. It never had that capability before. I have a grudge with Nabal and that Swift Blade. Assassin, let us fight together. The spirit of your father burns in vengeance and wishes to kill this Swift Blade personally. Dyne smiled as he walked toward the assassin. Dyne stood side by side next to the assassin as he faced the Swift Blade. The Swift Blade frowned as he looked at Dyne. This person was clearly at the 7th level of martial advent. But even Nabal was at the martial novice stage. It made no sense how this assassin killed him so easily. When I say attack, we attack, assassin. Dyne pointed his sword towards the swift blade. Humph. Regardless of how you killed Nabal, both of you are weak. I will kill you and get that sword for my stash. Boom. Grim had finished its fiery charge. Dyne intentionally channeled the fire energy to mask the sizzling sounds of the Jamard drawing power. Dyne even used brimstone to exaggerate the sounds. Dyne positioned himself next to the assassin since Grim would attack the back of the swift blade. The explosion resounded and sent the swift blade hurling towards Dyne and the assassin. Attack! Dyne shouted. He brandished his sword and applied the full spirit attack on the flamberge. With Dyne's base strength stat of 109, added with the power of the flamberge, Dyne delivered a powerful upward slash. The blood of the knight splattered upwards, but as expected of a knight, his body was resilient and didn't get hacked into pieces by Dyne's slash. But the upward strike gave time for the assassin to move as she revealed a pair of small swords and began slashing at the midair enemy. She aimed at the vital spots, and when the swift blade fell down, he was already dead. The assassin quickly turned around to search for the object that exploded behind the swift blade. She could have sworn that the scythe which she saw earlier attacked the swift blade on its own. But the scythe was gone. Dyne held the sword up and stabbed it on the floor. He then approached and took away Nabal's body and the swift blade's body. The assassin was amazed at what she saw. I thank you, friend, for helping me slay Nabal and this evil swordsman. You have executed vengeance and have slain your enemy? What is next for you? Dyne asked. The woman was startled at Dyne's question. I have lived and trained to kill him. I have no other purpose. I shall die and accompany my family in peace. I reject it. Dyne shook his head. I killed your enemies. When you came in here, you only fought 2 guards. Who do you think took care of the rest? Dyne asked and suddenly summoned the dead bodies of the guards he killed to show them to her. The assassin was shocked at what she saw. The bodies immediately disappeared. That swordsman alone could have easily killed you. The way I see it, you owe me your gratitude. And since you see that you yourself should die, then offer me your life. Dyne waved his hands, and the sword that he stabbed on the ground also disappeared. Dyne began to move towards the attic room. The woman was confused at first but decided to follow. Your vengeance alone isn't complete. The kingdom did not harm your father. The Serpentari did. This merchant was among their supporters. Dyne said as he reached the attic room and went for the window. Give me your life. Not only will I promise to kill the Serpentari, but I will make your father's legacy known. Be my shadow, and I promise you, I will be your light. Dyne said as his eyes, which were now harnessing brimstone energy to give the cool, red-eyed effect, glanced directly at her. The woman fell to her knees. I, Arya, last living member of the Blaze clan, offer my life to you, she pledged. What the fragment? Dyne cursed out as he heard her name. Mother fragment of fragmentation. Strafe also cursed out. Jito was disgusted at the vulgar words that Strafe stated. This is Teague, he secretly thought to himself. How is this possible? She has the same name. Strafe was amazed. Is this destiny? Dyne wondered. Master Dyne, don't you have Rena? Jito asked slowly. My lord, the woman called out to Dyne. Dyne suddenly heard a commotion. He had immediately led the assassin to the attic to escape. We will talk about it later. Let's escape for now. Dyne immediately tossed Grim out, and like a faithful grappling hook, it stuck to the other building. Dyne held Arya by the hand to stand and very shyly pulled her closer. Just hold on, Arya. We have to escape. As you order. Arya held onto Dyne as she understood the plan. And just like that, the pair disappeared. The soldiers arrived, and while they found blood, the missing merchant Nabal brought another panic all over the kingdom. Meanwhile, in a secret room somewhere, King Cyril's expression was shocked. Bishop Crone had shown the power of the Spirit Stone and even transformed into an ape-like creature. If it weren't for the mysterious powers of this Dyne Valiant, I'm afraid I would have betrayed you and aided in your death, Crone declared. The nearby warriors, sorcerers, cardinals, and top advisors of the king were also shocked at the tale. Please believe him. Jaden finally removed his helmet. Jaden, my son, the king trembled. Master Dyne said that it is still possible to save my brother. My king, please follow the plan, Jaden urged.